The following is a free-for-download audiobook from the website krishnapath.org. Srimad-Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Part 2, Chapter 18. Pṛthu Mahārāja milks the earth planet. Text 1. The great Saint Maitreya continued to address Vidura. My dear Vidura, at that time, after the planet Earth finished her prayers, King Prithu was still not pacified, and his lips trembled in great anger. Although the planet Earth was frightened, she made up her mind and began to speak as follows, in order to convince the king. Text 2. My dear Lord, please pacify your anger completely and patiently hear whatever I submit before you. Please turn your kind attention to this. I may be very poor, but a learned man takes the essence of knowledge from all places, just as a bumblebee collects honey from each and every flower. Text 3. To benefit all human society, not only in this life but in the next, the great seers and sages have prescribed various methods conducive to the prosperity of the people in general. Purport. Vedic civilization takes advantage of the perfect knowledge presented in the Vedas and presented by the great sages and brahmanas for the benefit of human society. Vedic injunctions are known as Shruti, and the additional supplemental presentations of these principles, as given by the great sages, are known as Smriti. They follow the principles of Vedic instruction. Human society should take advantage of the instructions from both Shruti and Smriti. If one wants to advance in spiritual life, he must take these instructions and follow the principles. In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Rupa Goswami says that if one poses himself as advanced in spiritual life but does not refer to the Shrutis and Smritis, he is simply a disturbance in society. One should follow the principles laid down in Shrutis and Smritis not only in one's spiritual life but in material life as well. As far as human society is concerned, it should follow the Manu Smriti as well, for these laws are given by Manu, the father of mankind. In the Manu Smriti, it is stated that a woman should not be given independence, but should be given protection by her father, husband, and elderly sons. In all circumstances, a woman should remain dependent upon some guardian. Presently, women are given full independence like men, but actually we can see that such independent women are no happier than those women who are placed under guardians. If people follow the injunctions given by the great sages, Shrutis and Smritis, they can actually be happy in both this life and the next. Unfortunately, rascals are manufacturing so many ways and means to be happy. Everyone is inventing so many methods. Consequently, human society has lost the standard ways of life, both materially and spiritually, and as a result, people are bewildered and there is no peace or happiness in the world. Although they are trying to solve the problems of human society in the United Nations, they are still baffled because they do not follow the liberated instructions of the Vedas. They are unhappy. Two significant words used in this verse are asmin and amusmin. Asmin means in this life, and amusmin means in the next life. Unfortunately, in this age, even exalted professors and learned men believe that there is no next life and that everything is finished in this life. Since they are rascals and fools, what advice can they give? Still, they are passing as learned scholars and professors. In this verse, the word anusmin is very explicit. It is the duty of everyone to mold his life in such a way that he will have a profitable next life. Just as a boy is educated in order to become happy later, one should be educated in this life in order to attain an eternal and prosperous life after death. It is therefore essential that people follow what is given in the Shrutis and Smritis and make sure that the human mission is successful. Text 4. One who follows the principles and instructions enjoined by the great sages of the past can utilize these instructions for practical purposes. Such a person can very easily enjoy life and pleasures. Purport. The Vedic principles, Mahajano Yenagata Sarpanta, urge us to follow in the footsteps of great liberated souls. In this way, we can receive benefit both in this life and the next, and we can also improve our material life. By following the principles laid down by the great sages and saints of the past, we can very easily understand the aim of all life. The word avara meaning inexperienced, is very significant in this verse. Every conditioned soul is inexperienced. Everyone is abhodajata, born a fool and rascal. In democratic government at the present moment, all kinds of fools and rascals are making decisions. But what can they do? What is the result of their legislation? They enact something today just to whimsically repeal it tomorrow. One political party utilizes a country for one purpose, and the next moment, another political party forms a different type of government and nullifies all the rules and laws and regulations. This process of chewing the chewed, punas charvata charvanana, will never make human society happy. In order to make all human society happy and prosperous, we should accept the standard methods given by liberated persons. Text 5. A foolish person who manufactures his own ways and means through mental speculation does not recognize the authority of the sages who lay down unimpeachable directions is simply unsuccessful again and again in his attempts. Purport. At the present moment, it has become fashionable to disobey the unimpeachable directions given by the acharyas and liberated souls of the past. Presently, people are so fallen that they cannot distinguish between a liberated soul and a conditioned soul. A conditioned soul is hampered by 4 defects. He is sure to commit mistakes, he is sure to become illusioned, he has a tendency to cheat others, and his senses are imperfect. Consequently, we have to take direction from liberated persons. This Krishna consciousness movement directly receives instructions from the Supreme Personality of Godhead via persons who are strictly following his instructions. Although a follower may not be a liberated person, if he follows the Supreme Liberated Personality of Godhead, his actions are naturally liberated from the contamination of the material nature. Lord Chaitanya therefore says, quote, "By my order, you may become a spiritual master," end quote. One can immediately become a spiritual master by having full faith in the transcendental words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and by following his instructions. Materialistic men are not much interested in taking directions from a liberated person, but they are very much interested in their concocted ideas, which make them repeatedly fail in their attempts. Because the entire world is now following the imperfect directions of conditioned souls, humanity is completely bewildered. Text 6. My dear king, the seeds, roots, herbs, and grains which were created by Lord Brahma in the past are now being used by non-devotees who are devoid of all spiritual understanding. Purport. Lord Brahma created this material world for the use of the living entities, but it was created according to the plan that all living entities who come into it to dominate it for sense gratification would be given directions by Lord Brahma in the Vedas in order that they may ultimately leave it and return home back to Godhead. All necessities grown on earth, namely fruits, flowers, trees, grains, animals, and animal byproducts, were created for use in sacrifice for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. However, the planet Earth in the shape of a cow herein submits that all these utilities are being used by non-devotees who have no plans for spiritual understanding. Although there are immense potencies within the earth for the production of grains, fruits, and flowers, this production is checked by the earth itself when it is misused by non-devotees who have no spiritual goals. Everything belongs to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and everything can be used for his satisfaction. Things should not be used for the sense gratification of the living entities. This is the whole plan of material nature according to the directions of this material nature. In this verse, the words ashabdi and adritavritai are important. The word ashabdi refers to the non-devotees. The non-devotees have been described in Bhagavad Gita as duskritana, miscreants, mudha, asses or rascals, naradama, lowest of mankind, and maya prakritigyan, those who have lost their knowledge to the power of the illusory energy. All these persons are asat, non-devotees. Non-devotees are also called griyavrata, whereas the devotee is called dritavrata. According to plans, the misguided conditioned souls who have come to lord it over material nature should be trained to become dritavrata. This means that they should take a vow to satisfy their senses or enjoy material life only by satisfying the senses of the Supreme Lord. Activities intended to satisfy the senses of the Supreme Lord, Krishna, are called Krishnarte Kila Chesta. This indicates that one can attempt all kinds of work, but one should do so to satisfy Krishna. This is described in Bhagavad Gita as Yajnartat Karma. The word Yajna indicates Lord Vishnu. We should work only for his satisfaction. In modern times, Kali Yuga, however, people have forgotten Vishnu altogether, and they conduct their activities for sense gratification. Such people will gradually become poverty-stricken, for they cannot use things which are to be enjoyed by the Supreme Lord for their own sense gratification. If they continue to do like this, there will ultimately be a state of poverty, and no grains, fruits, or flowers will be produced. Indeed, it is stated in the 12th canto of Bhagavatam that at the end of Kali Yuga, people will be so polluted that there will no longer be any grains, wheat, sugar cane, or milk. Text 7. My dear king, not only are grains and herbs being used by non-devotees, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not being properly maintained. Indeed, I am being neglected by kings who are not punishing these rascals who have turned into thieves by using grains for sense gratification. Consequently, I have hidden all these seeds which are meant for the performance of sacrifice. Purport. That which happened during the time of Maharaja Prithu and his father, King Vena, is also happening at the present moment. A huge arrangement exists for the production of large-scale industrial and agricultural products, but all these products are meant for sense gratification. Therefore, despite such productive capabilities, there is scarcity because the world's population is full of thieves. The word koribute indicates that the population has turned to thievery. According to Vedic understanding, men are transformed into thieves when they plan economic development for sense gratification. It is also explained in Bhagavad Gita that if one eats food grains without offering them to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yaga, he is a thief and liable to be punished. According to spiritual communism, all properties on the surface of the globe belong to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The population has the right to use goods only after offering them to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the process of accepting prasad. Unless one eats prasad, he is certainly a thief. It is the duty of governors and kings to punish such thieves and maintain the world nicely. If this is done, grains will no longer be produced. If this is not done, grains will no longer be produced, and people will simply starve. Indeed, not only will people be obliged to eat less, but they will kill one another and eat their own flesh. They are already killing animals for flesh, so that when they are no longer grains, fruits, and vegetables, they will kill their own sons and fathers and eat their flesh for sustenance. Text 8. Due to being stocked for a very long time, all the grain seeds within me have certainly deteriorated. Therefore, you should immediately arrange to take these seeds out by the standard process which is recommended by the acharyas or shastras. Purport. When there is scarcity of grain, the government should follow the methods prescribed in the shastras and approved by the acharyas. Thus, there will be sufficient production of grains, and food scarcity and famine can be checked. Bhagavad Gita recommends that we perform jaga, sacrifices. By the performance of jaga, sufficient clouds gather in the sky, and when there are sufficient clouds, there is also sufficient rainfall. In this way, agricultural matters are taken care of. When there is sufficient grain production, the general populace eats the grains. Animals like cows, goats, and other domestic animals eat the grasses and grains also. According to this arrangement, human beings should perform the sacrifices recommended in the Shastras, and if they do so, there will no longer be food scarcity. In Kali Yuga, the only sacrifice recommended is Sankirtan Jaga. In this verse, there are two significant words, yogena, by the approved method, and drishtena, as exemplified by the former acharyas. One is mistaken if he thinks that by supplying modern machines, such as tractors, grains can be produced. If one goes to a desert and uses a tractor, there is still no possibility of producing grains. We may adopt various means, but it is essential to know that the planet Earth will stop producing grains if sacrifices are not performed. The earth has already explained that because non-devotees are enjoying the production of food, she has reserved food seeds for the performance of sacrifice. Now, of course, the atheists will not believe in this spiritual method for producing grains, but whether they believe or not, the fact remains that we are not independent to produce grain by mechanical means. As far as the approved method is concerned, it is enjoined in the Shastras that intelligent men of this age will take to the Sankirtan movement, and by so doing, they shall worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya, whose bodily complexion is golden and who is always accompanied by his confidential devotees to preach this Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. In its present condition, the world can only be saved by introducing this Sankirtan, this Krishna consciousness movement. As we have learned from the previous verse, one who is not in Krishna consciousness is considered a thief. And even though he may be very materially advanced, a thief cannot be placed in a comfortable position. A thief is a thief, and he is punishable. Because people are without Krishna consciousness, they have become thieves, and consequently they are being punished by the laws of material nature. No one can check this, not even by introducing so many relief funds and humanitarian institutions. Unless the people of the world take to Krishna consciousness, there will be scarcity of food and much suffering. Text 9 and 10. O great hero, protector of the living entities, if you desire to relieve the living entities by supplying them sufficient grains, and if you desire to nourish them by taking milk from me, you should make arrangements to bring a calf suitable for this purpose, and a pot in which milk can be kept, as well as a milkman to do the work. Since I will be very much affectionate toward my calf, your desire to take milk from me will be fulfilled. Purport. These are nice instructions for milking a cow. The cow must first have a calf so that out of affection for the calf, she will voluntarily give sufficient milk. There must also be an expert milkman and a suitable pot in which to keep the milk. Just as a cow cannot deliver sufficient milk without being affectionate to her calf, the earth cannot produce sufficient necessities without feeling affection for those who are Krishna conscious. Even though the earth's being in the shape of a cow may be taken figuratively, the meaning herein is very explicit. Just as a calf can derive milk from a cow, all living entities, including birds, animals, bees, reptiles, aquatics, etc., can receive their respective foods from the planet Earth, provided that human beings are not asat, or adritavata, as we have previously discussed. When human society becomes asat, or ungodly, or devoid of Krishna consciousness, the entire world suffers. If human beings are well behaved, animals will also receive sufficient food and be happy. The ungodly human being, ignorant of his duty to give protection and food to the animals, kills them to compensate for the insufficient production of grains. Thus, no one is satisfied, and that is the cause of the present condition in today's world. Text 11. My dear king, may I inform you that you have to make the entire surface of the globe level. This will help me even when the rainy season has ceased. Rainfall comes by the mercy of King Indra. Rainfall will remain on the surface of the globe, always keeping the earth moistened, and thus it will be auspicious for all kinds of production. Purport. King Indra of the heavenly planets is in charge of throwing thunderbolts and giving rainfall. Generally, thunderbolts are thrown on the tops of hills in order to break them to pieces. As these pieces are spread asunder in due course of time, the surface of the globe gradually becomes fit for agriculture. Level land is especially conducive for the production of grain. Thus, the planet Earth requested Maharaja Prithu to level the surface of the earth, breaking up the high land and mountains. Text 12. After hearing the auspicious and pleasing words of the planet Earth, the king accepted them. He then transformed Swayambhuva Manu into a calf and milked all the herbs and grains from the earth in the form of a cow, keeping them in his cupped hands. Text 13. Others who were as intelligent as King Prithu also took the essence out of the earthly planet. Indeed, everyone took this opportunity to follow in the footsteps of King Prithu and got get whatever he desired from the planet Earth. Purport. The planet Earth is also called Vasundhara. The word Vasu means wealth, and Dhara means one who holds. All creatures within the earth fulfill the necessities required for human beings, and all living entities can be taken out of the earth by the proper means, as suggested by the planet Earth and accepted and initiated by King Prithu. Whatever is taken from the earth, either from the mines or from the surface of the globe or from the atmosphere, should always be considered the property of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and should be used for Jaga, Lord Vishnu. As soon as the process of Jaga is stopped, the earth will withhold all productions, vegetables, trees, plants, fruits, flowers, and other agricultural products, and minerals, etc. As confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, the process of Jaga was instituted from the beginning of creation. By the regular performance of Jaga, the equal distribution of wealth, and the restriction of sense gratification, the entire world will be made peaceful and prosperous. As already mentioned, in this age of Kali, the simple performance of Sankirtan Jaga, the holding of festivals as initiated by the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, should be introduced in every town and village. Intelligent men should encourage the performance of Sankirtan Jaga by their personal behavior. This means that they should follow the process of austerity by restricting themselves from illicit sex life, meat eating, gambling, and intoxication. If the intelligent men or the brahmanas of society would follow the rules and regulations, certainly the entire face of this present world, which is in such chaotic condition, would change, and people would be happy and prosperous. Text 14. All the great sages transformed Brihaspati into a calf, and making the senses into a pot, they milked all kinds of Vedic knowledge to purify words, mind, and hearing. Purport. Brihaspati is the king or the priest of the heavenly planets. Vedic knowledge was received in logical order by the great sages through Brihaspati for the benefit of human society, not only in this planet, but throughout the universe. In other words, Vedic knowledge is considered one of the necessities for human society. If human society remains satisfied simply by taking grains from the planet Earth, as well as other necessities for maintaining the body, society will not be sufficiently prosperous. Humanity must have food for the mind and ear, as well as for the purpose of vibration. As far as transcendental vibrations are concerned, the essence of all Vedic knowledge is the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. In Kali Yuga, if this Vedic Maha Mantra is chanted regularly and heard regularly by the devotional process of Sravanam Kirtanam, it will purify all societies, and thus humanity will be happy, both materially and spiritually. Text 15. All the demigods made Indra, the king of heaven, into a calf, and from the earth they milked the beverage soma, which is nectar. Thus, they became very powerful in mental speculation and bodily and sensual strength. Purport. In this verse, the word soma means nectar. Soma is a kind of beverage made in the heavenly planets from the moon to the kingdoms of the demigods in the various higher planetary systems. By drinking this soma beverage, the demigods become more powerful mentally and increase their sensual powers and bodily strength. The words Hiran Mayena Patrena indicates that this soma beverage is not an ordinary intoxicating liquor. The demigods would not touch any kind of liquor, nor is soma a kind of drug. It is a different kind of beverage available in the heavenly planets. Soma is far different from the liquors made for demoniac people, as explained in the next verse. Text 16. The sons of Diti and the demons transformed Prahlad Maharaj, who was born in an Asura family, into a calf, and they extracted various kinds of liquor and beer, which they put into a pot made of iron. Purport. The demons also have their own types of beverage in the form of liquors and beers, just as the demigods use somaras for their drinking purposes. The demons born of Diti take great pleasure in drinking wine and beer. Even today, people of demonic nature are very much addicted to liquor and beer. The name of Prahlad Maharaj is very significant in this connection. Because Prahlad Maharaj was born in a family of demons as the son of Hiranyakashipu, by his mercy the demons were and still able to have their drinks in the form of wine and beer. The word aya, iron, is very significant. Whereas the nectarine soma was put into a golden pot, the liquors and beers were put in an iron pot. Because the liquor and beer are inferior, they are put into an iron pot, and because Somaras is superior, it is placed in a golden pot. Text 17. The inhabitants of Gandharva-loka and Apsara-loka made Vishwavasu into a calf, and they drew the milk into a lotus flower pot. The milk took the shape of sweet musical art and beauty. Text 18. The fortunate inhabitants of Pṛthu-loka, who preside over the funeral ceremonies, made Aryama into a calf. With great faith, they milked kavya, food offered to the ancestors, into an unbaked earthen pot. Purport. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Prithinyantim Prativrata. Those who are interested in family welfare are called Prativrata. There is a planet called Pṛthu-loka, and the predominating deity of that planet is called Aryama. He is somewhat of a demigod, and by satisfying him, one can help ghostly family members develop a gross body. Those who are very sinful and attached to their family, house, village, or country do not receive a gross body made of material elements, but remain in a subtle body composed of mind, ego, and intelligence. Those who live in such subtle bodies are called ghosts. This ghostly position is very painful because the ghost has intelligence, mind, and ego and wants to enjoy material life, but because he doesn't have a gross material body, he can only create disturbances for want of material satisfaction. It is the duty of the family members, especially the son, to offer oblations to the demigod Aryama, or Lord Vishnu. From time immemorial, in India, the son of a dead man goes to Gaya and, at a Vishnu temple there, offers oblations for the benefit of his ghostly father. It is not that everyone's father becomes a ghost, but the oblations of Pinda are offered to the lotus feet of Vishnu, so that if a family member happens to become a ghost, he will be favored with a gross body. However, if one is habituated into taking the prasad of Lord Vishnu, there is no chance of his becoming a ghost or anything lower than a human being. In Vedic civilization, there is a performance called Shraddha, by which food is offered with faith and devotion. If one offers oblations with faith and devotion either to the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu or to his representative in Pṛthu-loka, Aryama, one's forefathers will attain material bodies to enjoy whatever material enjoyment is due them. In other words, they do not have to become ghosts. Text 19. After this, the inhabitants of Siddha-loka, as well as the inhabitants of Vidyadhara-loka, transformed the great sage Kapila into a calf, and making the whole sky into a pot, they milked the specific yogic mystic powers, beginning with Anima. Indeed, the inhabitants of Vidyadhara-loka acquired the art of flying in the sky. Purport. The inhabitants of both Siddha-loka and Vidyadhara-loka are naturally endowed with mystic yogic powers, by which they can not only fly in outer space without a vehicle, but can also fly from one planet to another simply by exerting their will. Just as a fish can swim within water, the inhabitants of Vidyadhara-loka can swim in the ocean of air. As far as the inhabitants of Siddha-loka are concerned, they are endowed with all mystic powers. The yogis on this planet practice the eightfold yogic mysticism, namely yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. By regularly practicing the yoga processes one after another, the yogis attain various perfections. They can become smaller than the smallest, heavier than the heaviest, etc. They can even manufacture a planet, get whatever they like, and control whatever man they want. All the residents of Siddha-loka are naturally endowed with these mystic yogic powers. It is certainly a very wonderful thing if we see a person or on this planet flying in the sky without a vehicle, but in the Vidyadhara-loka, such flying is commonplace, as is birds flying in the sky. Similarly, in Siddha-loka, all the inhabitants are great yogis, perfect in mystic powers. The name of Kapila Muni is significant in this verse because he was the expounder of the Sankhya philosophical system, and his father, Kardama Muni, was a great yogi and mystic. Indeed, Kardama Muni prepared a great airplane which was as large as a small town and had various gardens, palatial buildings, servants, maidservants, etc. With all this paraphernalia, Kapila Dev's mother, Devahuti, and his father, Kardama Muni, traveled all over the universes and visited different planets. Text 20. Others also, the inhabitants of the planets known as Kimpurusha Loka, made the demon Maya into a calf, and they milked out mystic powers by which one can disappear immediately from another's vision and appear again in a different form. Purport. It is said that the inhabitants of Kimpurusha Loka can perform many wonderful mystic demonstrations. In other words, they can exhibit as many wonderful things as one can imagine. The inhabitants of this planet can do whatever they like or whatever they imagine. Such powers are also mystic powers. Possession of such mystic power is called asita. The demons generally learn such mystic powers by the practice of yoga. In the Dashama Skanda, the 10th canto of Srimad-Bhagavatam, there is a vivid description of how the demons appear before Krishna in various wonderful forms. For instance, Bakasura appeared before Krishna and his coward boyfriends as a gigantic crane. While present on this planet, Lord Krishna had to fight with many demons who could exhibit wonderful mystic powers of Kimpurusha Loka. Although the inhabitants of Kimpurusha Loka are naturally endowed with such powers, one can attain these powers on this planet by performing different yogic practices. Text 21. Then the yakshas, the rakshasas, ghosts, and witches, who are habituated to eating flesh, transformed Lord Shiva's incarnation Rudra, Bhutanath, into a calf and milked out beverages made of blood and put them in a pot made of skulls. Purport. There are some types of living entities in the form of human beings whose living conditions and eatables are most abominable. Generally, they eat flesh and fermented blood, which is mentioned in this verse as kshatrajasavam. The leaders of such degraded men, known as yakshas, rakshasas, bhutas, pisachas, etc., are all in the mode of ignorance. They have been placed under the control of Rudra. Rudra is an incarnation of Lord Shiva and is in charge of the mode of ignorance in material nature. Another name of Lord Shiva is Bhutanath, meaning master of ghosts. Rudra was born out of Brahma's eyes when Brahma was very angry at the four Kumars. Text 22. Thereafter, cobras and snakes without hoods, large snakes, scorpions, and many other poisonous animals took poison out of the planet Earth as their milk and kept this poison in snake holes. They made a calf out of takshaka. Purport. Within this material world, there are various types of living entities, and different types of reptiles and scorpions mentioned in this verse are also provided with their sustenance by the arrangement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The point is that everyone is taking his eatables from the planet Earth. According to one's association with the material qualities, one develops a certain type of character. Payapanam bhujangatam. If one feeds a serpent milk, the snake will simply increase his venom. However, if one supplies milk to a talented sage or saint, the sage will develop fine brain tissues by which he can contemplate higher spiritual life. Thus, the Lord is supplying everyone with food, but according to the living entity's association with the modes of material nature, the living entity develops his specific character. Texts 23 and 24. The four-legged animals, like the cows, made a calf out of the bull who carries Lord Shiva and made a milking pot out of the forest. Thus they got fresh green grasses to eat. Ferocious animals like tigers transformed a lion into a calf, and thus they were able to get flesh for milk. The birds made a calf out of Garuda and took milk from the planet Earth in the form of moving insects and non-moving plants and grasses. Purport. There are many carnivorous birds descended from Garuda, the winged carrier of Lord Vishnu. Indeed, there is a particular type of bird that is very fond of eating monkeys. Eagles are fond of eating goats, and of course many birds eat only fruits and berries. Therefore the words charam, referring to moving animals, and acharam, referring to grasses, fruits, and vegetables, are mentioned in this verse. Text 25. The trees made a calf out of a banyan tree, and thus they derived milk in the form of many delicious juices. The mountains transformed the Himalayas into a calf, and they milked the variety of minerals into a pot made of the peaks of hills. Text 26. The planet Earth supplied everyone his respective food. During the time of King Prithu, the earth was fully under the control of the king. Thus, all the inhabitants of the earth could get their food supply by creating various types of calves and putting their particular types of milk in various pots. Purport. This is evidence that the Lord supplies food to everyone. As confirmed in the Vedas, Eko Bahunam Yo Vidadati Kaman. Although the Lord is one, he is supplying all necessities to everyone through the medium of the planet Earth. There are different varieties of living entities on different planets, and they all derive their eatables from their planets in different forms. On the basis of these descriptions, how can one assume that there is no living entity on the moon? Every moon is earthly, being composed of the 5 elements. Every planet produces different types of food according to the needs of its residents. According to the Vedic Shastras, it is not true that the moon does not produce food, nor that no living entity is living there. Text 27. My dear Vidura, chief of the Kurus, in this way, King Prithu and all the others who subsist on food created different types of calves and milked out their respective eatables. Thus they received their various foodstuffs, which were symbolized as milk. Text 28. Thereafter, King Prithu was very satisfied with the planet Earth, for she sufficiently supplied all food to various living entities. Thus he developed an affection for the planet Earth, just as if she were his own daughter. Text 29. After this, the king of all kings, Maharaja Prithu, leveled all rough places on the surface of the globe by breaking up the hills with the strength of his bow. By his grace, the surface of the globe became almost flat. Purport. Generally, the mountainous and hilly portions of the earth are made flat by the striking of thunderbolts. Generally, this is the business of King Indra of the heavenly planets. But King Prithu, an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, did not wait for King Indra to break up the hills and mountains, but did so himself by using his strong bow. Text 30. To all the citizens of the state, King Prithu was as good as a father. Thus he was visibly engaged in giving them proper subsistence and proper employment for subsistence. After leveling the surface of the globe, he earmarked different places for residential quarters inasmuch as there were desirable. Text 31. In this way, the king founded many types of villages, settlements, and towns, and built forts, residences for cowherdsmen, stables for the animals, and places for the royal camps, mining places, agricultural towns, and mountain villages. Text 32. Before the reign of King Prithu, there was no planned arrangement for different cities, villages, pasturing grounds, etc. Everything was scattered, and everyone constructed his residential quarters according to his own convenience. However, since King Prithu, plans were made for towns and villages. Purport. From this statement, it appears that town and city planning is not new, but has been coming down since the time of King Prithu. In India, we can see regular planning methods evident in very old cities. In Srimad-Bhagavatam, there are many descriptions of such ancient cities. Even 5,000 years ago, Lord Krishna's capital, Dwarka, was well planned, and similar other cities, Mathura and Hastinapur, now New Delhi, were also well planned. Thus, the planning of cities and towns is not a modern invention, but was existing in bygone ages. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports of the 4th Canto, 18th chapter of the Srimad-Bhagavatam, entitled Pṛthu Mahārāja Milks the Earth Planet. The following is a free-for-download audiobook from the website krishnapath.org. Srimad-Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Part 2, Chapter 19. King Prithu's 100 Horse Sacrifices. Text 1. The great sage Maitreya continued, "My dear Vidura, King Prithu initiated the performance of 100 horse sacrifices at the spot where the river Saraswati flows toward the east. This piece of land is known as Brahmavarta, and it was controlled by Swayambhuva Manu." Text 2. When the most powerful King Indra, the king of heaven, saw this, he considered the fact that King Prithu was going to exceed him in fruitive activities. Thus Indra could not tolerate the great sacrificial ceremonies performed by King Prithu. Purport. In the material world, everyone who comes to enjoy himself or lord it over material nature is envious of others. This envy is also found in the personality of the King of Heaven, Indra. As evident from revealed scriptures, Indra was several times envious of many persons. He was especially envious of great fruitive activities and the execution of yoga practices, or siddhis. Indeed, he could not tolerate them, and he desired to break them up. He was envious due to fear that those who performed great sacrifices for the execution of mystic yoga might occupy his seat. Since no one in this material world can tolerate another's advancement, everyone in the material world is called matsara, envious. In the beginning of Srimad-Bhagavatam, it is therefore said that Srimad-Bhagavatam is meant for those who are completely nirmatsara, non-envious. In other words, one who is not free from the contamination of envy cannot advance in Krishna consciousness. In Krishna consciousness, however, if someone excels another person, the devotee who is excelled thinks how fortunate the other person is to be advancing in devotional service. Such non-envy is typical of Vaikuntha. However, when one is envious of his competitor, that is material. The demigods posted in the material world are not exempt from envy. Text 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, is present in everyone's heart as the Supersoul, and he is the proprietor of all planets and the enjoyer of the results of all sacrifices. He was personally present at the sacrifices made by King Prithu. Purport. In this verse, the word Shakshat is significant. Pṛthu Mahārāja was a Shakti Vaishavatar incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Actually, Pṛthu Mahārāja was a living entity, but he acquired specific powers from Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu, however, is directly the Supreme Personality of Godhead and thus belongs to the category of Vishnu Tattva. Maharaj Prithu belonged to the Jiva Tattva. The Vishnu Tattva indicates God, whereas the Jiva Tattva indicates the part and parcel of God. When God's part and parcel is specifically or especially empowered, he is called Shakti Vaishavatar. Lord Vishnu is herein described as Hari Ishvara. The Lord is so kind that he takes all miserable conditions away from his devotees. Consequently, he is called Hari. He is described as Ishvara because he can do whatever he likes. He is the supreme controller. The supreme Ishvara Purushottama is Lord Krishna. He exhibits his powers as Ishwar, or the supreme controller, when he assures his devotee in Bhagavad Gita, quote, "Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear." End quote. Bhagavad Gita 18:66. He can immediately make his devotee immune to all the reactions caused by sinful life if the devotee simply surrenders unto him. It is described herein that Sarvatma, meaning that he is present in everyone's heart as the Supersoul, and as such he is the supreme teacher of everyone. If we are fortunate enough to take the lessons given by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, our lives immediately become successful. No one can give better instructions to human society than Lord Krishna. Text 4. When Lord Vishnu appeared in the sacrificial arena, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and all the chief predominating personalities of every planet, as well as their followers, came with him. When he appeared on the scene, the residents of Gandharva Loka, the great sages and residents of Apsara Loka, all praised him. Text 5. The Lord was accompanied by the residents of Siddhaloka, Vidyadhara Loka, and the descendants of Diti, and the demons and the Yakshas. He was also accompanied by his chief associates, headed by Sunanda and Nanda. Text 6. Great devotees who are always engaged in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as well as the great sages named Kapila, Narada, and Dattatreya, and masters of mystic powers, headed by Shanaka Kumar, and all attended the great sacrifice with Lord Vishnu. Text 7. My dear Vidura, in that great sacrifice, the entire land came to be like the milk-producing Kamadhenu, and thus, by the performance of Jaga, all daily necessities for life were supplied. Purport. In this verse, the word Dharma Dukkha is significant, for it indicates the Kamadhenu. Kamadhenu is also known as Surabhi. Surabhi cows inhabit the spiritual world, and as stated in Brahma Samhita, Lord Krishna is engaged in tending these cows. Surabhi adipalidantam. One can milk a Surabhi cow as often as he likes, and the cow will deliver as much milk as one requires. Milk, of course, is necessary for the production of so many milk products, especially clarified butter, which is required for the prescribed sacrifices. Our supply, unless we are prepared to perform the prescribed sacrifices, our supply of the necessities of life will be checked. Bhagavad Gita confirms that Lord Brahma created human society along with Jaga, the performance of sacrifice. Jaga means Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and sacrifice means working for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this age, however, it is very difficult to find qualified brahmanas who can perform sacrifices as prescribed in the Vedas. Therefore, it is recommended in Srimad-Bhagavatam, Yajñai Sankirtana Praye. That is, that by performing Sankirtan Jaga and by satisfying the Jaga Purusha, Lord Chaitanya, one can derive all the results derived by great sacrifices in the past. King Prithu and others derived all the necessities of life from the earthly planet by performing great sacrifices. Now, this Sankirtan movement has already been started by the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. People should take advantage of this great sacrifice and join in the society's activities. Then there will be no scarcity. If Sankirtan Jaga is performed, there will be no difficulty, not even in industrial enterprises. Therefore, this system should be introduced in all spheres of life, social, political, industrial, commercial, etc. Then everything will run very peacefully and smoothly. Text 8. The flowing rivers supplied all kinds of tastes, sweet, pungent, sour, etc., and very big trees supplied fruit and honey in abundance. The cows, having eaten sufficient green grass, supplied profuse quantities of milk, curd, clarified butter, and similar other necessities. Purport. If rivers are not polluted and are allowed to flow in their own way, or sometimes allowed to flood the land will become very fertile and able to produce all kinds of vegetables, trees, and plants. The word rasa means taste. Actually, all rasas are tastes within the earth, and as soon as seeds are sown on the ground, various trees sprout up to satisfy our different tastes. For instance, sugarcane provides its juices to satisfy our taste for sweetness, and oranges provide their juices to satisfy our taste for a mixture of the sweet and sour. Similarly, there are pineapples and other fruits. At the same time, there are chilies to satisfy our taste for pungency. Although the earth's ground is the same, different tastes arise due to different kinds of seeds. As Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Bijam mam sarvabhutanam, quote, I am the original seed of all existences, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 7:10. Therefore, all arrangements are there. As stated in Ishupanishad, Purnamidam, complete arrangements for the production of all the necessities of life are made by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. People should therefore learn how to satisfy the Jagapurusha, Lord Vishnu. Indeed, the living entity's prime business is to satisfy the Lord, because the living entity is part and parcel of the Lord. Thus, the whole system is so arranged that the living entity must do his duty as he is constitutionally made. Without doing so, all living entities must suffer. That is the law of nature. The words Tavaraho Buri Varshmana indicate very luxuriantly grown, big-bodied trees. The purpose of these trees was to produce honey and varieties of fruit. In other words, the forest also has its purpose in supplying honey, fruits, and flowers. Unfortunately, in Kali Yuga, due to an absence of yaga, there are many big trees in the forest, but they do not supply sufficient fruits and honey. Thus, everything is dependent on the performance of jaga. The best way to perform jaga in this age is to spread the Sankirtan movement all over the world. Text 9. King Pṛthu was presented with various gifts from general populace and predominating deities of all planets. The oceans and seas were full of valuable jewels and pearls, and the hills were full of chemicals and fertilizers. 4 kinds of edibles were produced profusely. Purport. As stated in Ishupanishad, this material creation is supplied with all the potencies for the production of all necessities required by the living entities, not only human beings, but animals, reptiles, aquatics, trees, etc. The oceans and seas produce pearls, coral, and valuable jewels so that fortunate, law-abiding people can utilize them. Similarly, the hills are full of chemicals, so when the river flows down from them, the chemicals spread over the fields to fertilize the 4 kinds of foodstuffs. These are technically known as charvya, those edibles which are chewed, leya, those which are licked up, chusya, those which are swallowed, and peya, those which are drunk. Pṛthu Mahārāja was greeted by the residents of other planets and their presiding deities. They presented various gifts to the king and acknowledged him as the proper type of king, by whose planning and activities everyone throughout the universe could be happy and prosperous. It is clearly indicated in this verse that the oceans and seas are meant for producing jewels, but in the Kali Yuga, the oceans are mainly utilized for fishing. Shudras and poor men were allowed to fish, but the higher classes like Kshatriyas and Vaishyas would gather pearls, jewels, and coral. Although poor men would catch tons of fish, they would not be equal and valuable to one piece of coral or pearl. In this age, so many factories or the manufacture of fertilizers have been opened, but when the personality of Godhead was pleased by the performance of jagas, the hills automatically produce fertilizing chemicals which help produce edibles in the fields. Everything is dependent on the people's acceptance of the Vedic principles of sacrifice. Text 10. King Pṛthu was dependent on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as Adhokshaja. Because King Pṛthu performed so many sacrifices, he was superhumanly enhanced by the mercy of the Supreme Lord. King Pṛthu's opulence, however, could not be tolerated by the King of Heaven, Indra, who tried to impede the progress of his opulence. Purport. In this verse, there are 3 significant purposes expressed in the words Adhokshaja, Bhagavan, Indra, and Pṛthu. Maharaj Pṛthu is an incarnation of Vishnu, yet He was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. Although an empowered incarnation of Lord Vishnu, he is nonetheless a living entity. As such, he must be a devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although one is empowered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is an incarnation, he should not forget his eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Kali Yuga, there are many self-made incarnations, rascals, who declare themselves to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word Bhagavan Indra indicates that even a living entity can be exalted and powerful as King Indra, for even King Indra is an ordinary living entity in the material world and possesses the 4 defects of the conditioned soul. King Indra is described herein as Bhagavan, which is generally used in reference to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this case, however, Lord King Indra is addressed as Bhagavan because he has so much power in his hands. Despite his becoming Bhagavan, he is envious of the incarnation of God, Pṛthu Mahārāja. The defects of material life are so strong that due to contamination, King Indra becomes envious of an incarnation of God. We should try to understand, therefore, how a conditioned soul becomes fallen. The opulence of King Pṛthu was not dependent on material conditions. As described in this verse, he was a great devotee of Adhokshaja. The word Adhokshaja indicates the personality of Godhead, who is beyond the expression of mind and words. However, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears before the devotee in his original form of eternal bliss and knowledge. The devotee is allowed to see the Supreme Lord eye to eye, although the Lord is beyond the expression of our senses and beyond our direct perception. Text 11. When Pṛthu Mahārāja was performing the last horse sacrifice, Ashvamedha Yaga, King Indra, invisible to everyone, stole the horse intended for the sacrifice. He did this because of his great envy of King Pṛthu. Purport. King Indra is known as Satakratu, which indicates that he has performed 100 horse sacrifices, Ashvamedha Yaga. We should know, however, that the animals sacrificed in the Yaga were not killed. If the Vedic mantras were properly pronounced during the sacrifice, the animal sacrificed would again come out with a new life. That is the test for a successful Yaga. When King Pṛthu performed 100 Yagas, Indra became very envious because he did not want anyone to excel him. Being an ordinary living entity, he became envious of King Pṛthu, and making himself invisible, he stole the horse and thus impeded the Yaga performance. Text 12. When King Indra was taking away the horse, he dressed himself to appear as a liberated person. Actually, this dress is a form of cheating, for it falsely created an impression of religion. When Indra went into outer space in this way, the great sage Atri saw him and understood the whole situation. Purport. The word prakanda used in this verse is sometimes pronounced prashanda. Both of these words indicate an impostor who presents himself as a very religious person, but in actuality is sinful. Indra took up the saffron-colored dress as a way of cheating others. This saffron dress has been misused by many impostors who present themselves as liberated persons or incarnations of God. In this way, people are cheated. As we have mentioned many times, the conditioned soul has a tendency to cheat. Therefore, this quality is also visible in a person like King Indra. It is understood that even King Indra is not liberated from the clutches of material contamination. Thus, the word amuktam eva, meaning, quote, as if he were liberated, end quote, is used. The saffron dress worn by a sannyasi announces to the world that he has renounced all worldly affairs and is simply engaged in the service of the Lord. Such a devotee is actually a sannyasi or a liberated person. In Bhagavad Gita it is said, Anashtita kamaphalam karyam karma karotiya sa sannyasi yogicha na niragir na chakrina. quote, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no work. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 6.1. In other words, one who offers the results of his activities to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is actually a sannyasi and yogi. Cheating sannyasis and yogis have existed since the time of Pṛthu Mahārāja's sacrifice. This cheating was very foolishly introduced by King Indra. In some ages, such cheating is very prominent, and in other ages, not so prominent. It is the duty of a sannyasi to be very cautious because, as stated by Lord Chaitanya, sannyasa apachidras sarvaloki gaya. A little spot in a sannyasi's character will be magnified by the public. Therefore, unless one is very sincere and serious, he should not take up the order of sannyas. One should not use the order of as a means to cheat the public. It is better not to take up sannyas in this age of Kali because provocations are very strong in this age. Only a very exalted person advanced in spiritual understanding should attempt to take up sannyas. One should not adopt this order as a means of livelihood or for some material purpose. Text 13. When the son of King Prithu was informed by Atri of King Indra's trick, he immediately became very angry and followed Indra to kill him, calling, "Wait, wait." Purport. The words tishta, tishta are used by a Kshatriya when he challenges his enemy. When fighting, a Kshatriya cannot flee from the battlefield. However, when a Kshatriya, out of cowardice, flees from the battlefield, showing his back to the enemy, he is challenged with the words tishta, tishta. A real Kshatriya does not kill his enemy from behind, nor does a real Kshatriya turn his back on the battlefield. According to the Kshatriya principle and spirit, one neither attains victory nor dies in the battlefield. Although King Indra was very exalted, being the king of heaven, he became degraded due to his stealing the horse intended for sacrifice. Therefore, he fled without observing the Kshatriya principles, and the son of Prithu had to challenge him with the words, tishta, tishta. Text 14. King Indra was fraudulently dressed as a sannyasi, having knotted his hair on his head and smeared ashes all over his body. Upon seeing such a dress, the son of King Prithu considered Indra a religious man and pious sannyasi. Therefore, he did not release his arrows. Text 15. When Atri Muni saw that the son of King Prithu did not kill Indra but returned deceived by him, Atri Muni again instructed him to kill the heavenly king, because although he thought that Indra had become the lowliest of all demigods due to his impeding the execution of King Prithu's sacrifice. Text 16. Thus being informed, the grandson of King Vena immediately began to follow Indra, who was fleeing through the sky in great haste. He was very angry with him, and he chased him just as the king of the vultures chased Ravana. Text 17. When Indra saw that the son of Prithu was chasing him, he immediately abandoned his false dress and left the horse. Indeed, he disappeared from that very spot, and the great hero, the son of Maharaja Prithu, returned the horse to his father's sacrificial arena. Text 18. My dear Lord Vidura, when the great sages observed the wonderful prowess of the sons of King Prithu, they all agreed to give him the name Vijitashva. Text 19. My dear Vidura, Indra, being the king of heaven and very powerful, immediately brought a dense darkness upon the sacrificial arena. Covering the whole scene in this way, he again took away the horse, which was chained with the golden shackles near the wooden instrument where animals were sacrificed. Text 20. The great sage Atri again pointed out to the son of King Prithu that Indra was fleeing through the sky. The great hero, the son of Prithu, chased him again. But when he saw that Indra was carrying in his hand a staff with a skull at the top and was again wearing the dress of a sannyasi, he still chose not to kill him. Text 21. When the great sage Atri again gave directions, this son of King Prithu became very angry and placed an arrow on his bow. Upon seeing this, King Indra immediately abandoned the false dress of a sannyasi and, giving up the horse, made himself invisible. Text 22. Then the great hero Vijitashva, the son of King Prithu, again took the horse and returned to his father's sacrificial arena. Since that time, certain men with a poor fund of knowledge have adopted the dress of a false sannyasi. It was King Indra who introduced this. Purport. Since time immemorial, the sannyas order has carried the Tridanda. Later, Shankaracharya introduced Ekadandi sannyasi. A Tridandi sannyasi is a Vaishnava sannyasi, and an Ekadandi sannyasi is a Mayavadi sannyasi. There are many other types of sannyasis who are not approved by Vedic rituals. A type of pseudo-sannyasi was introduced by Indra when he tried to hide himself from the attack of Vijitashva, the great son of King Prithu. Now there are many different types of sannyasis. Some of them go naked, some of them carry a skull and trident, generally known as Kalaplika. All of them were introduced under some meaningless circumstances, and those who have a poor fund of knowledge accept these false sannyasis and under pretenses, although they are not bona fide guides to spiritual advancement. At the present moment, some missionary institutions, without referring to the Vedic rituals, have introduced some sannyasis who engage in sinful activities. The sinful activities forbidden in the Shastras are illicit sex, intoxication, meat-eating, and gambling. These so-called sannyasis indulge in all these activities. They eat flesh and meat, fish, eggs, and just about everything. They sometimes drink with the excuse that without alcohol, fish, and meat, it is impossible to remain in the cold countries near the Arctic zone. These sannyasis introduce all these sinful activities in the name of serving the poor, and consequently poor animals are cut to pieces and go into the bellies of these sannyasis. As described in the following verses, such sannyasis are pakandis. Vedic literature states that a person who puts Lord Narayan on the level of with Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma immediately becomes a pakandi. As stated in the Puranas, Yastu Narayana Devam Brahma Rudrani Daivata Samatvain Naiva Viksheta Na Pashandi Braved Dhruvam. In Kali Yuga, the Prakandis are very prominent. However, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has tried to kill all these Prakandis by introducing his Sankirtan movement. Those who take advantage of this Sankirtan movement of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness will be able to save themselves from the influence of these Pakandis. Text 23. Whatever different forms Indra assumed as a mendicant because of his desire to seize the horse were symbols of atheistic philosophy. Purport. According to Vedic civilization, sannyas is one of the essential items in the program of the Varnashram institution. One should accept sannyas according to the parampara system of the acharyas. At the present moment, however, many so-called sannyasis or mendicants have no understanding of God consciousness. Such sannyas was introduced by Indra because of his jealousy of Maharaja Prithu, and what he introduced is again appearing in the age of Kali. Practically none of the sannyasis of this age are bona fide. No one can introduce any new system into Vedic way of life. If one does so out of malice, he is known as a Pashandi, or atheist. In the Vaishnava Tantra it is said, Yastu Narayanam Devam Brahmarudrani Devata Samat Venaiva Viksheta Na Pashandi Bhaved Dhruvam. Although it is forbidden, there are many Pashandis who coin terms like Dhruva Narayan and Swami Narayan, although not even such demigods as Brahma and Shiva can be equal to Narayan. Text 24 and 25. In this way, King Indra, in order to steal the horse from King Prithu's sacrifice, adopted several orders of sannyas. Some of these sannyasis go naked, sometimes they wear red garments and pass under the name of Kapilika. These are simply symbolic representations of their sinful activities. These so-called sannyasis are very much appreciated by sinful men because they are all godless atheists and very expert in putting forward arguments and reason to support their case. We must know, however, that they are only passing as adherents of religion and are not so in fact. Unfortunately, bewildered persons accept them as religious, and being attracted to them, they spoil their life. Purport. As stated in Srimad-Bhagavatam, men in this age of Kali are short-lived, devoid of spiritual knowledge, and susceptible to accept false religious systems due to their unfortunate condition. Thus, they always remain mentally disturbed. The Vedic Shastras practically prohibit the adoption of sannyas in the age of Kali because less intelligent men may accept the sannyas order for cheating purposes. Actually, the only religion is the religion of surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We must serve the Lord in Krishna consciousness. All other systems of sannyas and religion are actually not bona fide. In this age, they are simply passing for religious systems. This is most regrettable. Text 26. Maharaj Prithu, who was celebrated as very powerful, immediately took up his bow and arrows and prepared to kill Indra himself, because Indra introduced such irregular sannyas order. Purport. It is the duty of the king not to tolerate any introduction of any irreligious systems. Since King Prithu was an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, certainly his duty was to cut down all kinds of irreligious systems. Following in his footsteps, all heads of state should themselves be bona fide representatives of God and should cut down all irreligious systems. Unfortunately, they are cowards who declare a secular life. Such a mentality is a way of compromising religious and irreligious systems because of this, citizens are gradually becoming uninterested in spiritual advancement. Thus, the situation deteriorates to such an extent that human society becomes hellish. Text 27. When the priests and all the others saw Maharaj Prithu very angry and prepared to kill Indra, they requested him, "O great soul, do not kill him, for only sacrificial animals can be killed in a sacrifice. Such are the directions given by the Shastra." Purport. Animal killing is intended for different purposes. It tests the proper pronunciation of Vedic mantras, and an animal being put into the sacrificial fire should come out with a new life. No one should ever be killed in a sacrifice meant for the satisfaction of Lord Vishnu. How then could Indra be killed when he is actually worshipped in the Jaga and accepted as part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Therefore, the priests requested King Prithu not to kill him. Text 28. Dear King, Indra's powers are already reduced due to his attempt to impede the execution of your sacrifice. We shall call him by Vedic mantras, which were never used before, and certainly he will come. Thus, by the power of our mantra, we shall cast him into the fire because he is your enemy. Purport. By chanting the Vedic mantras properly in the sacrifice, one can perform many wonderful things. In Kali Yuga, however, there are no qualified brahmanas who can chant the mantras properly. Consequently, no attempt should be made to perform such big sacrifices. In this age, the only sacrifice recommended is the Sankirtan movement. Text 29. My dear Vidura, well, after giving the king this advice, the priests who had been engaged in performing the sacrifice called for Indra, the king of heaven, in a mood of great anger. When they were just ready to put the oblation on the fire, Lord Brahma appeared on the scene and forbade them to start the sacrifice. Text 30. Lord Brahma addressed them thus: My dear sacrificial performers, you cannot kill Indra, the king of heaven. It is not your duty. You should know that Indra is as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Indeed, he is one of the most powerful assistants of the Personality of Godhead. You are trying to satisfy all the demigods by the performance of this jaga, but you should know that all these demigods are but parts and parcels of Indra, the king of heaven. How then can you kill him in this great sacrifice? Text 31. In order to make trouble and impede the performance of King Prithu's great sacrifice, King Indra has adopted some means that in the future will destroy the clear path of religious life. I draw your attention to this fact. If you oppose him any further, he will further misuse his power and introduce many other irreligious systems. Text 32. Let there be only 99 sacrificial performances for Maharaj Prithu, Lord Brahma concluded. Lord Brahma then turned toward Maharaj Prithu and informed him that since he was thoroughly aware of the path of liberation, what was the use in performing more sacrifices? Purport. Lord Brahma came down to pacify King Prithu regarding his continual performance of 100 sacrifices. King Prithu was determined to perform 100 sacrifices, and King Indra took this very seriously because Indra himself was known as the performer of 100 sacrifices. It is the nature, just as is the nature of all living entities within this material world to become envious of their competitors. King Indra, although king of heaven, was also envious of King Prithu. Therefore, he wanted to stop him from performing 100 sacrifices. Actually, there was great competition, and King Indra, to satisfy his senses, began to invent so many irreligious systems to obstruct King Prithu. To stop these irreligious inventions, Lord Brahma personally appeared in the sacrificial arena. As far as Maharaj Prithu was concerned, he was a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, it was not necessary for him to perform the prescribed Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. Such ceremonies are known as karma, and there is no need for a devotee in the transcendental position to execute them. As the ideal king, however, it was King Prithu's duty to perform sacrifices. A compromise was therefore to be worked out. By the blessings of Lord Brahma, King Prithu would become more famous than King Indra. Thus, Prithu's determination to perform 100 sacrifices was indirectly fulfilled by the blessings of Lord Brahma. Text 33. Lord Brahma continued, Let there be good fortune for both of you, for you and King Indra are both part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, you should not be angry with King Indra, who is non-different from you. Text 34. My dear king, don't be agitated and anxious because your sacrifices have not been properly executed due to providential impediments. Kindly take my words with great respect. You should always remember that if something happens by providential arrangement, we should not be very sorry. The more we try to rectify such reversals, the more we enter into the darkest region of materialistic thought. Purport. Sometimes the saintly or very religious person also has to meet with reversals in life. Such incidents should be taken as providential. Although there may be sufficient cause for being unhappy, one should avoid counteracting such reversals because the more we become implicated in rectifying such reversals, the more we enter into the darkest regions of material anxiety. Lord Krishna has also advised us in this connection. We should tolerate things instead of becoming agitated. Text 35. Lord Brahma continued, "Stop the performance of these sacrifices, for you have induced Indra to introduce so many irreligious aspects. You should know very well that even amongst the demigods there are many unwanted desires." Purport. There are many competitors in ordinary business affairs, and the Karmakanda chapters of the Vedas sometimes cause competition and envy amongst karmis. A karmi must be envious because he wishes to enjoy materialistic pleasures to their fullest extent. That is the material disease. Consequently, there is always competition amongst karmis, either in ordinary business affairs or in the performance of jaga. Lord Brahma's purpose was to end the competition between Lord Indra and Maharaja Prithu. Because Maharaja Prithu was a great devotee and incarnation of God, he was requested to stop the sacrifices so that Indra might not further introduce irreligious systems, which are always followed by criminal-minded people. Text 36. Just see how Indra, the king of heaven, was creating a disturbance in the midst of the sacrifice by stealing the sacrificial horse. These attractive, sinful activities which he has introduced will be carried out by the people in general. Purport. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Yad Yad Arachi Shretas Tad Eva Tarojana Yat Sayat Pramanam Kurute Lokastat Anavartate. Quote, whatever action is performed by a great man, common men follow in his footsteps. Whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 3:21. For his own sense gratification, King Indra thought to defeat Maharaja Prithu in the performance of 100 horse sacrifices. Consequently, he stole the horse and hid himself amid so many irreligious personalities, taking on the guise of a false sannyasi. Such activities are attractive to the people in general, therefore they are dangerous. Lord Brahma thought that instead of allowing Indra to further introduce such irreligious systems, it would be better to stop the sacrifice. A similar stance was taken by Lord Buddha when people were overly engrossed in the animal sacrifices recommended in Vedic instructions. Lord Buddha had to introduce the religion of nonviolence by contradicting the Vedic sacrificial instructions. Actually, in the sacrifices, the slaughtered animals were given a new life, but people without such powers were taking advantage of such Vedic rituals and unnecessarily killing poor animals. Therefore, Lord Buddha had to deny the authority of the Vedas for the time being. One should not perform sacrifices that will induce reversed orders. It is better to stop such sacrifices. As we have repeatedly explained, due to lack of qualified Brahminical priests in Kali Yuga, it is not possible to perform the ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas. Consequently, the Shastras instruct us to perform the Sankirtan Jaga. By the Sankirtan sacrifice, the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his form of Lord Chaitanya will be satisfied and worshipped. The entire purpose of performing sacrifices is to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. Lord Vishnu or Lord Krishna is present in his form of Lord Chaitanya. Therefore, people who are intelligent should try to satisfy him by performing Sankirtan Jaga. That is the easiest way to satisfy Lord Vishnu in this age. People should take advantage of the injunctions in different Shastras concerning sacrifices in this age and not create unnecessary disturbances during the sinful age of Kali. In Kali Yuga, men all over the world are very expert in opening slaughterhouses for killing animals which they eat. If the old ritualistic ceremonies were observed, people would be encouraged to kill more and more animals. In Calcutta, there are many butcher shops which keep a deity of the goddess Kali, and animal eaters think it proper to purchase animal flesh from such shops in hope that they're eating the remnants of food offered to Goddess Kali. They do not know that Goddess Kali never accepts non-vegetarian food because she is a chaste wife of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is also a great Vaishnava who never eats a non-vegetarian food, and the Goddess Kali accepts the remnants of food left by Lord Shiva. Therefore, there is no possibility of her eating flesh or fish. Such offerings are accepted by the associates of Goddess Kali known as Bhutas, Pishachas, and Rakshasas, and those who take the prasad of Goddess Kali in the shape of flesh or fish are not actually taking the prasad left by Goddess Kali, but the food left by the Bhutas and Pishachas. Text 37. O King Prithu, the son of Vena, you are the part and parcel expansion of Lord Vishnu. Due to the mischievous activities of King Vena, religious principles were almost lost. At that opportune moment, you descended as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Indeed, for the protection of religious principles, you have appeared from the body of King Vena. Purport. The way in which Lord Vishnu kills the demons and protects the faithful is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. Pratinaya sadhanam vinaschayas chadustrigatam dharma samstapanartya sambhavani yuge yuge. Quote, in order to deliver the pious and annihilate the miscreants, as well as to reestablish the principles of religion, I advent myself millennium after millennium. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 4:8. In two hands, Lord Vishnu always carries the club and chakra to kill demons, and in the other two hands he holds a conch shell and a lotus to give protection to his devotees. When his incarnation is present on this planet or in this universe, the Lord kills the demons and protects his devotees simultaneously. Sometimes Lord Vishnu appears in person as Lord Krishna or Lord Rama. All these incarnations are mentioned in the Shastras. Sometimes he appears as a Shaktivesh avatar, like Lord Buddha. As explained before, these Shaktivesh avatars are incarnation of Vishnu's power invested in a living entity. Living entities are also part and parcel of Vishnu, but they're not as powerful. Therefore, when a living entity descends as an incarnation of Vishnu, he is especially empowered by the Lord. When King Prithu is described as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, it should be understood that he is a Shaktivesh avatar, part and parcel of Lord Vishnu, and is specifically empowered by him. Any living being acting as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu and is thus empowered by Lord Vishnu to preach the bhakti cult. Such a person can act like Lord Vishnu and defeat demons by arguments and preach the bhakti cult exactly according to the principles of Shastra. As indicated in Bhagavad Gita, when we find someone extraordinarily preaching the bhakti cult, we should know that he is especially empowered by Lord Vishnu or Lord Krishna. As confirmed in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna Shakti Vina Nahi Tara Pravartana. One cannot explain the glories of the holy name of the Lord without being especially or specifically empowered by him. If one criticizes or finds fault with such an empowered personality, one is to be considered an offender against Lord Vishnu and is punishable. Even though such offenders may dress as Vaishnavas with false tilak and mala, they are never forgiven by the Lord if they offend a pure Vaishnava. There are many instances of this in the Shastras. Text 38. O protector of the people in general, please consider the purpose of your being incarnated by Lord Vishnu. The religious principles created by Indra are but mothers of so many unwanted religions. Please, therefore, stop these imitations immediately. Purport. Lord Brahma addresses King Prithu as Prajapati, just to remind him of this great responsibility for maintaining the peace and prosperity of the citizens. Maharaj Prithu was empowered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead for this purpose only. It is the duty of the ideal king to see that people are properly executing religious principles. Lord Brahma especially requested King Prithu to conquer the pseudo-religious principles produced by King Indra. In other words, it is the duty of the state or king to put a stop to pseudo-religious systems produced by unscrupulous persons. Ordinarily, a religious principle is one given by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and it comes down through the channel of disciplic succession in two forms. Lord Brahma requested Pṛthu Mahārāja to desist from his unnecessary competition with Indra, who was determined to stop Pṛthu Mahārāja from completing 100 jagas. Instead of creating adverse reactions, it was better for Pṛthu Mahārāja to stop the jagas in the interest of his original purpose as an incarnation. This purpose was to establish good government and to set things in the right order. Text 39. The great sage Maitreya continued, when King Prithu was thus advised by the supreme teacher, Lord Brahma, he abandoned his eagerness to perform jagas and with great affection concluded a peace with King Indra. Text 40. After this, Maharaj Prithu took his bath, which is customarily taken after the performance of a jaga, and received the benedictions and due blessings of the demigods, who were very pleased by his glorious activities. Purport. Jaga means Lord Vishnu, and all jagas are meant to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. Since the demigods automatically become very pleased with the performance of sacrifice, they bestow benediction upon the executors of jagas. When one pours water on the root of the tree, the branches, trunk, leaves, twigs, and flowers are all satisfied. Similarly, when one gives food to the stomach, all parts of the body are rejuvenated. In the same way, if one satisfied Lord Vishnu by the performance of jaga, one satisfies all the demigods automatically. In turn, the demigods offer their benediction to a devotee. A pure devotee, therefore, does not ask benedictions directly from the demigods. His only business is to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, he is never in need of those things supplied by the demigods. Text 41. With great respect, the original king, Prithu, offered all kinds of rewards to the brahmanas present at the sacrifice. Since all these brahmanas were very much satisfied, they gave their heartfelt blessings to the king. Text 42. All the great sages and brahmanas said, O mighty king, by your invitation, all classes of living entities have attended this assembly. They have come from Prithvi Loka and the heavenly planets, and great sages as well as common man have attended this meeting. Now all of them are very much satisfied by your dealing and charity toward them. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports of the 4th canto, 19th chapter of the Srimad-Bhagavatam, entitled King Prithu's 100 Horse Sacrifices. End of 4th canto, part 2. The following is a free-for-download audiobook from the website krishnapath.org. Srimad-Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Part 3, Chapter 20. Lord Vishnu's appearance in the sacrificial arena of Maharaj Prithu. Text 1. The great sage Maitreya continued, My dear Vidura, being very much satisfied by the performance of 99 horse sacrifices, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, appeared on the scene. Accompanying him was King Indra. Lord Vishnu then began to speak. Text 2. The Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, said, My dear King Prithu, Indra, the King of Heaven, has disturbed your execution of 100 sacrifices. Now he has come with me to be forgiven by you. Therefore, excuse him. Purport. In this verse, the word Atmanam is very significant. It is a custom among yogis and jnanis to address one another, even an ordinary man, as one's self, for a transcendentalist never accepts a living being to be the body. Since the individual self is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the self and the super-self are qualitatively non-different. As the next verse will explain, the body is only a superficial covering, and consequently an advanced transcendentalist will not make a distinction between oneself and another. Text 3. O king, one who is advanced in intelligence and eager to perform welfare activities for others is considered best among human beings. An advanced human being is never malicious to others. Those with advanced intelligence are always conscious that this material body is different from the soul. Purport. In daily life, we find that when a madman commits murder, he is accused even by a high court judge. The idea is that a living entity is always pure because he is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When he falls into the clutches of material energy, he becomes a victim of the three modes of material nature. Indeed, whatever he does under the influence of material nature, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Nakart tri tvam nakarmani lokasya shujita prabhava na karma phala samyogam svabhavas tu pravartate. Quote, the embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 5:14. Actually, the living entity or soul does not do anything. Everything is done under the influence of the modes of material nature. When a man is diseased, the symptoms of the disease become a source of all kinds of pain. Those who are advanced in transcendental consciousness or Krishna consciousness are never envious, neither of the soul or of the activities of the soul under the influence of material nature. Advanced transcendentalists are called Sudhiya. Sudhi means intelligence, Sudhi means highly advanced, and Sudhi means devotee. One who is both devoted and highly advanced in intelligence does not take action against the body or the soul. If there is any discrepancy, he forgives. It is said that forgiveness is a quality of those who are advancing in spiritual knowledge. Text 4. If a personality like you, who are so much advanced because of executing the instructions of the previous acharyas, is carried away by the influence of my material energy, then all your advancement may be considered simply a waste of time. Purport. In this verse, the word vriddha sevaya is very significant. Vriddha means old. Sevaya means by service. Perfect knowledge is acquired from the acharyas or liberated souls. No one can be perfect in knowledge without being trained by the parampara system. Pṛthu Mahārāja was completely trained in that line. Therefore, he did not deserve to be considered an ordinary man. An ordinary man who has only conception of bodily existence is always bewildered by the modes of material nature. Text 5. Those who are in full knowledge of the bodily conception of life, who know that this body is composed of nescience, desires, and activities resulting from illusion, do not become addicted to the body. Purport. As stated in a previous verse, those with good intellect, Sudhaya, do not accept themselves to be the body. Being a creation of nescience, the body has two types of activities. In the bodily conception, when we think that sense gratification will help us, we are in illusion. Another kind of illusion is that one will try to be happy by trying to satisfy the desires that arise from the illusory body, or by attaining elevation to the higher planetary system, or by performing various types of Vedic rituals. That is all illusion. Similarly, material activities performed for political emancipation and social and humanitarian activities performed with an idea that people of the world will be happy are also illusory because the basic principle is the bodily conception, which is illusory. Whatever we desired or perform under the bodily conception is all illusion. In other words, Lord Vishnu informed Pṛthu Mahārāja that although the sacrificial performances set an example for ordinary people, there was no need for such sacrificial performances as far as his personal self was concerned. As confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, Trigunya Vishya Vedad Trigunya Bhavarjana Nirdvanvo Nitya Shatvasto Niryoge Kshema Atmavan. Quote, the Vedas mainly deal with the subject of the three modes of material nature. Rise above these modes, O Arjuna. be transcendental to all of them, be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. Bhagavad Gita 2:45. The ritualistic performances recommended in the Vedas mainly depend on the three modes of material nature. Consequently, Arjuna was advised to transcend the Vedic activities. The activities Arjuna was advised to perform were the transcendental activities of devotional service. Text 6. How can a highly learned person who has absolutely no affinity for the bodily conception of life be affected by the bodily conception in regard to house, children, wealth, and similar other bodily productions? Purport. The Vedic ritualistic ceremonies are certainly meant to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. However, by such activities one does not factually satisfy the Lord. Rather, with the sanction of the Lord, one tries to satisfy his own senses. In other words, materialists who are especially interested in sense gratification are given permission or license to enjoy sense gratification by executing the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. That is called Trigunya Vishayavida. The Vedic performances are based on the three modes of material nature. Those who are elevated above the material condition are not at all interested in such Vedic performances. Rather, they are interested in the higher duties of transcendental loving service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such devotional service is called Nishtarigunya. Devotional service to the Lord has nothing to do with the material conception or of bodily comfort. Text 7. The individual soul is one, pure, non-material, and self-effulgent. He is the reservoir of all good qualities, and he is all-pervading. He is without material covering, and he is the witness of all activities. He is completely distinguished from other living entities, and he is transcendental to all embodied souls. Purport. In the previous verse, two significant words are used. Asamashta, meaning without attachment, and Buddha, meaning fully cognizant of everything. By full cognizance, it is meant that one should know about his own constitutional position as well as the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. According to Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, in this verse, Lord Vishnu is describing himself or the Paramatma. The Paramatma is always distinguished from the embodied soul as well as the material world. Therefore, he has been described as Para. That Para, or Supreme Personality of Godhead, is Eka, meaning one. The Lord is one, whereas the conditioned souls embodied within the material world exist in many varieties of form. There are demigods, human beings, animals, trees, birds, bees, and so forth. Thus, the living entities are not Eka, but many. As confirmed in the Vedas, Nityo Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitananam, the living entities, who are many and who are entangled in this material world, are not pure. However, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is pure and detached. Due to being covered by the material body, the living entities are not self-effulgent, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma, is self-effulgent. The living entities, being contaminated by the modes of material nature, are called Sagun, whereas Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is Nirguna, not being under the influence of the material modes. The living entities being encaged in material qualities are Gunasita, whereas the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Gunashraya. The conditioned soul's vision is covered by material contamination. Therefore, he cannot see the cause of his resultant action and he cannot see his past lives. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, not being covered by a material body, is the witness of all the activities of the living entity. But both of them, the living entity and the Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are Atma, or spirit. They are one in quality, yet they are different in so many ways, especially in regard to the six opulences of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Full knowledge means that the Jivatma, the living entity, must know both his position and the Supreme's position. That is full knowledge. Text 8. Although within the material nature, one who is thus situated in full knowledge of the Paramatma and Atma is never affected by the modes of material nature, for he is always situated in my transcendental loving service. Purport. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in this material world, he is not affected by the modes of material nature. Similarly, those who are always connected with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even though they be within the material body or the material world, are not affected by the material qualities. That is explained very nicely in Bhagavad Gita. Mamchiyo babacharena bhakti yogena sevate saganan samatityaitan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Quote, one who engages in full devotional service, who does not fall down in any circumstance, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 14:26. Thus, one who is unflinchingly engaged in the devotional service of the Lord surpasses the material qualities and attains Brahman realization. In this connection, Srila Rupa Goswami says that if a person is always engaged in the service of the Lord with his body, words, and mind, he is to be considered liberated, although living in the material world. Text 9. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, continued, My dear King Prithu, when one situated in his occupational duty engages in my loving service without motive for material gain, he gradually becomes very satisfied within. Purport. This verse is also confirmed by the Vishnu Purana. Occupational duties are known as Varnashram Dharma and apply to the 4 divisions of material and spiritual life, namely Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. If one works according to the Varnashram Dharma system and does not desire fruit or results, he gets satisfaction gradually. Discharging one's occupational duty as a means of rendering devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the ultimate goal of life. Bhagavad Gita confirms this as the process of karma yoga. In other words, we should act only for the satisfaction of the service of the Lord, otherwise we'll be entangled by the resultant actions. Everyone is situated in his occupational duty, but the purpose of material occupation should not be for material gain. Rather, everyone should offer the result of his occupational activities. A Brahmana should especially execute his occupational duties not for monetary gain, but to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra should work in a similar way. In this material world, everyone is engaged in professional and occupational duties, but the purpose of such activities should be to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Devotional service is very simple, and anyone can adopt it. Let one remain what he is. He need only install the deity of the Supreme Lord in his house. The deity may be Radha Krishna or Lakshmi Narayan. There are many other forms of the Lord. In this way, a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra can worship the deity with the result of his honest labor. Regardless of one's occupational duty, one should adopt the devotional means of hearing, chanting, remembering, worshipping, offering everything to the Lord, and engaging in his service. In this way, one can very easily engage himself in the service of the Lord. When the Lord is pleased with one's service, one's mission in life is fulfilled. Text 10. When the heart is cleansed of all material contamination, the devotee's mind becomes broader and transparent, and he can see things equally. At that stage of life there is peace, and one is situated equally with me as Satchit Ananda Vigraha. Purport. The Mayavad conception of Kaivalya and that of the Vaishnava community is different. The Mayavadi thinks that as soon as one is freed from all material contamination, he is merged into the existence of the Supreme. The Vaishnava philosopher's conception of Kaivalya is different. He understands both his position and the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the uncontaminated condition, the living entity understands that he is the eternal servitor of the Supreme, and that is called Brahman realization, the spiritual perfection of the living entity. This rapport is very easily achieved. And as stated in Bhagavad Gita, when one is engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, he is immediately situated on the transcendental platform of Kaivalya, or Brahman. Text 11. Anyone who knows that this material body made of 5 gross elements, the sense organs, the working senses, and the mind, is simply supervised by the fixed soul, is eligible to be liberated from material bondage. Purport. This verse describes how one can become liberated from material bondage. The first point is that one must know that the soul is different from his body. The soul is called Dehi, or one who possesses the body, and the material body is called Deha, or the embodiment of the soul. The body is changing at every moment, but the soul is fixed. Therefore, the soul is called Kutashtam. The change of body is enacted by the reactions of the 3 modes of nature. One who has understood this position of the soul should not be disturbed by the incoming and outgoing interactions of the modes of material nature in the form of happiness and distress. In Bhagavad Gita also, Lord Krishna recommends that since happiness and distress come and go due to the interaction of the modes of nature or the body, one should not be disturbed by such external movements. Even though one is sometimes absorbed in such external movements, he has to learn to tolerate them. The living entity should always be indifferent to the action and reaction of the external body. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that the body is made of the gross physical elements, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, and the subtle elements, mind, intelligence, and ego, and completely different from the soul proper. One should therefore not be disturbed by the action and reaction of these 8 gross and subtle material elements. The practical process to attain the stage of indifference is to execute devotional service. Only one who constantly engages in devotional service 24 hours a day can be different to the action and reaction of the external body. When a man is absorbed in a particular thought, he does not need to see any external activities, even though they are enacted in his presence. Similarly, those who are fully absorbed in devotional service do not care what is going on with the external body. That status is called samadhi. One who is actually situated in samadhi is understood to be a first-class yogi. Text 12. Lord Vishnu told King Prithu, "My dear king, the constant change of this material world is due to the interaction of the 3 modes of material nature, the 5 elements, the senses, the demigods who control the senses, as well as the mind, which is agitated by spirit soul. All these taken together comprise the body. Since the spirit soul is completely different from this combination of gross and subtle elements, my devotee who is connected with me in intense friendship and affection, being completely in knowledge, is never agitated by material happiness and distress." Purport. The question may be raised that if the living entity has to act as the superintendent of the activities of the bodily combination, then how can he be indifferent to the activities of the body? The answer is given here. These activities are completely different from the activities of the spirit soul of the living entity. A crude example may be given in this connection. A businessman riding in a motor car sits in the car, supervises its running, and advises the driver. He knows how much gasoline is used up. He knows everything about the car, but he is still apart from the car and is more concerned with his business. Even while riding in the car, he thinks of his business and his office. He has no connection with the car, although he is sitting there. As the businessman is always absorbed in thoughts of his business, so the living entity can be absorbed in thoughts of rendering loving service to the Lord. Then it will be possible to remain separate from the activities of the material body. This position of neutrality can only be possible for a devotee. The word Bada Shrodrida, bound in friendship, is particularly used here. Karmis, Gyanis, and Yogis cannot be bound in devotional service. Karmis fully engaged in activities of the body. Their aim of life is to give comfort to the body only. Gyanis try to get out of entanglement by philosophical speculation, but they have no standing on the liberated position. Because they do not take shelter under the lotus feet of the Lord, they fall down from the exalted position of Brahman realization. Yogis also have a bodily concept of life. They think that they can achieve something spiritual by executing exercising the body through dharana, asana, pranayama, etc. A devotee's position is always transcendental because of his intimate relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, to remain always aloof from the actions and reactions of the body and engage in one's real occupation, namely rendering service to the Lord, can only be possible for devotees. Text 13. My dear heroic king, please keep yourself always equipoised and treat people equally, whether they are greater than you, in the intermediate stage, or lower than you. Do not be disturbed by the temporary distress or happiness. Fully control your mind and senses. In this transcendental position, try to execute your duty as king in whatever condition of life you may be posted by my arrangement, for your duty here is to give protection to the citizens of your kingdom. Purport. Here is an example of receiving direct instruction from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. One has to execute the order of Lord Vishnu, whether receiving it directly from him or from his bona fide representative, the spiritual master. Arjuna fought the battle of Kurukshetra under the direct order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Similarly, here, Pṛthu Mahārāja is also being given orders by Lord Vishnu regarding the execution of his duty. We have to stick to the prime principles stated in Bhagavad Gita, Vyavishayatmika buddhi. Every man's duty is to receive orders from Lord Krishna or from his bona fide representative and take these orders as his life and soul without personal considerations. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur states that one should not care very much whether he is going to be liberated or not, but he should simply execute the direct order received from the spiritual master. If one sticks to the principle of abiding by the order of the spiritual master, he will always remain in a liberated position. A common man must execute the rules and regulations of Varnashram Dharma by working in his prescribed duty according to the caste system, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and the spiritual order system, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. If one simply executes regularly and strictly the injunctions given for the different divisions of life, then one satisfies Lord Vishnu. As a king, Pṛthu Mahārāja was ordered by Lord Vishnu to keep himself always aloof from the activities of the bodily situation and to engage always in the service of the Lord and thus keep himself in the liberated stage. The word bada sodrida in the previous verse is explained herewith. One can fully remain in intimate connection with the Supreme Lord directly or receive orders from his bona fide representative, the spiritual master, and execute the orders sincerely when one keeps aloof from the activities of the body. The Lord helps us by giving us directions how to act in devotional service and thus advance on the path back home, back to Godhead. He instructs us outwardly in the form of the spiritual master. Therefore, one should not accept the spiritual master as an ordinary ordinary human being. The Lord says, Acharyam mam vigyanayan navamanyeta karichit. One should not treat the spiritual master as an ordinary human being because he is the substitute for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srimad-Bhagavatam 11:17-27. One should treat the spiritual master as the Supreme Personality of Godhead and never be envious of him or consider him to be an ordinary human being. If we follow the instruction of the spiritual master and execute devotional service to the Lord, we will remain always free from the contamination of bodily or material activities, and our life will be successful. Text 14. To give protection to the general mass of people who are citizens of the state is the prescribed occupational duty for a king. By acting in that way, the king in his next life shares 1/6 of the result of his pious activities of the citizens. But if the king or executive head of the state, who simply collects taxes from the citizens but does not give them proper protection as human beings, has the results of his own pious activities taken away by the citizens and exchanged for his not giving protection, he becomes liable to punishment for the impious activities of his subjects. Purport. The question may be raised here that if everyone engaged in spiritual activities to attain salvation and become different indifferent to the activities of the material world, how could things go on as they are? And if things are to go on as they ought to be, how can an head of state be indifferent to such activities? The answer to this question, the word Shreya, quote, auspicious, end quote, is used here. The divisions of activities in society as arranged by the Supreme Personality of Godhead was not blindly or accidentally created, as foolish people say. The Brahmana must do his duty properly, and the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and even the Shudra must do the same, and every one of them can achieve the highest perfection of life, liberation from this material bondage. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Sve sve karmani abhirata shamsidim labate nara. Quote, by executing one's prescribed duties, one can attain the highest perfection, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 1845. Lord Vishnu advised Maharaj Prithu that a king is not enjoined to give up his kingdom and the responsibility of protecting the prajas or citizens to instead go away to the Himalayas for liberation. He can attain liberation while executing his royal duties. The royal duty, or the duty of the head of state, is to see that the prajas, or the general mass of people, are doing their respective duties for spiritual salvation. A secular state does not necessitate a king or a head of state who is indifferent to the activities of the prajas. In the modern state, the government has many rules and regulations for conducting the duties of the prajas, but the government neglects to see that the citizens advance in spiritual knowledge. If the government is careless in this matter, the citizens will act whimsically without any sense of God realization of their spiritual life, and thus become entangled in sinful activities. An executive head should not be callous to the welfare of general mass of people while he simply goes on collecting taxes. The king's real duty is to see that the citizens gradually become fully Krishna conscious. Krishna conscious means completely free from all sinful activities. As soon as there is complete eradication of sinful activities in the state, then there will be no more war, pestilence, famine, or natural disturbances. This was actually prevailing during the reign of Maharaj Yudhisthira. If a king or head of the government is able to induce the citizens to become Krishna conscious, then he is worthy to rule over the mass of people. Otherwise, he has no right to levy taxes. If the king looks after the spiritual interests of the citizens, he can levy taxes without difficulties. In this way, both the subjects and the king will be happy during this life, and in the next life, the king will be able to share 1/6 of the pious activities of the citizens. Otherwise, by leveling taxes on the sinful citizens, he will have to share the reactions of their sinful activities. The same principle can be applied to parents and the spiritual masters as well. If parents give birth to children, like cats and dogs, but cannot save their children from imminent death, they become responsible for the activities of their animalistic children. Lately, such children are turning into hippies. Similarly, if a spiritual master cannot direct his disciples to become free of sinful activities, he becomes responsible for their sinful acts. These subtle laws of nature are unknown to the present leaders of society. Since the leaders of society have a poor fund of knowledge and the citizens in general are rogues and thieves, there cannot be an auspicious situation for human society. At the present moment, the whole world is full of such an incompatible situation, a combination of citizens and state, and therefore there is constant tension, war, and anxiety as an inevitable result of such social conditions. Text 15. Lord Vishnu continued, My dear King Prithu, if you continue to protect the citizens according to the instructions of the learned Brahmana authorities, as they are received by the disciplic succession by hearing from master to disciple, and if you follow the religious principles laid down by them without attachment to ideas manufactured by mental concoction, then every one of your citizens will be happy and will love you, and very soon you will be able to see such already liberated personalities as the 4 Kumars, Sanaka, Sanatan, Sanandana, and Sanat Kumar. Purport. Lord Vishnu advised King Prithu that everyone should follow the principles of Varnashram Dharma. Then, in whatever capacity one remains within this material world, his salvation is guaranteed after death. In this age, however, since the system of Varnashram Dharma is topsy-turvy, it is very difficult to strictly follow all the principles. The only method for becoming perfect in life is to develop Krishna consciousness. As Varnashram Dharma is executed by different positions by different men, so the Krishna conscious principles can be followed by everyone in every part of the world. There is a specific purpose in mentioning herein that one should follow the Dvijagiryas, the most prominent Brahmanas like Parashara and Manu. These great sages have already given us instructions how to live according to the principles of Varnashram Dharma. Similarly, Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami have given us rules and regulations for becoming pure devotees of the Lord. It is essential, therefore, to follow the instructions of the acharyas in the parampara system, who have received the knowledge as passed down from the spiritual master to disciple. In this way, although living in our material condition of life, we can get out of the entanglement of material contamination without leaving our positions. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advises, therefore, that one does not have to change his position. One simply has to hear from the perfect source. This is called parampara, and follow the principles for practical application in life. Thus one can attain the highest perfection of life, liberation, and go back home, back to Godhead. In other words, the change required is a change in consciousness, not the body. Unfortunately, in this fallen age, people are concerned with the body, not with the soul. They have invented so many isms pertaining to the body only, not to the soul. In the modern age of democracy, there are so many government representatives voting for legislation. Every day they bring out a new law. But because these laws are only mental concoctions manufactured by inexperienced conditioned souls, they cannot give relief to human society. Formerly, although the kings were autocrats, they strictly followed the principles laid down by the great sages and saintly persons. There were no mistakes in ruling over the country, and everything went perfectly. The citizens were completely pious, the king levied taxes legitimately, and therefore the situation was very happy. At the present moment, the so-called executive heads are more or less selected from materially ambitious persons who simply look after their own personal interests. They have no knowledge of the Shastras. In other words, the executive heads are fools and rascals in the strict sense of the term, and the people in general are Shudras. This combination of fools and rascals and Shudras cannot bring peace and prosperity in the world. Therefore, we find periodic upheavals in society in the form of battles, communal riots, and fratricidal quarrels. Under these circumstances, not only are the leaders unable to lead the people toward liberation, but they cannot even give them peace of mind. In Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that anyone who lives on concocted ideas without reference to the Shastras never becomes successful and does not attain happiness or liberation after death. Text 16. My dear King, I am very much captivated by your elevated qualities and excellent behavior, and thus I am very favorably inclined toward you. You may therefore ask from me any benediction you like. One who does not possess elevated qualities and behavior cannot possibly achieve my favor simply by performance of sacrifices, severe austerities, or mystic yoga. I always remain equipoised in the heart of one who is also equipoised in all circumstances. Purport. Lord Vishnu was very pleased with Maharaj Prithu's good character and behavior and offered him a benediction. The Lord openly says that performing great sacrifices and undergoing austerities of mystic yoga practice cannot satisfy him. He is pleased only by elevated character and behavior, but these cannot develop unless one becomes a pure devotee of the Lord. Anyone who has developed unalloyed, unflinching devotional service unto the Lord develops his original good qualities as spirit soul. The spirit soul, as part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has all the good qualities of the Lord. When the spirit soul is contaminated by the material modes of nature, one is considered good or bad with reference to the material qualities. But when one is transcendental to all material qualities, all the good qualities come out. These qualities of a devotee, 26 in number, are listed as follows. Number 1, kind to everyone. 2, does not quarrel with anyone. 3, fixed in the absolute truth. 4, equal to everyone. 5, faultless. 6, charitable. 7, mild. 8, clean. 9, simple. 10, benevolent. 11, peaceful. 12, completely attached to Krishna. 13, has no material hankering. 14, meek. 15, steady. 16, self-controlled. 17, does not eat more than required. 18, sane. 19, respectful. 20, humble. 21, grave. 22, compassionate. 23, friendly. 24, poetic. 25, expert. 26, silent. The Lord is satisfied by development of the transcendental qualities of a living entity, and not by artificial performance of sacrifices and mystic yoga. In other words, unless one is fully qualified to become a pure devotee of the Lord, one cannot expect to be liberated from material entanglement. Text 17. The great sage Maitreya continued, My dear Vidura, in this way, Maharaj Prithu, the conqueror of the entire world, accepted the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead on his head. Purport. One should accept the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by bowing down at the lotus feet of the Lord. This means that anything spoken by the Personality of Godhead should be taken as it is, with great care and attention, and with great respect. It is not our business to amend the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or make additions or alterations, as it has become a custom for many so-called scholars and swamis who comment on the words of Bhagavad Gita. Here, the practical example of how to accept the instruction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is shown by Maharaj Prithu. This is the way to receive knowledge through the Parampara system. Text 18. As King Indra was standing by, he became ashamed of his own activities and fell down before King Prithu to touch his lotus feet. But Pṛthu Mahārāja immediately embraced him in great ecstasy and gave up all his envy against him because of his stealing the horse meant for sacrifice. Purport. There are many cases in which a person becomes an offender to the lotus feet of a Vaishnava and later becomes repentant. Here also we find that although the King of Heaven, Indra, is so powerful that he accompanied Lord Vishnu, he felt himself a great offender for stealing Pṛthu Mahārāja's horse that was meant for sacrifice. An offender at the lotus feet of a Vaishnava is never excused by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There are many instances illustrating this fact. Ambarish Maharaj was offended by Durvasa Muni, a great sage and mystic yogi, and Durvasa also had to fall down at the lotus feet of Maharaj Ambarish. Indra decided to fall down at the lotus feet of King Prithu, but the king was so magnanimous at Vaishnav that he did not want Maharaj Indra to fall down at his feet. He immediately picked him up and embraced him, and both of them forgot all the past incidents. Both King Indra and Maharaj Prithu were envious and angry with each other, but since both of them were Vaishnavas, or servants of Lord Vishnu, it was their duty to adjust the cause of their envy. This is also a first-class example of cooperative behavior between Vaishnavas. In the present days, however, because people are not Vaishnavas, they fight perpetually among one another and are vanquished without finishing the mission of human life. There is a great need to propagate the Krishna consciousness movement in the world so that even though sometimes people become angry and malicious towards one another, because of their being Krishna conscious, such rivalry, competition, and envy could be adjusted without difficulty. Text 19. King Prithu abundantly worshipped the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who was so merciful to him. While worshipping the lotus feet of the Lord, Pṛthu Mahārāja gradually increased his ecstasy and devotional service. Purport. When various ecstasies appear in the body of a devotee, it is to be understood that his devotional service has become perfect. There are many types of transcendental ecstasies in the form of crying, laughing, perspiring, falling down, and crying like a madman. All these symptoms are sometimes visible on the body of a devotee. They are called Asta-sattvika vikara, which means 8 kinds of transcendental transformations. They are never to be imitated, but when a devotee actually becomes perfect, these symptoms are visible on his body. The Lord is Bhaktavatsal, which means that he is inclined toward his pure devotee, Bhakta. Therefore, the transcendental ecstatic transaction between the Supreme Lord and his devotee is never like the activities of this material world. Text 20. The Lord was just about to leave, but because he was so greatly inclined toward the behavior of King Prithu, he did not depart. Seeing the behavior of Maharaja Prithu with his lotus eyes, he was detained because he is always the well-wisher of his devotees. Purport. Here the words Saritsatam are very significant. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is always very inclined toward his devotee and is always thinking of his well-being. This is not partiality. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, the Lord is equal to everyone, samaham sarvabhuteshu. But to one who particularly engages in his service, he is very much inclined. In another place, the Lord says that a devotee always exists in his heart, and he also exists in the heart of the devotee. The special inclination of the Supreme Personality of Godhead for his pure devotee is not unnatural, nor is it partiality. For example, sometimes a father has several children, but he has a special affection for one child who is very much inclined toward him. This is explained in Bhagavad Gita 10.10. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yedamam opiyantite. Those who constantly engage in the devotional service of the Lord in love and affection are directly in contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, sitting as a supersoul in everyone's heart. The Lord is not far away from the devotee. He is always in everyone's heart, but only the devotee can realize the Lord's presence, and thus he is directly connected, and he takes instructions from the Lord at every moment. Therefore, there is no chance of a devotee's being in error, nor is there any partiality on the part of the Lord for his pure devotees. Text 21. The original king, Maharaja Prithu, his eyes full of tears and his voice faltering and choked up, could neither see the Lord very distinctly nor speak to address the Lord in any way. He simply embraced the Lord within his heart, and remained standing in that way with folded hands. Purport. Just as Krishna is described in the Brahma Samhita as Adipurusha, the original personality, so King Prithu, being an empowered incarnation of the Lord, is referred to in this verse as Adiraja, the original or ideal king. He was a great devotee, and at the same time a great hero who conquered over all undesirable elements in his kingdom. He was so powerful that he was equal in fighting with Indra, the king of heaven. He gave protection to his citizens, keeping them engaged in pious activities with devotion to the Lord. He did not collect a single cent of taxes from the citizens without being able to give them protection from all calamities. The greatest calamity in life is to become godless and therefore sinful. If the state head or king allows the citizens to become sinful by indulging in illicit sex life, intoxication, meat eating, and gambling, then the king is responsible, and he has to suffer the resultant sequence of reactions for the sinful lives of the citizens because he levies taxes on them unnecessarily. These are the principles for a ruling power, and because Maharaja Prithu observed all the principles for a ruling chief, he is referred to here as Adiraj. Even a responsible king like Maharaja Prithu can become a pure devotee of the first order. We can distinctly see from his behavior how he became ecstatic, both externally and internally, in pure devotional service. Just today, we have seen in the newspapers of Bombay that the government is going to repeal its prohibition laws. Ever since Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, Bombay has been kept high and dry Bombay has been kept dry and has not allowed its citizens to drink, but unfortunately the citizens are so clever that they have increased illicit distillation of liquor, and although not being sold publicly in shops, liquor is being sold in public lavatories and similar abominable places. Unable to check such illicit smuggling, the government has decided to manufacture the liquor at cheaper prices so that people can have their supply of intoxication directly from the government instead of purchasing it in public lavatories. The government failed to change the hearts of the citizens from indulging in sinful life, so instead of losing the taxes they collect to inflate the treasury, they've decided to manufacture liquor to supply to the citizens who hanker after it. This kind of government cannot check the resultant reactions of sinful life, namely war, pestilence, famine, earthquakes, and similar other disturbances. Nature's law is that as soon as there is discrepancies in the laws of God, which are described in Bhagavad Gita as dharmasya glani, or disobedience to the laws of nature of God, at once there will be heavy punishment in the form of a sudden outbreak of war. We have recently experienced a war between India and Pakistan. Within 14 days, there have been immense losses of men and money, and there have been disturbances to the entire world. These are the reactions of sinful life. The Krishna consciousness movement is meant to make people pure and perfect. If we become even partially pure, as described in the Bhagavatam, nasta praveshu babadeshu, by development of Krishna consciousness, then lust and greed, the material diseases of the citizens, will be reduced. This can be made possible simply by broadcasting the pure message of Srimad-Bhagavatam, or Krishna consciousness. Big commercial and industrial firms have contributed many thousands of rupees to a defense fund that burns the money in the form of gunpowder, but unfortunately, if they are asked to contribute liberally to advance the Krishna consciousness movement, they are reluctant. Under the circumstances, the world will periodically suffer from such upsurges and outbreaks of war, which are the consequences of not being Krishna conscious. Text 22. The Supreme Personality of Godhead stood with his full lotus feet almost touching the ground, while he rested the front of his hand on the raised shoulder of Garuda, the enemy of the snakes. Maharaj Prithu, wiping the tears from his eyes, tried to look upon the Lord, but it appeared that he was not fully satisfied by looking at him. Thus he offered the following prayers. Purport. The significant point in this verse is that the Lord was standing above the ground, almost touching it. The residents of the upper planetary systems, beginning from Brahmaloka, the planet where Lord Brahma lives, down to Svargaloka, the heavenly planet of Indra, are so advanced in spiritual life that when they come to visit this or similar other lower planetary systems, they keep their weightlessness. This means that they can stand without touching the ground. Lord Vishnu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and because he lives on one of the planetary systems within this universe, he sometimes plays as if one of the demigods of this universe. When he first appeared before Pṛthu Mahārāja, he was not touching the ground of this earth, but when he was fully satisfied with the behavior and character of Maharaj Pṛthu, he immediately acted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayan from Vaikuntha. Out of affection for Maharaj Pṛthu, he touched the earth, but he rested the front of his hand on the raised shoulder of Garuda, his carrier, as if to prevent himself from falling down, since the Lord is not accustomed to stand on earthly ground. These are all symptoms of his great affection for Pṛthu Mahārāja. Perceiving his fortunate position, Pṛthu Mahārāja could not fully look upon the Lord due to ecstasy, but still, in a faltering voice, he began to offer prayers. Text 23. My dear Lord, you are the best of the demigods who can offer benediction. Why, therefore, should any learned person ask you for benedictions that are meant for living entities who are bewildered by the modes of nature? Such benedictions are available automatically even in the lives of living entities who are suffering in hellish conditions. My dear Lord, you can certainly bestow merging into your existence, but I do not wish to have such a benediction. Purport. There are different kinds of benedictions according to a person's demands. For karmis, the best benediction is promotion to the higher planetary systems, where the duration of life is very long and the standard of living and happiness is very high. There are others, namely Jnanis and Yogis, who want the benediction of merging into the existence of the Lord. That is called Kaivalya. The Lord is therefore addressed as Kaivalyapati, the master or lord of the benediction known as Kaivalya. But devotees receive a different type of benediction from the Lord. Devotees are anxious neither for the heavenly planets nor for merging into the existence of the Lord. According to devotees, Kaivalya, or merging into the existence of the Lord, is considered as good as hell. The word naraka means hell. Similarly, everyone who exists in this material world is called naraka because this material existence itself is known as a hellish condition of life. Pṛthu Mahārāja, however, expressed that he was interested neither in the benediction desired by the karmis nor that desired by the Jnanis and Yogis. Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati Prabhu, a great devotee of Lord Chaitanya, described that Kaivalya is no better than a hellish condition of life, and as for the delights of the heavenly planets, they are factually will-o'-the-wisps, or phantasmagoria. They are not wanted by devotees. Devotees do not even care for the positions held by Lord Brahma or Lord Shiva, nor does a devotee desire to become equal with Lord Vishnu. As a pure devotee of the Lord, Pṛthu Mahārāja made his position very clear. Text 24. My dear Lord, I therefore do not wish to have the benediction of merging into your existence, because in that position there is no existence of the nectarian beverage of your lotus feet. I want the benediction of that at least 1,000,000 ears, so that thus I may be able to hear about the glories of your lotus feet from the mouths of your pure devotees. Purport. In the previous verse, Maharaj Prithu addressed the Lord as Kaivalyapati, the master of the liberation of merging into existence. This does not mean that he was anxious for Kaivalya liberation. That is made clear in this verse. Quote, My dear Lord, I do not want such a benediction. End quote. Maharaj Prithu wanted to have 1,000,000 ears so that he could hear the glories of the lotus feet of the Lord. He specifically mentioned that the glories of the Lord should emanate from the mouths of pure devotees who speak from the cores of their hearts. It is stated in the beginning of Srimad-Bhagavatam, Shukha Mukhad Amrita Drava Samyutam. The nectar of Srimad-Bhagavatam becomes more relishable because it emanated from the mouth of Srila Shukadev Goswami. Srimad-Bhagavatam 113. One might think that these glories of the Lord can be heard from anywhere, from the mouths of either devotees or non-devotees, but here it's specifically mentioned that the glories of the Lord must emanate from the mouths of pure devotees. Srila Sanatana Goswami has strictly prohibited hearing from the mouth of a non-devotee. There are many professional reciters of Srimad-Bhagavatam who speak their narrations very ornamentally, but a pure devotee does not like to hear from them because such glorification of the Lord is simply a vibration of material sound. When it is heard from the mouth of a pure devotee, glorification of the Lord is immediately effective. The words Satam Prashangam Mama Virya Samvida means that glorification of the Lord is so potent when uttered from the mouth of a pure devotee. The Lord has innumerable devotees all over the universe, and they have been glorifying the Lord since time immemorial and for an unlimited time. But still, they cannot completely finish enumerating the glories of the Lord. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore wanted innumerable ears, as Rupa Goswami also desired to have millions of ears and millions of tongues to chant and hear the glorification of the Lord. In other words, if our ears are always engaged in hearing the glorification of the Lord, there will be no scope for hearing the Mayavad philosophy, which is doom to spiritual progress. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that if anyone hears from a Mayavad philosopher preaching about the activities of the Lord, even if it is a description from the Vedic literature, he is ultimately doomed. By hearing such Mayavad philosophy, one cannot come to the destination of spiritual perfection of life. Text 25. My dear Lord, you are glorified by the selected verses uttered by great personalities. Such glorification of your lotus feet is just like saffron particles. When the transcendental vibration from the mouths of great devotees carry the aroma of the saffron dust of your lotus feet, the forgetful living entity gradually remembers his eternal relationship with you. Devotees thus gradually come to the right conclusion about the value of life. My dear Lord, I therefore do not need any other benediction but the opportunity to hear from the mouth of your pure devotee. Purport. It is explained in the previous verse that one has to hear glorification of the Lord from the mouth of a pure devotee. This is further explained here. The transcendental vibration from the mouth of a pure devotee is so powerful that it can revive the living entity's memory of his eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In our material existence, under the influence of illusory Maya, we have almost forgotten our eternal relationship with the Lord, exactly like a man sleeping very deeply forgets his duties. In the Vedas, it is said that every one of us is sleeping under the influence of Maya. We must get up from this slumber and engage in the right service, for thus we can properly utilize the facility of this human form of life. As expressed in a song by Thakur Bhaktivinoda, Lord Chaitanya says, quote, Jeev Jago, end quote. The Lord is asking every sleeping living entity to get up and engage in devotional service so that his mission in this human form of life can be fulfilled. This awakening voice comes through the mouth of a pure devotee. A pure devotee always engages in the service of the Lord, taking shelter of his lotus feet, and therefore he has direct connection with the saffron and mercy particles that are strewn over the lotus feet of the Lord. Although when a pure devotee speaks, the articulation of his voice may resemble the sound of this material sky, because the voice touches the particles of saffron dust on the lotus feet of the Lord, the voice is spiritually very powerful. As soon as a sleeping living entity hears the powerful voice emanating from the mouth of a pure devotee, he immediately remembers his eternal relationship with the Lord, although up until that moment he had forgotten everything. For a conditioned soul, therefore, it is very important to hear from the mouth of a pure devotee who is fully surrendered to the lotus feet of the Lord without any material desire, speculative knowledge, or contamination of the modes of material nature. Every one of us is kuyogi because we have engaged in the service of this material world, forgetting our eternal relationship with the Lord and his eternal loving servants. It is our duty to rise from the kuyoga platform to become suyogis, perfect mystics. The process of hearing from pure devotee is recommended in all Vedic scriptures, especially by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One may stay in his position of life. It doesn't matter what it is. But if one hears from the mouth of a pure devotee, he gradually comes to the understanding of his relationship with the Lord and thus engages in his loving service, and his life becomes completely perfect. Therefore, this process of hearing from the mouth of a pure devotee is very important for making progress in the line of spiritual understanding. Text 26. My dear, highly glorified Lord, if one, in the association of pure devotees, hears even once the glories of your activities, he does not, unless he is nothing but an animal, give up the association of devotees, for no intelligent person would be so careless as to leave their association. The perfection of chanting and hearing about your glories was even accepted by the goddess of fortune, who desired to hear of your unlimited activities and devotional and transcendental glories. Purport. The association of devotees, Arya Sangama, is the important factor in this world. The word Arya refers to those who are advancing spiritually. In the history of the human race, the Aryan family is considered to be the most elevated community in the world because it adopts the Vedic civilization. The Aryan family is distributed all over the world and is known as Indo-Aryan. In prehistoric days, all the members of the Aryan family followed the Vedic principles, and therefore they became spiritually advanced. The kings, known as Rajarshis, were so perfectly educated as Kshatriyas, or protectors of the citizens, and so greatly advanced in spiritual life that there was not a bit of trouble for the citizens. The glorification of the Supreme Lord can be very much appreciated by the Aryan family. Although there is no bar for others, the members of the Aryan family very quickly catch the essence of spiritual life. How is it we are finding it very easy to spread Krishna consciousness amongst the Europeans and Americans? History reports that the Europeans and Americans proved their capability when they were anxious to expand colonization, but at the present time, being contaminated by the advancement of material science, their sons and grandsons are turning into reprobates. This is due to their having lost their original spiritual culture, which is Vedic civilization. Presently, these descendants of the Aryan family are taking this Krishna consciousness movement very seriously. Others who are associating with them and hearing the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra from the lips of pure devotees are also becoming captivated by the transcendental vibration. Transcendental vibrations are very much effective when chanted amongst Aryans, but even though one does not belong to the Aryan family, he will become a Vaishnav simply by hearing the mantra because the vibration has great influence over everyone. Maharaj Prithu points out that even the goddess of fortune, who is the constant companion of Lord Narayan, specifically wants to hear about the Lord's glories, and for the association of the gopis, who are pure devotees, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, underwent severe austerities. The impersonalist may ask why one should bother chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra continually for so many years instead of stopping and trying for Kaivalya, liberation, or merging into the existence of the Lord. In answer, Maharaj Prithu maintains that the attraction of this chanting is so great that one cannot give up the process unless he is an animal. This is the case even if one comes in contact with this transcendental vibration by chance. Pṛthu Mahārāja was very emphatic in this connection. Only an animal can give up the practice of chanting Hare Krishna. Those who are not animals, who are actually intelligent, advanced, human, civilized men, cannot give up this practice of continually chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Text 27. Now I wish to engage in the service of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and to serve just as the goddess of fortune who carries a lotus flower in her hand, because his lordship, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the reservoir of all transcendental qualities. I'm afraid that the goddess of fortune and I will quarrel because both of us would be attentively engaged in the same service. Purport. The Lord is addressed here as Akila Purushottama, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Lord of the entire creation. Purusha means the enjoyer, and Uttama means the best. There are different kinds of Purushas, or enjoyers, within the universe. Generally, they can be divided into three classes: those who are conditioned, those who are liberated, and those who are eternal. In the Vedas, the Supreme Lord is called the Supreme Eternal of all eternals, Nityo Nityanam. Both the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the living entities are eternal. The Supreme Eternals are the Vishnu Tattva, or Lord Vishnu and his expansions. So Nitya refers to the Personality of Godhead, beginning from Krishna up to Mahavishnu, Narayan, and other expansions of Lord Krishna. As stated in the Brahma Samhita, Ramadi Murtishu, there are millions and trillions of expansions of Lord Vishnu as Rama, Nrsimha, Varaha, and other incarnations. All of them are called eternals. The word mukta refers to living entities who never come within this material world. The baddhas are those living entities who are almost eternally living within this material world. The baddhas are struggling very hard within this material world to become free from the threefold miseries of material life and to enjoy life, whereas the muktas are already liberated. They never come into this material world. Lord Vishnu is the master of this material world, and there is no question of his being controlled by material nature. Consequently, Lord Vishnu is addressed here as Purushottama, the best of all living entities, namely Vishnu Tattvas and Jiva Tattvas. It is a great offense, therefore, to compare Lord Vishnu and the Jiva Tattva and consider them on an equal level. The Mayavadi philosophers equalize the Jivas and the Supreme Lord and consider them to be one, but that is the greatest offense to the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. Here in the material world, we have practical experience that the superior person who is worshipped by an inferior one. Similarly, Purushottama, the greatest, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or Lord Vishnu, is always worshipped by others. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore decided to engage in the service of the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. Pṛthu Mahārāja is considered to be an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, and he is called a Shaktivesh incarnation. Another significant word in this verse is gunalayam, which refers to Vishnu as the reservoir of all transcendental qualities. The Mayavadi philosophers take the absolute truth to be nirguna, without qualities, in accordance with the impersonalistic view, but actually the Lord is the reservoir of all good qualities. One of the most important qualities of the Lord is his inclination to his devotees, called Bhaktavatsal. The devotees are always very much inclined to render service to the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord is also very much inclined to accept loving service from his devotees. In that exchange of service, there are so many transcendental transactions, which are called transcendental qualitative activities. Some of the transcendental qualities of the Lord are that he is omniscient, omnipresent, all-pervasive, all-powerful, the cause of all causes, the absolute truth, the reservoir of all pleasures, the reservoir of all knowledge, the all-auspicious, and so on. Pṛthu Mahārāja desired to serve the Lord with the goddess of fortune, but this desire does not mean that he was situated on the platform of Madhurya Ras. The goddess of fortune is engaged in the service of the Lord in the Madhurya Ras of conjugal love. Although her position is on the chest of the Lord, the goddess of fortune, in her position as a devotee, takes pleasure in serving the lotus feet of the Lord. Pṛthu Mahārāja was thinking only of the lotus feet of the Lord because he is on the platform of Dasyaras, or servitorship of the Lord. From the next verse, we learn that Pṛthu Mahārāja was thinking of the goddess of fortune as the universal mother, Jaganmata. Consequently, there was no question of his competing with her on the platform of Madhurya Ras. Nonetheless, he feared that she might take offense at his engaging in the service of the Lord. This suggests that in the absolute world, there is sometimes competition between servitors in the service of the Lord, but such competition is without malice. In the Vaikuntha world, if a devotee excels in the service of the Lord, others do not become envious of his excellent service, but rather aspire to come to the platform of that service. Text 28. My dear Lord of the universe, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, is the mother of the universe, and yet I think that she may be angry with me because of my intruding on her service and my acting on that very platform to which she has so much attached. Yet I am hopeful that even though there is some misunderstanding, you will take my part because you are very much inclined to the poor, and you will always magnify even insignificant service unto you. Therefore, even though she becomes angry, I think that there is no harm for you, because you are so self-sufficient that you can do without her. Purport. Mother Lakshmi-ji, the goddess of fortune, is well known for always massaging the lotus feet of Lord Narayan. She is an ideal wife because she takes care of Lord Narayan in every detail. She not only takes care of his lotus feet, but of the household affairs of the Lord as well. She cooks nice food for him, fans him while he eats, smooths sandalwood paste on his face, and sets his bed and sitting places in the right order. In this way, she is always engaged in the service of the Lord, and there is hardly any opportunity for any other devotee to intrude upon his daily activities. Pṛthu Mahārāja is therefore almost certain that his intrusion into the service of the goddess of fortune would irritate her and cause her to become angry with him. But why should Mother Lakshmi, the mother of the universe, be angry with an insignificant devotee like Pṛthu Mahārāja? All this is not very likely. Yet, Pṛthu Mahārāja, just for his personal protection, appealed to the Lord to take his part. Pṛthu Mahārāja was engaged in performing the ordinary Vedic rituals and in performing sacrifices according to karma kanda, or fruitive activities, but the Lord, being so kind and magnanimous, was ready to award Pṛthu Mahārāja the highest perfectional stage of life, namely devotional service. When a person performs Vedic rituals and sacrifices, he does so to elevate himself to the heavenly planets. No one can become qualified to go back home, back to Godhead, by means of such sacrifices. But the Lord is so kind that he accepts a little insignificant service, and therefore it is stated in the Vishnu Purana that by following the principles of Varnashram Dharma, one can satisfy the Supreme Lord. When the Lord is satisfied, the performer of sacrifices is elevated to the platform of devotional service. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore expected that his insignificant service to the Lord would be accepted by him as being greater than that of Lakshmiji. The goddess of fortune is called Chanchala, restless, because she's very restless and is always coming and going. So Pṛthu Mahārāja indicates that even though she might go away out of anger, there would be no harm for Lord Vishnu, because he is self-sufficient and can do anything and everything without the help of Lakshmiji. For example, when Garbhodakshayi Vishnu begot Lord Brahma from his navel, he didn't take any help from Lakshmi, who was sitting by him and massaging his lotus feet. Generally, if a son is to be begotten, the husband impregnates the wife, and in due course of time the son is born. But in the case of Lord Brahma's birth, Garbhodakshayi Vishnu did not impregnate Lakshmiji. Being self-sufficient, the Lord begot Brahma from his own navel. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja is confident that even if the goddess of fortune becomes angry with him, there would be no harm, neither to the Lord nor to himself. Text 29. Great saintly persons who are always liberated take to your devotional service, because only by devotional service can one be relieved from the illusions of material existence. O my Lord, there is no other reason for the liberated souls to take shelter at your lotus feet except for the fact that they are constantly thinking of them. Purport. The karmis are generally engaged in fruitive activities for material bodily comforts. The jnanis, however, are disgusted with searching after material comforts. They understand that they have nothing to do with this material world, being spirit souls. After self-realization, the jnanis who are actually matured in their knowledge must surrender unto the lotus feet of the Lord, as it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhavanam Janmanamante. Self-realization is not complete unless one comes to the devotional platform. Therefore, it is stated in Srimad-Bhagavatam that those who are Atmaram, self-satisfied, are freed from all contaminations of the material modes of nature. As long as one is affected by the modes of material nature, especially by Raja and Tama, he will be very greedy and lusty and will therefore engage in hard tasks, laboring all day and night. Such false egoism carries one from one species of life into another perpetually, and there is no rest in any species of life. The jnani understands this fact and therefore ceases to work and takes to karma sannyas. Yet, this is actually not the platform of satisfaction. After self-satisfaction or self-realization, the material wisdom of the jnani leads him to take the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Then he is only satisfied in contemplating the lotus feet of the Lord constantly. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore concludes that liberated persons taking to the devotional path have acquired the ultimate goal of life. If liberation were the end in itself, there would be no question of a liberated person's taking to devotional service. In other words, the transcendental bliss derived from self-realization, known as Atmananda, is very significant in the presence of bliss derived from devotional service to the lotus feet of the Lord. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore concluded that he would simply hear the glories of the Lord constantly and thus engage his mind upon the lotus feet of the Lord. That is the highest perfection of life. Text 30. My dear Lord, what you have said to your unalloyed devotee is certainly very much bewildering. The allurements which you offer in the Vedas are certainly not suitable for pure devotees. People in general are bound by the sweet words of the Vedas, and they engage themselves in again and again fruitive activities, enamored by the results of their actions. Purport. Srila Narottam Das Thakur, a great acharya of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, has said that persons who are very much attached to the fruitive activities of the Vedas, namely Karmakanda and Jnanakanda, are certainly doomed. In the Vedas, there are three kinds of activities known as Karmakanda, fruitive activities, Jnanakanda, philosophical research, and upasanakanda, worship of different demigods for receiving material benefits. Those who are engaged in karmakanda and jnanakanda are doomed in the sense that everyone is doomed who is trapped in this material body, whether it is body of a demigod, king, lower animal, or whatever. The sufferings of the threefold miseries of material life are the same for all. Cultivation of knowledge is to understand what one's spiritual position is also, to a certain extent, a waste of time. Because he is an eternal part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, the immediate business of a living entity is to engage himself in devotional service. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore says that the allurement of material benedictions is another trap to entangle one in this material world. He therefore frankly tells the Lord that the Lord's offerings of benedictions in the form of material facilities are certainly causes for bewilderment. A pure devotee is not at all interested in bhukti or mukti. The Lord sometimes offers benedictions to the neophyte devotees who have not yet understood that material facilities will not make them happy. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the Lord therefore says that a sincere devotee who is not very intelligent may ask for some material benefit from the Lord, but the Lord, being omniscient, does not generally give material rewards, but on the contrary takes away whatever material facilities are being enjoyed by his devotee, so that ultimately the devotee will completely surrender unto him. In other words, the offering of benedictions in the form of material profit is never auspicious for the devotee. The statements of the Vedas, which offer elevation to heavenly planets in exchange for great sacrifices, are simply bewildering. Therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, Yam imam pushpitam vacham pravadanti avipachita. Bhagavad Gita 2.42. The less intelligent class of men, avipachita, are attracted by the flowery language of the Vedas and therefore engage in fruitive activities to become materially benefited. Thus, they continue, life after life, in different bodily forms, to search very, very hard. Text 31. My Lord, due to your illusory energy, all living beings within this material world have forgotten their real constitutional position, and out of ignorance they are always desirous of material happiness in the form of society, friendship, and love. Therefore, please do not ask me to take some material benefits from you, but as the Father, not waiting for the Son's demand, does everything for the benefit of the Son, please bestow upon me whatever you think best for me. Purport. It is the duty of the son to depend upon his father without asking anything from him. The good son has faith that the father knows best how to benefit him. Similarly, a pure devotee does not ask anything from the Lord for material benefit, nor does he ask anything for spiritual benefit. The pure devotee is fully surrendered unto the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord takes charge of him, as stated in Bhagavad Gita. Aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayasami. Bhagavad Gita 1866. The Father knows the necessities of the Son and supplies them, and the Supreme Lord knows the necessities of living entities and supplies them sumptuously. Therefore, the Ishopanishad states that everything in this material world is complete. Purnam idam. The difficulty is that due to forgetfulness, the living entities create unnecessary demands and entangle themselves in material activities. The result is that there is no end to material activities, life after life. Before us, there are varieties of living entities, and everyone is entangled in transmigrations and activities. Our duty is simply to surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead and let Him take charge, for He knows what is good for us. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore tells the Lord that as the Supreme Father, He may elect to bestow whatever He considers beneficial for Pṛthu Mahārāja. That is the perfect position of the living entity. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches us in his Shikshastika, Nadanam najanam najana sundarim kavitam ba jagadisha kamaye mama janmani janmanishware babatad bhakti rohitukitoi. Quote, O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I have any desire to enjoy beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotional service in my life, birth after birth. End quote. The conclusion is that the pure devotee should not aspire after any material benefit from devotional service, nor should he be enamored by fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. He should always be engaged favorably in the service of the Lord. That is the highest perfection of life. Text 32. The great sage Maitreya continued to speak. The Lord, the seer of the universe, after hearing Pṛthu Mahārāja's prayer, addressed the king. My dear king, may you always be blessed by engaging in my devotional service. Only by such purity of purpose, as you yourself very intelligently express, can one cross over the insurmountable illusory energy of Maya. Purport. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, wherein the Lord also claims that the illusory energy is insurmountable. No one can transcend the illusory energy of Maya by fruitive activity, speculative philosophy, or mystic yoga. The only means for transcending illusory energy is devotional service, as the Lord himself states, Mam eva ye prapadyante mayametam tantite, Bhagavad Gita 7:14. If one wants to cross over the ocean of material existence, there is no alternative than to take to devotional service. A devotee, therefore, should not care for any material position, whether in heaven or in hell. A pure devotee should always engage in the service of the Lord, for that is his real occupation. Simply by sticking to that position, one can overcome the stringent laws of material nature. Text 33. My dear king, O protector of the citizens, henceforward be very careful to execute my orders and not be misled by anything. Anyone who lives in that way, simply carrying out my orders faithfully, will always find good fortune all over the world. Purport. The sum and substance of religious life is to execute the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and one who does so is perfectly religious. In Bhagavad Gita, the Supreme Lord Krishna says, Manamana bhava mad bhakta, quote, just think of me always and become my devotee, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 1865. Furthermore, the Lord says, Sarva dharman parityajya ekam sharanam vraja. Give up all kinds of material engagements and simply surrender unto me, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 1866. This is the primary principle of religion. Anyone who directly executes such an order from the personality of Godhead is actually a religious person. Others are described as pretenders, for there are many activities going on throughout the world in the name of religion which are not actually religious. For one who executes the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, however, there is only good fortune throughout the world. Text 34. The great sage Maitreya told Vidura, the Supreme Personality of Godhead amply appreciated the meaningful prayers of Maharaj Prithu. Thus, after being properly worshipped by the king, the Lord benedicted him and decided to depart. Purport. Most important in this verse are the words Pratina Dhyatarvad Vacha, which indicates that the Lord appreciated the very meaningful prayers of the king. When a devotee prays to the Lord, it is not to ask for material benefit, but to ask the Lord for his favor. He prays that he may be engaged in the service of the Lord's lotus feet, birth after birth. Lord Chaitanya therefore uses the words Mama Janmani Janmini, which mean birth after birth, because a devotee is not even interested in stopping the repetition of birth. The Lord and the devotee appear in this material world birth after birth, but such births are transcendental. And in the 4th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, the Lord informed Arjuna that both he and Arjuna had undergone many, many births previously, but the Lord remembered everything about them, whereas Arjuna had forgotten. The Lord and his confidential devotees appear many times to fulfill the Lord's mission, but since such births are transcendental, they are not accompanied by the miserable conditions of material birth, and they are therefore called divya, transcendental. One must understand the transcendental birth of the Lord and the devotee. The purpose of the Lord's taking birth is to establish devotional service, which is the perfect system of religion, and the purpose of the birth of a devotee is to broadcast the same system of religion, or the bhakti cult, all over the world. Maharaj Prithu was an incarnation of the power of the Lord to spread the bhakti cult, and the Lord blessed him to remain fixed in his position. Thus, when the king refused to accept any material benediction, the Lord appreciated that refusal very much. Another significant word in this verse is achyuta, which means, quote, infallible, end quote. Although the Lord appears in this material world, he is never to be considered one of the conditioned souls who are fallible, all fallible. When the Lord appears, he remains in his spiritual position, uncontaminated by the modes of material nature, and therefore in Bhagavad Gita the Lord expresses the quality of his appearance as Atma Mayaya, quote, performed by internal potency, end quote. The Lord, being infallible, is not forced by material nature to take birth in this material world. He appears in order to establish the perfect order of religious principles and to vanquish the demonic influence in human society. Texts 35 and 36. King Prithu worshipped the demigods, the great sages, the inhabitants of Prithviloka, the inhabitants of Gandharvaloka, and those of Siddhaloka, Charnaloka, Panagaloka, Kinnaraloka, Apsaraloka, the earthly planets, and the planets of the birds. He also worshipped many other living entities who presented themselves in the sacrificial arena. With folded hands, he worshipped all these, as well as the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the personal associates of the Lord, by offering sweet words and as much as wealth as possible. After this function, they all went back to their respective abodes, following in the footsteps of Lord Vishnu. Purport. In modern so-called scientific society, the idea is very prevalent that there is no life on other planets, but that only on this planet do living entities with intelligence and scientific knowledge exist. The Vedic literatures, however, do not accept this foolish theory. The followers of Vedic wisdom are fully aware of various planets inhabited by varieties of living entities, such as the demigods, sages, Prithis, Gandharvas, Panagas, Kinnaras, Charnas, Siddhas, and Apsaras. The Vedas give information that in all planets, not only within this material sky, but also in the spiritual sky, there are varieties of living entities. Although all these living entities are of one spiritual nature, in quality the same, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they have varieties of bodies due to the embodiment of the spirit soul by the 8 material elements, namely earth, water, fire, air, sky, mind, intelligence, and false ego. In the spiritual world, however, there is no such distinction between the body and the embodied. In the material world, distinctive features are manifested in different types of bodies and various planets. We have full information from the Vedic literature that in each and every planet, both material and spiritual, there are living entities of varied intelligence. The Earth is one of the planets of the Purloka system, planetary system. There are 6 planetary systems above Purloka and 7 planetary systems below it. Therefore, the entire universe is known as Chaturdas Bhuvana, which indicating that it has 14 different planetary systems. Beyond the planetary systems in the material sky, there is another sky, which is known as Paravyoma, or the spiritual sky, where there are spiritual planets. The inhabitants of those planets engage in varieties of loving service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which include different rasas or relationships known as Dasya Ras, Sakya Ras, Vatsalya Ras, Madhurya Ras, and above all, Parakya Ras. This Parakya Ras, or Paramore love, is prevalent in Krishna Loka, where Lord Krishna lives. This planet is also called Goloka Vrindavan, and although Lord Krishna lives there perpetually, he also expands himself in millions and trillions of forms. In one of such forms, he appears on this material planet in a particular place known as Vrindavan Dham, where he displays his original pastimes of Goloka Vrindavan Dham in the spiritual sky in order to attract conditioned souls back home, back to Godhead. Text 37. The infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead, having captivated the minds of the king and the priests who were present, returned to his abode in the spiritual sky. Purport. Because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is all spiritual, he can descend from the spiritual sky without changing his body, and thus he is known as achyuta, or infallible. When a living entity falls down to the material world, however, he has to accept a material body, and therefore, in his material embodiment, he cannot be called achyuta. Because he falls down from his real engagement in the service of the Lord, the living entity gets a material body to suffer or enjoy, or try to enjoy in the material or miserable material conditions of life. Therefore, the fallen living entity is Achyuta, whereas the Lord is called Achyuta. The Lord was attractive for everyone, not only the king, but also for the priestly order who were very much addicted to the performance of Vedic rituals. Because the Lord is all attractive, he is called Krishna, or, quote, one who attracts everyone, end quote. As will be explained in the next verse, the Lord appeared in the sacrificial arena of Maharaja Prithu as Kshirodakshai Vishnu, who is a personal expansion of Lord Krishna. He is the second incarnation from Karunadakshayi Vishnu, who is the origin of the material creation and who expands as Garbhadakshayi Vishnu, who then enters into each and every universe. Kshirodakshai Vishnu is one of the Purushas who controls the material modes of nature. Text 38. King Prithu then offered his respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Supreme Lord of all demigods. Although not an object of material vision, the Lord revealed himself to the sight of Maharaja Prithu. After offering obeisances to the Lord, the king returned to his home. Purport. The Supreme Lord is not visible to material eyes, but when the material senses are inclined to the transcendental loving service of the Lord and are thus purified, the Lord reveals himself to the vision of the devotee. Avyakta means, quote, unmanifested, end quote. Although the material world is the creation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is unmanifested to material eyes. Maharaja Prithu, however, developed spiritual eyes by his pure devotional service. Here, therefore, the Lord is described as Sandarshitatma, for he reveals himself to the vision of the devotee, although he is not visible to ordinary eyes. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports of the 4th Canto, 20th chapter of the Srimad-Bhagavatam, entitled Lord Vishnu's Appearance in the Sacrificial Arena of Maharaj Prithu. The following is a free-for-download audiobook from the website krishnapath.org. Srimad-Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Part 3, Chapter 21. Instructions by Maharaj Prithu. Text 1. The great sage Maitreya told Vidura, when the king entered his city, it was very beautifully decorated to receive him with pearls, flower garlands, beautiful cloth, and golden gates, and the entire city was perfumed with highly fragrant incense. Purport. Real opulence is supplied by natural gifts, such as gold, silver, pearls, valuable stones, fresh flowers, trees, and silken cloth. Thus, the Vedic civilization recommends opulence and decoration with these natural gifts of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such opulence immediately changes the condition of the mind, and the entire atmosphere becomes spiritualized. King Prithu's capital was decorated with such highly opulent decorations. Text 2. Fragrant water distilled from sandalwood and a guru herb was sprinkled everywhere on the lanes, roads, and small parks throughout the city, and everywhere were decorations of unbroken fruits, flowers, wetted grains, varied minerals, and lamps, all presented as auspicious paraphernalia. Text 3. At the street crossings there were bunches of fruits and flowers, as well as pillars of banana trees and betel nut branches. All these combined decorations everywhere looked very attractive. Text 4. As the king entered the gate of the city, all the citizens received him with many auspicious articles, like lamps, flowers, and yogurt. The king was also received by many beautiful unmarried girls whose bodies were bedecked with various ornaments, especially with earrings which collided with one another. Purport. Offerings of natural products such as betel nuts, bananas, newly grown wheat, paddy, yogurt, and vermilion, carried by the citizens and scattered throughout the city, were all auspicious paraphernalia according to Vedic civilization, for receiving a prominent guest like a bridegroom, king, or spiritual master. Similarly, a welcome offered by unmarried girls who are internally and externally clean and are dressed in nice garments and ornaments is also auspicious. Kumari, or unmarried girls, untouched by the hand of any member of the opposite sex, are auspicious members of society. Even today in Hindu society, The most conservative families do not allow unmarried girls to go out freely to mix with boys. They are very carefully protected by their parents while unmarried. After marriage, they are protected by their young husbands, and when elderly, they are protected by their children. Thus, when thus protected, women as a class remain an always auspicious source of energy to man. Text 5. When the king entered the palace, conch shells and kettle drums were sounded. Priests chanted Vedic mantras, and professional reciters offered different prayers. But in spite of all this ceremony to welcome him, the king was not the least bit affected. Purport. The reception given to the king was full of opulence, yet he did not become proud. It is said, therefore, that great personalities of power and opulence never become proud, and the example is given that a tree which is full of fruits and flowers does not stand erect in pride, but instead bends downward to show submissiveness. This is a sign of the wonderful character of great personalities. Text 6. Both the important citizens and the common citizens welcomed the king very heartily, and he also benedicted them with their desired blessings. Purport. A responsible king was always approachable by his citizens. Generally, the citizens, great and common, all had an aspiration to see the king and take benediction from him. The king knew this, and therefore, whenever he met the citizens, he immediately fulfilled their desires or mitigated their grievances. In such dealings, a responsible monarchy is better than a so-called democratic government in which no one is responsible to mitigate the grievances of the citizens who are unable to personally meet the supreme executive head. In a responsible monarchy, the citizens had no grievances against the government, and even if they did, they could approach the king directly for immediate satisfaction. Text 7. King Prithu was greater than the greatest soul, and was therefore worshipable by everyone. He performed many glorious activities in ruling over the surface of the world, and was always magnanimous. After achieving such great success and a reputation which spread throughout the universe, he at last obtained the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. A responsible king or chief executive has many responsible duties to attend to in ruling over the citizens. The most important duty of the monarch or the government is to perform various sacrifices as enjoined in the Vedic literatures. The next duty of the king is to see that every citizen executes the prescribed duties for his particular community. It is the king's duty to see that everyone perfectly executes the duties prescribed for the Varna and Ashram divisions of society. Besides that, and as exemplified by King Prithu, he must develop the earth for the greatest possible production of food grains. There are different types of great personalities. Some are positive great personalities, some comparative, and some superlative. But King Prithu exceeded all of them. He is therefore described here as Mahatmana, quote, greater than the greatest, end quote. Pṛthu Mahārāja was a Kshatriya, and when he discharged his Kshatriya duties perfectly. Similarly, Brahmanas, Vaishyas, and Sudras can discharge their respective duties perfectly and thus at the ultimate end of life be promoted to the transcendental world, which is called Parampadam. Parampadam, or the Vaikuntha planets, can be achieved only by devotional service. The impersonal Brahman region is also called Parampadam, but unless one is attached to the personality of Godhead, one must again fall down to the material world from the impersonal Parampadam situation. It is said, therefore, Arurya Krichena Parampadam Tata. The impersonalists endeavor very strenuously to achieve the Parampadam, or impersonal Brahmajyoti, but unfortunately, being bereft of a relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they come down again to the material world. If one flies in outer space, he can go very high up, but unless he reaches a planet, he must come down again to the earth. Similarly, because the impersonalists who reach the Parampadam of the impersonal Brahmajyoti do not enter into the Vaikuntha planets, they come down again to this material world and are given shelter in one of the material planets. Although they may attain Brahmaloka or Satyaloka, all such planets are situated in the material world. Text 8. Sutta Goswami continued, O Shonaka, leader of the great sages, After hearing Maitreya speak about the various activities of King Prithu, the original king, who was fully qualified, glorified, and highly praised all over the world, Vidura, the great devotee, very submissively worshipped Maitreya Rishi and asked him the following question. Text 9. Vidura said, "My dear Brahmana Maitreya, it is very enlightening to understand that King Prithu was enthroned by the great sages and Brahmanas. All the demigods presented him with innumerable gifts, and he also expanded his influence upon personally receiving strength from Lord Vishnu. Thus, he greatly developed the earth." Purport. Because Pṛthu Mahārāja was an empowered incarnation of Lord Vishnu and was naturally a great Vaishnava devotee of the Lord, all the demigods were pleased with him and presented different gifts to help him in exercising his royal power, and the great sages and saintly persons also joined in his coronation. Thus, blessed by them, he ruled over the earth and exploited its resources for the greatest satisfaction of the people in general. This has already been explained in the previous chapters regarding the activities of King Prithu. As will be apparent from the next verse, every executive head of state should follow in the footsteps of Maharaj Prithu in ruling over his kingdom. Regardless of whether the chief executive is a king or president, or whether the government is monarchical or democratic, this process is so perfect that if it is followed, everyone will be happy, and thus it will be very easy for all to execute devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 10. Pṛthu Mahārāja was so great, and his activities and magnanimous in his method of ruling, that all the kings and demigods on the various planets still follow in his footsteps. Who is there who will not try to hear about his glorious activities? I wish to hear more and more about Pṛthu Mahārāja, because his activities are so pious and auspicious. Purport. Saint Vidura's purpose in hearing about Pṛthu Mahārāja over and over again was to set an example for ordinary kings and executive heads who are also inclined to hear repeatedly about Pṛthu Mahārāja's activities in order to be able to rule over their kingdoms or states very faithfully for the peace and prosperity of the people in general. Unfortunately, at the present moment, no one cares to hear about Pṛthu Mahārāja or to follow in his footsteps. Therefore, no nation in the world is either happy or progressive in spiritual understanding, although that is the sole aim and objective of human life. Text 11. The great saintly sage Maitreya told Vidura, "My dear Vidura, King Prithu lived in the tract of land between the two great rivers Ganges and Yamuna. Because he was very opulent, it appeared that he was enjoying his destined fortune in order to diminish the results of his past pious activities." Purport. The terms, quote, pious and, quote, impious, end quote, are applicable only in reference to the activities of an ordinary living being, but Pṛthu Mahārāja was a directly empowered incarnation of Lord Vishnu, therefore he was not subject to the reactions of pious and impious activities. As we have already explained previously, when a living being is specifically empowered by the Supreme Lord to act for a particular purpose, he is called a Shaktivesh avatar. Pṛthu Mahārāja was not only a Shaktivesh avatar, but also a great devotee. A devotee is not subjected to the reactions resulting from past deeds. In the Brahma Samhita it is said, "Karmani nirdahati kintu bhakti bhajam." For devotees, the results of past pious and impious activities are nullified by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The words arabdhan eva mean, quote, as if achieved by past deeds, end quote. But in the case of Pṛthu Mahārāja, there was no question of reaction to past deeds, and thus the word eva is used here to indicate comparison to ordinary persons. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, "Avajananti ma mudha." This means that sometimes people misunderstand an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to be an ordinary man. The Supreme Godhead, his incarnations or his devotees, may pose themselves as ordinary men, but they are never to be considered as such. Nor should an ordinary man not supported by authorized statements of the Shastras and Acharyas be accepted as an incarnation or devotee. By the evidence of Shastra, Sanatana Goswami detected Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be a direct incarnation of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, although Lord Chaitanya never disclosed the fact. It is therefore generally recommended that the Acharya or Guru should not be accepted as an ordinary man. Text 12. Maharaj Prithu was an unrivaled king and possessed the scepter for ruling over all the 7 islands on the surface of the globe. No one could disobey his irrevocable orders but the saintly persons, the Brahmanas, and the descendants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Vaishnavas. Purport. Saptadvip refers to the 7 great islands or continents on the surface of the globe. 1. Asia. 2. Europe. 3. Africa. 4. North America. 5. South America. 6. Australia. And 7. Oceania. In the modern age, people are under the impression that during the Vedic period or the prehistoric ages, America and the other parts of the world had not been discovered, but that is not a fact. Pṛthu Mahārāja ruled over the world many thousands of years before the so-called prehistoric age, and it is clearly mentioned here that in those days, not only were all the different parts of the world known, but they were ruled by one king, Maharaj Pṛthu. In the country where Maharaj Pṛthu Mahārāja resided must have been India, because it is stated in the 11th chapter of this verse that he lived in a land called Brahmavarta, which consists of what is known in the modern age as portions of Punjab and northern India. It is clear that the kings of India once ruled all the world and that their culture was Vedic. The word Akshilita indicates that orders by the king could not be disobeyed by anyone in the entire world. Such orders, however, were never issued to control saintly persons or the descendants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. The Supreme Lord is known as Achyuta, and Lord Krishna is addressed as such by Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. Sanayor ubayarmanye ratam stapayame Achyuta. Achyuta refers to one who does not fall because he is never influenced by the modes of material nature. When a living entity falls down to the material world from his original position, he becomes Achyuta, which means that he forgets his relationship with Achyuta. Actually, every living entity is a part and parcel, or a son, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When influenced by the modes of material nature, a living entity forgets this relationship and thinks in terms of different species of life, but when he again comes to his original consciousness, he does not observe such bodily designations. This is indicated in Bhagavad Gita by the words Pandita Samadarshana, Bhagavad Gita 5:18. Material designations create differentiation in terms of caste, color, creed, nationality, etc. Different gotras, or family designations, are distinctions in terms of the material body. But when one comes to Krishna consciousness, he immediately becomes transcendental to all considerations of caste, creed, color, and nationality. Pṛthu Mahārāja had no control over the Brahmana Kula, which refers to the learned scholars in Vedic knowledge, nor over the Vaishnavas, who are above the considerations of Vedic knowledge. It is therefore said, Archye Vaishno Siladir Gurushu Naramatir Vaishnave Jati Bodhir Vishnu Va Vaishnavanam Kalimala Mantane Padatirte Mubi Buddhi Shri Vishnur Namni Mantre Shalaka Kaleshu He Shabda Samanya Buddhir Vaishno Sarvasvareshe Tad Itara Samadhir Yasya Va Narakisa. Quote, one who thinks the deity in the temple to be made of wood or stone, who thinks of the spiritual master in the disciplic succession as an ordinary man, who thinks the Vaishnava in the Achyuta Gotra to belong to a certain caste or creed, or who thinks of Charnamrita or Ganges water as ordinary water, is taken to be a resident of hell. Padma Purana. From the facts presented in this verse, it appears that people in general should be controlled by a king until they come to the platform of Vaishnavas and Brahmanas, who are not under the control of anyone. Brahmana refers to one who knows Brahman, or the impersonal feature of the absolute truth, and a Vaishnava is one who serves the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 13. Once upon a time, King Pṛthu Mahārāja initiated the performance of a very great sacrifice in which great saintly sages, brahmanas, demigods from higher planetary systems, and great saintly kings, known as Rajarshis, all assembled together. Purport. In this verse, the most significant point is that although King Prithu's residential quarters were in India, between the rivers Ganges and Yamuna, the demigods also participated in the great sacrifice he performed. This indicates that formerly the demigods used to come to this planet. Similarly, great personalities like Arjuna, Yudhishthira, and many others used to visit higher planetary systems. Thus, there was interplanetary communication via suitable airplanes and space vehicles. Text 14. In that great assembly, Mahārāja Pṛthu first of all worshipped all the respectable visitors according to their respective positions. After this, he stood up in the midst of the assembly, and it appeared that the full moon had arisen amongst the stars. Purport. According to the Vedic system, the reception of great exalted personalities as arranged by Pṛthu Mahārāja in that great sacrificial arena is very important. The first procedure in receiving guests is to wash their feet, and it is learned from Vedic literatures that one time when Maharaja Yudhishthira performed a Rajasuya Yaga, Krishna took charge of washing the feet of the visitors. Similarly, Mahārāja Pṛthu also arranged for the proper reception of the demigods, the saintly sages, the brahmanas, and the great kings. Text 15. King Prithu's body was tall and sturdy, and his complexion was fair. His arms were full and broad, and his eyes were bright as the shining sun. His nose was straight, his face very beautiful, and his personality grave. His teeth were set beautifully in his smiling face. Purport. Amongst the four social orders, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishyas, and Shudras, the Kshatriyas, both men and women, are generally very beautiful. As will be apparent in the following verses, it is to be concluded that not only were Mahārāja Pṛthu's bodily features attractive, as described here, but he had a specific all auspicious signs in his bodily construction. As it is said, quote, "The face is the index of the mind," end quote. One's mental constitution is exhibited by his facial features. The bodily features of a particular person are exhibited in accordance with his past deeds, for according to one's past deeds, the next bodily features, whether in human society, animal society, or demigod society, are determined. This is proof of the transmigration of the soul through different types of bodies. Text 16. The chest of Mahārāja Pṛthu was very broad, his waist was very thick, and his abdomen, wrinkled by lines of skin, resembled in construction a banyan tree. His navel was coiled and deep, his thighs were of a golden hue, and his instep was arched. Text 17. The black slick hair on his head was very fine and curly, and his neck, like a conch shell, was decorated with auspicious lines. He wore a very valuable dhoti, and there was a nice wrapper on the upper part of his body. Text 18. As Mahārāja Pṛthu was being initiated to perform the sacrifice, he had to leave aside his valuable dress, and therefore his natural bodily beauty was visible. It was very pleasing to see him put on a black deerskin and wear a ring of kusha grass on his finger, for this increased the natural beauty of his body. It appears that Mahārāja Pṛthu observed all the regulative principles as before he performed the sacrifice. Text 19. Just to encourage the members of the assembly and to enhance their pleasure, King Pṛthu glanced over them with eyes that seemed like stars in the sky wet with dew. He then spoke to them in a great voice. Text 20. Maharaj Prithu's speech was very beautiful, full of metaphorical language, clearly understandable and very pleasing to hear. His words were all grave and certain. It appears that when he spoke, he expressed his personal realization of the absolute truth in order to benefit all who were present. Purport. Maharaj Prithu was beautiful in his external bodily features, and his speech was also very glorious in all respects. His words, which were nicely composed in highly metaphorical ornamental language, were pleasing to hear, and were not only mellow, but also very clearly understandable and without doubt or ambiguity. Text 21. King Prithu said, O gentle members of the assembly, may all good fortune be upon you. May all of you great souls who have come to attend this meeting kindly hear my prayer attentively. A person who is actually inquisitive must present his decision before an assembly of noble souls. Purport. In this verse, the word sabdhava, quote, all great souls, end quote, is very significant. When a person is very great and famous, many unscrupulous persons become his enemies, for envy is the nature of materialists. In any meeting there are different classes of men, and it is supposed, therefore, that because Maharaj Prithu was very great, he must have had several enemies present in the assembly, although they could not express themselves. Maharaj Prithu, however, was concerned with persons who were gentle, and therefore he first addressed all the honest persons, not caring for the envious. He did not, however, present himself as a royal authority, empowered to command everyone, because he wanted to present to his statesmen in humble submission before the assembly of great sages and saintly persons. As a great king of the entire world, he could have given them orders, but he was so humble, meek, and honest that he presented his statement for approval in order to clarify his mature decision. Everyone within this material world is conditioned by the modes of material nature and therefore has 4 defects, but although Maharaj Prithu was above all these, still, like an ordinary conditioned soul, he presented his statements to the great souls, sages, and saintly persons present there. Text 22. King Prithu continued, By the grace of the Supreme Lord, I have been appointed the king of this planet, and I carry the scepter to rule the citizens, protect them from all dangers, and give them employment according to their respective positions in the social order established by Vedic injunction. Purport. A king is supposed to be appointed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead to look after the interests of his particular planet. On every planet there is a predominating person, just as we now see that in every country there is a president. If one is president or king, it should be understood that this opportunity has been given to him by the Supreme Lord. According to the Vedic system, the king is considered to be a representative of of Godhead and is offered respects by the citizens as God in the human form of life. Actually, according to Vedic civil information, the Supreme Lord maintains all living entities, especially human beings, to elevate them to the highest perfection. There are many, many births in the lower species when a living entity evolves from the human form of life to the human form of life, and in particular to the civilized human form of life. His society must be divided into 4 gradations, as ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Bhagavad Gita, Chaturvarnyam Maya Shrishtam, etc. The full social orders, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, are natural divisions of human society, and, as declared by Pṛthu Mahārāja, every man in his respective social order must have proper employment for his livelihood. It is the duty of the king or the government to ensure that the people observe the social order so that they are also employed in their respective occupational duties. In modern times, since the production of the government or the king has been withdrawn, social order has practically collapsed. No one knows what is a Brahmana, who is a Kshatriya, who is a Vaishya, or who is a Shudra, and people claim to belong to a particular social order by birthright only. It is the duty of the government to reestablish social order in terms of occupational duties and the modes of material nature, for that will make the entire world population actually civilized. If it does not observe the institutional functions of the 4 social orders, human society is no better than animal society, in which there is never tranquility, peace, and prosperity, but only chaos and confusion. Maharaja Prithu, as an ideal king, strictly observed the maintenance of the social Vedic order. Prajante hi iti praja. The word praja refers to one who takes birth. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja guaranteed protection for prajanam, all living entities who took birth in his kingdom. Praja refers not only to human beings, but also to animals, trees, and every other living entity. It is the duty of the king to give all living entities protection and food. The fools and rascals of modern society have no knowledge of the extent of the responsibility of the government. Animals are also citizens of the land in which they happen to be born, and they also have the right to continue their existence at the cost of the Supreme Lord. The disturbance of the animal population by wholesale slaughter has produced a catastrophic future reaction for the butcher, his land, and his government. Text 23. Maharaja Prithu said, I think that upon the execution of my duties as king, I shall be able to achieve the desired objectives described by experts in Vedic knowledge. This destination is certainly achieved by the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the seer of all destiny. Purport. Maharaja Prithu gives special stress to the word Brahma Vadina, by the experts in the Vedic knowledge. Brahma refers to the Vedas, which are also known as Shabda Brahma, or transcendental sound. Transcendental sound is not ordinary language, although it appears to be written in ordinary language. Evidence from the Vedic literature should be accepted as final authority. In the Vedic literature, there is much information, and of course there is information about the execution of a king's duty. A responsible king who executes his appointed duty by giving proper protection to all living entities on his planet is promoted to the heavenly planetary system. This is also dependent upon the pleasure of the Supreme Lord. It is not that if one executes his duty properly, he is automatically promoted, for promotion depends upon the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It must ultimately be concluded that one can achieve the desired result of his activities upon satisfying the Supreme Lord. This is also confirmed in the second chapter, first canto of Srimad-Bhagavatam. Atapumbir dveja streshta varnashrama bhagasa svanustitasya dharmasya samsadi haritoshanam. The perfection of one's execution of his appointed duties is the ultimate satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. The word kamashandoha means, quote, achievement of the desired result, end quote. Everyone desires to achieve the ultimate goal of life, but in modern civilization, the great scientists think that man's life has no plan. This gross ignorance is very dangerous and makes civilization very risky. People do not know the laws of nature, which are the rulings of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because they are atheists of the first order, they have no faith in the existence of God and his rulings, and therefore do not know how nature is working. This gross ignorance of the mass of people, including the so-called scientists and philosophers, make life a risky situation in which human beings do not know whether they are making progress in life. According to Srimad-Bhagavatam, they are simply progressing to the darkest region of material existence. Adanta Gobir Vishitam Tamishram, Srimad-Bhagavatam 7.5.30. The Krishna consciousness movement has therefore been started to give philosophers, scientists, and people in general the proper knowledge about the destiny of life. Everyone should take advantage of this movement and learn the real goal of life. Text 24. Any king who does not teach his citizens about their respective duties in terms of varna and ashram, but who simply exacts tolls and taxes from them, is liable to suffer for the impious activities which have been performed by the citizens. In addition to such degradation, the king also loses his own fortune. Purport. A king, governor, or president should not take the opportunity to occupy his post without also discharging his duty. he must teach the people within the state how to observe the divisions of varna and ashram. If a king neglects to give in such instructions and is simply satisfied with levying taxes, then those who share in the collection, namely all the government servants and the head of state, are liable to share in the impious activities of the general masses. The laws of nature are very subtle. For example, if one eats in a place which is very sinful, he shares in the resultant reaction of the sinful activities performed there. It is a Vedic system, therefore, for a householder to call Brahmanas and Vaishnavas to eat at ceremonial performances in his house, because the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas can immunize him from sinful activities. But it is not the duty of rigid Brahmanas and Vaishnavas to accept invitations everywhere. There is, of course, no objection to taking part in feasts in which prasad is distributed. There are many subtle laws which are practically unknown to people in general, but the Krishna conscious movement is very scientifically distributing all this Vedic knowledge for the benefit of all the people of the world. Text 25. Pṛthu Mahārāja continued, "Therefore, my dear citizens, for the welfare of your king after his death, you should execute your duties properly in terms of your positions of varna and ashram, and should always think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead within your hearts. By doing so, your interests will be protected, and you will bestow mercy upon your king for his welfare after death." Purport. The words adhoksajadiya, meaning Krishna consciousness, are very important in this verse. The king and citizens should both be Krishna conscious, otherwise both of them will be doomed into lower species of life after death. A responsible government must teach Krishna consciousness very vigorously for the benefit of all. Without Krishna consciousness, neither the state nor the citizens of the state can be responsible. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore specifically requested the citizens to act in Krishna consciousness, and he was also very anxious to teach them how to become Krishna conscious. The summary of Krishna consciousness is given in Bhagavad Gita. Yat karoshi yat ashnasi yat jahosi dadasi yat tapasyasi konteya tat karushva madarpanam. Quote, "Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you give in charity, and whatever penances you undergo should be done in Krishna consciousness or for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead." End quote. Bhagavad Gita 9:27. If all the people of the state, including the government servants, are taught the techniques of spiritual life, then, although everyone is liable to be punished in different ways by the stringent laws of material nature, they will not be implicated. Text 26. I request all the pure-hearted demigods, forefathers, and saintly persons to support my proposal, because after death, the result of an action is equally shared by its doer, its director, and its supporter. Purport. The government of Pṛthu Mahārāja was perfect because it was administered exactly according to the orders of the Vedic injunctions. Pṛthu Mahārāja has already explained that the chief duty of the government is to see that everyone executes his respective duty and is elevated to the platform of Krishna consciousness. The government should be so conducted that automatically everyone is elevated to Krishna consciousness. King Pṛthu, therefore, wanted his citizens to cooperate fully with him, for if they assented, they would enjoy the same profit as him after death. If Pṛthu Mahārāja, as a perfect king, were elevated to the heavenly planets, the citizens who cooperated by proving of his methods would also be elevated with him. Since the Krishna consciousness movement, which is going on at the present moment, is genuine, perfect, and authorized, and is following in the footsteps of Pṛthu Mahārāja, anyone who cooperates with this movement or accepts its principles will get the same result as the workers who are actively propagating Krishna consciousness. Text 27. My dear respectable ladies and gentlemen, according to the authoritative statements of Shastra, there must be a supreme authority who is able to award the respective benefits of our present activities. Otherwise, why should there be persons who are unusually beautiful and powerful both in this life and in the life after death? Purport. Pṛthu Mahārāja's sole aim in ruling his kingdom was to raise the citizens to the standard of God consciousness. Since there was a great assembly in the arena of sacrifice, there were different types of men present, but He was especially interested in speaking to those who were not atheists. It has already been explained in the previous verses that Pṛthu Mahārāja advised the citizens to become adhoksajadiya, which means God-conscious or Krishna-conscious, and in this verse he specifically presents the authority of Shastra, even though his father was a number one atheist who did not abide by the injunctions mentioned in the Vedic Shastras, who practically stopped all sacrificial performance, and who so disgusted the Brahmanas that they not only dethroned him, but cursed and killed him. Atheistic men do not believe in the existence of God, and thus they understand that everything which is happening in our daily affairs must be due to physical arrangement and chance. Atheists believe in the atheistic Sankhya philosophy of the combination of Prakriti and Purusha. They believe only in matter and hold that matter, under certain conditions of amalgamation, give rise to the living force, which then appear as Purusha, the enjoyer. Then, by a combination of matter and the living force, the many varieties of material manifestation come into existence. Nor do atheists believe in the injunctions of the Vedas. According to them, all the Vedic injunctions are simply theories that have no practical application in life. Taking all of this into consideration, Pṛthu Mahārāja suggested that theistic men will solidly reject the view of atheists on the grounds that there cannot be many varieties of existence without the plan of a superior intelligence. Atheists very vaguely explain that these varieties of existence occur simply by chance, but the theists who believe in the injunctions of the Vedas must reach all their conclusions under the direction of the Vedas. In the Vishnu Purana, it is said that the entire Varnashram institution is meant to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The rules and regulations set up for the execution of the duties of the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, or Brahmacharis, Grihasthas, Vanaprasthas, and Sannyasis, are all meant to satisfy the Supreme Lord. At the present moment, although all the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras have lost their original culture, they claim to be Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras by birthright. Yet they have rejected the proposal that such social and spiritual orders are specially meant to worship of Lord Vishnu. Such dangerous Mayavad theory set forth by Shankaracharya that God is impersonal does not tally with the injunctions of the Vedas. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore described the Mayavadi philosophers as the greatest offenders against the personality of Godhead. According to the Vedic system, one who does not abide by the orders of the Vedas is called a Nastika, or atheist. When Lord Buddha preached his theory of nonviolence, he was obliged to deny the authority of the Vedas, and for this reason he was considered by the followers of the Vedas to be a Nastika. But, although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu clearly enunciated that the followers of the Lord Buddha's philosophy are Gnostikas or atheists because of their denial of the authority of the Vedas, he considered the Shankarites, who wanted to establish Vedic authority by trickery and who actually followed the Mayavad philosophy of Buddha's school, to be more dangerous than the Buddhists themselves. The Shankarite philosophers' theory that we have to imagine a shape of God is more dangerous than denial of the existence of God. Notwithstanding all the philosophical theorizing by atheists or Mayavadis, the followers of the Krishna consciousness rigidly live according to the injunctions given in Bhagavad Gita, which is accepted as the essence of all Vedic scripture. In Bhagavad Gita it is said, Yata pravitir bhutanam yena sarvamidam tatam sarvakamana tvam abhyarchya siddhim vidanti manava. Bhagavad Gita 18:46. This means that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original source of everything, as described in the Vedanta Sutra, Janmadyasya Yata. The Lord himself also confirms in Bhagavad Gita, Aham sarvasya prabhava, quote, I am the origin of everything, end quote. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original source of all emanations, and at the same time, as Paramatma, he is spread all over existence. The absolute truth is therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and every living being is meant to satisfy the Supreme Godhead by performing his respective duty. Sva karmanat tam abhacharya. Maharaj Prithu wanted to introduce this formula amongst his citizens. The most important point in human civilization is that while one engages in different occupational duties, he must try to satisfy the Supreme Lord by the execution of such duties. That is the highest perfection of life. Shanavustitya dharmasya samsati haritoshanam. By discharging one's prescribed duties, one can become very successful in life if he simply satisfies the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The vivid example is Arjuna. He was a Kshatriya. His duty was to fight, and by executing his prescribed duty, he satisfied the Supreme Lord and therefore became perfect. Everyone should follow this principle. The atheists who do not are condemned in Bhagavad Gita in the 16th chapter and by the following statement. Tanidam drishta kurun samsaroreshu naradaman. Bhagavad Gita 16:19. In this verse, it is clearly said that the people who are envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are the lowest of mankind and are very mischievous. Under the regulative principles of the Supreme, such mischievous persons are thrown into the darkest region of material existence and are born of asuras, or atheists. Birth after birth, such asuras go still farther down, finally to animal forms like those of tigers or similar ferocious beasts. Thus, for millions of years, they have to remain in darkness without knowledge of Krishna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is known as Purushottama, or the best of all living entities. He is a person, like all other living entities, but he also is the leader of the best, or the best of all living beings. That is stated in the Vedas also. Nityo Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitananam. He is the chief of all eternals, the chief of all living entities. He is complete and full. He has no need to derive benefit by interfering with the affairs of other living entities, but because he is the maintainer of all, he has the right to bring them to the proper standard so that all living entities may become happy. As a father wants all of his children to become happy under his direction, similarly, God, or Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has the right to see that all living entities are happy. There is no possibility of becoming happy within this material world. The Father and the Sons are eternal, but if a living entity does not come to the platform of the eternal life of bliss and knowledge, there is no question of happiness. Although Purushottama, the best of all living entities, has no benefit to derive from the common living entities, he does have the right to discriminate between their right and wrong ways. The right way is the path of activities meant to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as we have already discussed. Svanustitasya dharmasya samsiddhi haritoshanam. A living entity may engage in any occupational duty, but if he wants to have perfection in his duties, he must satisfy the Supreme Lord. As such, one who pleases him gets better facilities for living, but one who displeases him gets involved in undesirable situations. It is therefore concluded that there are two kinds of duties, mundane duty and duty performed for the sake of jaga, or sacrifice, yagnartat karma. Any karma or activity one performs, which is not for the purpose of jaga, is a cause of bondage. Yagnartat kamanon yatra lokayam karma bandhana. Quote, work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise work binds one to this material world. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 3:9. Karma bandhana, or the bondage of karma, is administered under the regulations of the stringent laws of material nature. Material existence is a struggle to conquer the impediments put forth by material nature. The asuras are always fighting to overcome these impediments, and by the illusory power of material nature, the foolish living entities work very hard within this material world and take this to be happiness. This is called Maya. In that hard struggle for existence, they deny the existence of the supreme authority, Purushottama, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In order to regulate the activities of the living entities, God has given us codes, just as a king gives codes of law in a state, and whoever breaks the law is punished. Similarly, the Lord has given the infallible knowledge of the Vedas, which are not contaminated by the four defects of human life, namely, the tendency to commit mistakes, to be illusioned, to cheat, and to have imperfect senses. If we do not take direction from the Vedas, but act whimsically according to our own choice, we are sure to be punished by the laws of the Lord, who offers different types of bodies and 8,400,000 species of forms. Material existence, or the sense gratification process, is conducted according to the type of body which we are given by Prakriti, or material nature. As such, there must be divisions of pious and impious activities, punya and papa. In Bhagavad Gita is clearly stated, Yesham tvanta gatam papam janamam punya karmanam te tandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridavrata. Quote, one who has completely surpassed the resultant activities of the impious path of life, this is possible only when one engages exclusively in pious activities, can understand his eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, he engages in his transcendental loving service. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 7:28. This life of engaging always in this loving service of the Lord is called adhoksajadiya, or a life of Krishna consciousness, which King Prithu meant his citizens to follow. The different varieties of life and of material existence does not come about by chance and necessities. They are different arrangements made by the Supreme Lord in terms of the pious and impious activities of the living entities. By performing pious activities, one can take birth in a good family and a good nation, and one can get a beautiful body and become very well educated or very rich. We see, therefore, that in different places and in different planets there are different standards of life, bodily features, and educational statuses, all awarded by the Supreme Personality of Godhead according to pious or impious activities. Varieties of life, therefore, do not develop by chance, but by prearrangement. There is a plan, which is already outlined in the Vedic knowledge. One has to take advantage of this knowledge and mold his life in such a way that at the end, especially in the human form of life, he may go back home, back to Godhead, by practicing Krishna consciousness. The theory of chance can best be explained in the Vedic literature by the words agyanta sukriti, which refer to pious activities performed without the actor's knowledge. But these are also planned. For example, Krishna comes like an ordinary human being. He comes as a devotee, like Lord Chaitanya, or he sends his representative, the spiritual master, or pure devotee. This is also the planned activity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They come to canvass and educate, and thus a person in the illusory energy of the Supreme Lord gets a chance to mix with them, talk with them, and take lessons from them, and somehow or other, if a conditioned soul surrenders to such personalities, and by intimate association with them chances to become Krishna conscious, he is saved from the material conditions of life. Krishna therefore instructs, Sarva dharmam parityaja mamikam sharanam bhaja aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshishami ma shucha. Quote, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 1866. The word sarvapapebhya means, quote, from all sinful activities, end quote. A person who surrenders unto him by utilizing the chance to associate with a pure devotee, spiritual master, or authorized incarnations of Godhead, like Pṛthu Mahārāja, is saved by Krishna. Then his life becomes successful. Text 28 and 29. This is confirmed not only by the evidence of the Vedas, but also by the personal behavior of the great personalities like Manu, Uttanapad, Dhruva, Priyavrata, and my grandfather Anga, as well as by many other great personalities and ordinary living entities, exemplified by Maharaj Prahlad and Bali, all of whom were theists who believe in the existence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who carries a club. Purport. Narottam Das Thakur states that one has to ascertain the right path for his activities by following in the footsteps of great saintly persons and books of knowledge under the guidance of a spiritual master. Sadhu Shastra Guru Vakya. A saintly person is one who follows the Vedic injunctions, which are the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word guru refers to one who gives proper direction under the authority of the Vedic injunctions and according to the examples of the lives of great personalities. The best way to mold one's life is to follow in the footsteps of the authorized personalities like those mentioned herein by Pṛthu Mahārāja, beginning with Swayambhuva Manu. The safest path in life is to follow such great personalities, especially those mentioned in the Srimad-Bhagavatam. The Mahajans, or great personalities, are Brahma, Lord Shiva, Narada Muni, Manu, the Kumars, Prahlad Maharaj, Bali Maharaj, Yamaraj, Bhishma, Janaka, Shukadev Goswami, and Kapila Muni. Text 30. Although abominable persons like my father, Vena, the grandson of death personified, are bewildered on the path of religion, all the great personalities like those mentioned agree that in this world, the only bestower of the benediction of religion, economic development, sense gratification, liberation, or elevation to the heavenly planets is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. King Vena, the father of Pṛthu Mahārāja, was condemned by the Brahmanas and saintly persons due to his denying the existence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and rejecting the method of satisfying him by performance of Vedic sacrifice. In other words, he was an atheist who did not believe in the existence of God and who consequently stopped all Vedic ritualistic ceremonies in his kingdom. Pṛthu Mahārāja considered his character abominable because he was foolish regarding the execution of religious performances. Atheists are of the opinion that there is no need to accept the authority of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to be successful in religion, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. According to them, dharma, or religious principles, are meant to establish an imaginary God and to encourage one to become moral, honest, and just so that the social orders may be maintained in peace and tranquility. Furthermore, they say that actually there is no need to accept God for this purpose, for if one follows the principle of morality and honesty, that is sufficient. Similarly, if one makes nice plans and works very hard for economic development, automatically a result of economic development will come. Similarly, sense gratification does not depend on the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for if one earns enough money by any process, one will have sufficient opportunity for sense gratification. Insofar as liberation is concerned, they say that there is no need to talk of liberation because after death, everything is finished. Pṛthu Mahārāja, however, does not accept the authority of such atheists, and headed by his father, who is the grandson of death personified. Generally, a daughter inherits the qualities of her father, and a son gets the qualities of his mother. Thus, Mrityu's daughter, Sunita, got all the qualities of her father, and Vena inherited the qualities of his mother. A person who is always subjected to the rules and regulations of repeated birth and death cannot accommodate anything beyond materialistic ideas. Since King Vena was such a man, he did not believe in the existence of God. Modern civilization agrees with the principles of King Vena, but factually, if we scrutinize and we study all the conditions of religion, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation, we must accept the principles of the authority of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. According to the Vedic literature, religion consists only of the codes of law given by God. If one does not accept the authority of the Supreme Godhead in matters of religion and morality, one must explain why two persons of the same moral standard achieve different results. It is generally found that even if two men have the same moral standards of ethics, honesty, and morality, their positions are still not the same. Similarly, in economic development, it is seen that two men work very hard day and night. Still, the results are not the same. One person may enjoy great opulence without even working, whereas another person, although working very hard, does not even get 2 sufficient meals a day. Similarly, in the matter of sense gratification, sometimes one who has sufficient food is still not happy with his family affairs, or sometimes is even not married, whereas another person, even though not economically well off, has the greatest opportunity for sense gratification. Even an animal, like a hog or a dog, may have greater opportunities for sense gratification than a human being. Aside from liberation, even if we consider only the preliminary necessities of life, dharma, artha, and kama, religion, economic development, and sense gratification, we will see that they are not the same for everyone. Therefore, it must be accepted that there is someone who determines the different standards. And in conclusion, not only for liberation one must depend upon the Lord, but even for ordinary necessities in the material world. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore indicated that in spite of having rich parents, children are sometimes not happy. Similarly, in spite of valuable medicine administered by a competent physician, sometimes a patient dies. Or, in spite of having a big, safe boat, sometimes a man drowns. We may thus struggle to counteract impediments offered by material nature, but our attempts cannot be successful unless we are favored by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 31. By the inclination to serve the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, suffering humanity can immediately cleanse the dirt which has accumulated in their minds during innumerable births. Like the Ganges water which emanates from the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord, such a process immediately cleanses the mind, and thus spiritual or Krishna consciousness gradually increases. Purport. In India, one can actually see that a person who takes a bath in the Ganges water daily is almost free from all kinds of diseases. A very respectable Brahmana in Calcutta never took a doctor's medicine. Even though he sometimes felt sick, he would not accept medicine from the physician, but would simply drink Ganges water, and he was always cured within a very short time. The glories of Ganges water are known to Indians and to ourselves also. The Ganges water flows by Calcutta. Sometimes within the water there are many stools and other dirty things which are washed away from the neighboring mills and factories, but still thousands of men take baths in the Ganges water, and they are very healthy as well as spiritually inclined. That is the effect of Ganges water. The Ganges is glorified because it emanates from the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord. Similarly, if one takes to the service of the lotus feet of the Lord or takes to Krishna consciousness, he is immediately cleansed of the many dirty things which have accumulated in his innumerable births. We have seen that in spite of the very black record of their past lives, persons who take to Krishna consciousness very swiftly become perfectly cleansed of all dirty things and make spiritual progress. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja advises that without the benediction of the Supreme Lord, one cannot make advancement, either in so-called morality, economic development, or sense gratification. One should therefore take to the service of the Lord, or Krishna consciousness, and thus very soon become a perfect man, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Shikram bhavati dharmatma svashach chantim nigachati. Being a responsible king, Pṛthu Mahārāja recommends that everyone take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and thus be immediately purified. Lord Sri Krishna also says in Bhagavad Gita that simply by surrendering unto him, one is immediately relieved of all sinful reactions. As Lord Krishna takes away all the sinful reactions of a person immediately upon his surrender unto him, similarly, the external manifestation of Krishna, the representative of Krishna, who acts as the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, takes all the resultant actions of the sinful life of the disciple immediately after the disciple's initiation. Thus, if the disciple follows the principles instructed by the spiritual master, he remains purified and is not contaminated by the material infection. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore stated that the spiritual master who plays the part of Krishna's representative has to consume all the sinful reactions of his disciple. Sometimes the spiritual master takes the risk of being overwhelmed by the sinful reactions of the disciples and undergoes a sort of tribulation due to their acceptance. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore advised that one not accept many disciples. Text 32. When a devotee takes shelter at the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is completely cleansed of all misunderstanding or mental speculation, and he manifests renunciation. This is possible only when one is strengthened by practicing bhakti yoga. Once having taken shelter at the root of the lotus feet of the Lord, a devotee never comes back to this material existence, which is full of the threefold miseries. Purport. As stated by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his Shikshastaka instructions, by the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, or by the process of hearing and chanting of the glories of the Lord, one's mind is gradually cleansed of all dirt. Due to our material association since time immemorial, we have accumulated heaps of dirty things in our minds. The total effect of this takes place when a living entity identifies himself with his body and is thus entrapped by the stringent laws of material nature and put into the cycle of repeated birth and death under the false impression of bodily identification. When one is strengthened by practicing bhakti yoga, his mind is cleansed of this misunderstanding, and he is no longer interested in material existence or in sense gratification. Bhakti, or devotional service, is characterized by vairagya and jnana. Jnana refers to understanding that one is not his body, and vairagya means disinterest in sense gratification. These two primary principles of separation from material bondage can be realized on the strength of bhakti yoga. Thus, when a devotee is fixed in the loving service of the lotus feet of the Lord, he will never come back to this material existence after quitting his body, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita by the Lord. Trakta deham pranarjanma naitimam etisha Arjuna. In this verse, the word vijnana is specifically important. Jnana, the knowledge of spiritual identity that one attains when he does not consider himself to be the body, is explained in Bhagavad Gita as Brahmabhuta, the revival of spiritual realization. In the conditioned state of material existence, one cannot be spiritually realized because he identifies himself materially. The understanding of the distinction between material existence and spiritual existence is called jnana. After coming to the platform of jnana, or the Brahmabhuta state, one ultimately comes to devotional service, in which he completely understands his own position and the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This understanding is explained here as Vijnana Vishesha. The Lord says, therefore, that knowledge of him is Vijnana, science. In other words, when one is strengthened by scientific knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his position of liberation is guaranteed. In Bhagavad Gita also, the direct science of devotional service is described as pratyakshava gamam dharmyam, direct understanding of the principles of religion by realization. Bhagavad Gita 9.2. By practicing bhakti yoga, one can directly perceive his advancement in spiritual life. In other practices, like karma yoga, jnana yoga, and dhyana yoga, one may not be confident about his progress, but in bhakti yoga, one can become directly aware of his progress in spiritual life, just as a person who eats can understand that his hunger is satisfied. Our false appetite for enjoyment and lordship of the material world is due to a prominence of passion and ignorance. By bhakti yoga, these two qualities are diminished, and one becomes situated in the mode of goodness. Gradually surpassing the mode of goodness, one is situated in pure goodness, which is not contaminated by the material qualities. When thus is situated, a devotee no longer has any doubts. He knows that he will not come back to this material world. Text 33. Pṛthu Mahārāja advised his citizens, engaging your minds, your words, your bodies, and the results of your occupational duties, and being always open-minded, you should all render devotional service to the Lord. According to your abilities and the occupations in which you are situated, you should engage your service at the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead with full confidence and without reservation. Surely then you will be successful in achieving the final objective in your lives. Purport. As stated in the 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Sva karmanam tam abhyarchaya. One has to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead by his occupational duties. This necessitates accepting the principle of 4 varnas and 4 ashrams. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore says, Gunai sarva karma bhi. This phrase is explained in Bhagavad Gita, Chaturvarnyam mayashtishtam guna karma vibhagasa. Quote, the 4 castes, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, are created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead according to the material modes of nature and the particular duties discharged in those modes. End quote. A person who is situated in the mode of goodness is certainly more intelligent than others. Therefore, he can practice the Brahminical activities, namely speaking the truth, controlling the senses, controlling the mind, remaining always clean, practicing tolerance, having full knowledge about one's identity, and understanding devotional service. In this way, if he engages himself in the loving service of the Lord as an actual Brahmana, his aim to achieve the final interest in life is attained. Similarly, the Kshatriya's duties are to give protection to the citizens, to give all his possessions in charity, and to be strictly Vedic in the management of the state affairs, and to be unafraid and to fight whenever there is an attack by enemies. In this way, a Kshatriya can satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead by his occupational duties. Similarly, a Vaishya can satisfy the Supreme Godhead by properly executing his occupational duties, engaging himself in producing foodstuffs, giving protection to cows, and trading if necessary when there is an excess of agricultural production. Similarly, because they do not have ample intelligence, Shudras should simply engage as workers to serve the higher statuses of social life. Everyone's aim should be to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead by engaging his mind in always thinking of Krishna, his words in always offering prayers to the Lord or preaching about the glories of the Lord, and his body in executing the service required to satisfy the Lord. As there are 4 divisions within our body, the head, the arms, the belly, and the legs, similarly, human society, taken as a whole, is divided into 4 classes of men according to their material qualities and occupational duties. Thus, the Brahminical or intelligent men have to execute the duty of the head, the Kshatriyas must fulfill the duty of the arms, the Vaishyas must fulfill the duty of the belly, and the Shudras must fulfill the duty of the legs. In executing the prescribed duties of life, no one is higher or lower, for although there are such divisions as higher and lower, since there is actually a common interest to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there are no distinctions between them. The question may be raised that since the Lord is supposed to be worshipped by great demigods like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and others, how can an ordinary human being on this planet serve him? This is clearly explained by Pṛthu Mahārāja and by the use of the words yata dikara, according to one's ability. If one sincerely executes his occupational duty, that will be sufficient. One does not need to become like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra, Lord Chaitanya, or Ramanujacharya, whose capabilities are certainly far above ours. Even a Shudra, who is in the lowest stage of life, according to the material qualities, can achieve the same success. Anyone can become successful in devotional service, provided he displays no duplicity. It is explained here that one must be very frank and open-minded. Amayina. To be situated in a lower status of life is not a disqualification for success in devotional service. The only qualification is that whether one is a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra, he must be open, frank, and free from reservations. Then, by performing his particular occupational duty under the guidance of a proper spiritual master, he can achieve the highest success in life. As confirmed by the Lord himself, Striya Vaishyas Tatatu Shudras Tepi Yanti Param Gatim. Bhagavad Gita 9:32. It does not matter what one is, whether a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, or a degraded woman. If he engages himself seriously in devotional service, working with body, mind, and intelligence, he is sure to be successful in going back home, back to Godhead. The Lord's lotus feet are described here as Kama Dukangri Panjakam because they have all power to fulfill the desires of everyone. A devotee is happy even in this life, although in material existence we have many needs. All his material needs are satisfied, and when he at last quits his body, he goes back home, back to Godhead, without a doubt. Text 34. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and not contaminated by this material world. But although he is concentrated spirit soul without material variety, for the benefit of the conditioned soul, he nevertheless accepts different types of sacrifice performed with various material elements, rituals, and mantras, and offered to the demigods under different names, according to the interests and purposes of the performers. Purport. For material prosperity, there are recommendations in the Vedas for various types of yaga, sacrifice. In Bhagavad Gita 3.10, it is confirmed that Lord Brahma created all living entities, including human beings and demigods, and advised them to perform yaga according to their material desires. Saha yagya praja srishtva. These performances are called yagas because their ultimate goal is to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. The purpose of performing yaga is to get material benefit, but because the aim is to simultaneously satisfy the Supreme Lord, such yagas have been recommended in the Vedas. Such performances are, of course, known as karmakanda, or material activities, and all material activities are certainly contaminated by the 3 modes of material nature. Generally, the karmakanda ritualistic ceremonies are performed in the mode of passion, yet the conditioned souls, both human beings and demigods, are obliged to perform these yagas because without them one cannot be happy at all. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments that these karmakanda ritualistic ceremonies, although contaminated, contain touches of devotional service because whenever there is a performance of any yaga, Lord Vishnu is given central position. This is very important because even a little endeavor to please Lord Vishnu is bhakti and is of great value. A tinge of bhakti purifies the material nature and the performances by which devotional service gradually come to the transcendental position. Therefore, although such yagas are superficially material activities, the results are transcendental. Such yagas as Surya Yaga, Indra Yaga, Chandra Yaga, etc. are performed in the names of the demigods, but these demigods are bodily parts of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The demigods cannot accept sacrificial offerings for themselves, but they can accept them for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, just as a departmental tax collector of a government cannot collect taxes for his personal account, but can realize them for the government. Any yaga performed with this complete knowledge and understanding is described in Bhagavad Gita as Brahmarpanam, or a sacrifice offered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since no one but the Supreme Lord can enjoy the results of sacrifice, the Lord says that He is the actual enjoyer of all sacrifices. Bhoktaram yagatapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram. Sacrifices should be performed with this view in mind, as stated in Bhagavad Gita. Brahmarpanam brahmaharvir brahmaiva tena gantavyam brahma karma samadhina. Quote, a person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 4.24. The performer of sacrifices must always keep in view that the sacrifices mentioned in the Vedas are meant to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vishnur Aradhyate Panta. Vishnu Purana 389. Anything material or spiritual done for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord is understood to be an actual yaga, and by performing such yagas, one gets liberation from material bondage. The direct method of getting liberation from material bondage is devotional service, comprising the 9 following methods: Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Parisevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Shakyamat, Nivedanam. Bhagavatam 7.5.23. This 9-fold process is described in this verse as Vishuddha Vijnana, or satisfying the Supreme Personality of Godhead directly by transcendental knowledge concentrated on the form of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. This is the best method for satisfying the Supreme Lord. One who cannot take to this direct process, however, should take the indirect process of performing yagas for the satisfaction of Vishnu or Jaga. Vishnu is therefore called Yagapati. Shriyapatim, Jagapatim, Jagatpatim. Srimad-Bhagavatam 2.9.15. The Supreme Personality of Godhead's deep scientific knowledge is concentrated to the supreme point. For example, medical science knows some things superficially, but the doctors do not know exactly how things happen in the body. Lord Krishna, however, knows everything in detail. Therefore, his knowledge is Vijnanagana, because it does not have any of the defects of material science. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Visuddha Vijnanagana, concentrated transcendental knowledge. Therefore, even though he accepts karma Kandiya materialistic yagas, he always remains in the transcendental position. Therefore, the mention of Aneka Guna refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead's many transcendental qualities, for he is not affected by the material qualities. The different kinds of material paraphernalia or physical elements are also gradually transformed into spiritual understanding, because ultimately there is no difference between material and spiritual qualities, for everything emanates from the Supreme Spirit. This is realized by a gradual process of realization and purification. One vivid example of this is Pṛthu Mahārāja, who took to meditation in the forest to achieve material benefit, but ultimately became spiritually advanced and did not want any benediction for material profit. He was simply satisfied with the association of the Supreme Lord. Ashaya means determination. Generally, a conditioned soul has the determination for material profit, but when these desires for material profit are satisfied through performance of yoga, one gradually achieves the spiritual platform. Then his life becomes perfect. Srimad-Bhagavatam therefore recommends, akama sarvakamo va, moksha kama vida udaradi, tivrena bhakti yogena, yajeta purusham param. Srimad-Bhagavatam 2.3.10. Everyone, whether akama, a devotee, sarvakama, a karmi, or mokshakama, a jnani or yogi, is encouraged to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead by the direct method of devotional service. In this way, one can get both material and spiritual profit simultaneously. Text 35. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is all-pervading, but he is also manifested in different types of bodies which arise from a combination of material nature, time, desires, and occupational duties. Thus, different types of consciousness develop, just as fire, which is always basically the same, blazes in different ways according to the shape and dimension of firewood. Purport. The Supreme Personality of Godhead constantly lives with the individual soul as Paramatma. The individual soul has awareness in accord with his material body, which he attains by virtue of Prakriti, or material nature. The material ingredients are activated by force of time, and thus the three material modes of nature are manifested. According to his association with the three modes of nature, the living entity develops a particular type of body. In animal life, the material mode of ignorance is so prominent that there is very little chance of realizing the Paramatma, who is also present within the heart of the animal, but in the human form of life, because of developed consciousness, Chaitanam, one can be transformed from ignorance and passion to goodness by the results of his activities, Kriya Phalatvena. A human being is therefore advised to associate with spiritually advanced personalities. The Vedas give direction, Tad Vigyarna Tam Sagarum Eva Bhagachet. In order to reach the perfection of life or to understand the real constitutional position of the living entity, one must approach the spiritual master. Mundaka Upanishad 1.2.12. Gurum eva bhagachet, one must. It is not optional. It is imperative that one approach the spiritual master, for by such association one proportionally develops his consciousness toward the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The highest perfection of such consciousness is called Krishna consciousness. According to the body given by Prakriti, or nature, one's consciousness is present. According to the development of consciousness, one's activities are performed. And according to the purity of such activities, one realizes the Supreme Personality of Godhead who is present in everyone's heart. The example given herein is very appropriate. Fire is always the same, but according to the size of the fuel or burning wood, the fire appears to be straight, curved, big, small, etc. According to the development of consciousness, God realization is present. In the human form of life, it is recommended, therefore, that one undergo the different types of penances and austerities described in Bhagavad Gita: Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. Like a staircase, yoga has different steps for reaching the topmost floor, and according to one's position upon the staircase, he is understood to be situated in Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, or Bhakti Yoga. Of course, Bhakti Yoga is the topmost step on the staircase of realization of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In other words, according to one's development in consciousness, one realizes spiritual identity, and thus when one's existential position is purified fully, he becomes situated in Brahmananda, which is ultimately unlimited. Therefore, the Sankirtan movement, contributed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Lord Chaitanya, is the direct and easiest process for coming to the purest form of consciousness, Krishna consciousness, the platform on which the Supreme Personality is fully realized. Directions for performing different types of yagas are specifically arranged for the highest realization of the Supreme Lord, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita by the Lord himself, Ye yatamam prapadyante tam satataivya bhajamyaham. Bhagavad Gita 4.11. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is realized according to the proportion of one's surrender. Full surrender, however, occurs when a man is perfectly in knowledge. Bahonam janmanamante gyanamamam prapadyante. Bhagavad Gita 7.19. Text 36. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master and enjoyer of the results of all sacrifices, and he is the supreme spiritual master as well. All of you citizens on the surface of the globe who have a relationship with me and are worshiping him by dint of your occupational duties are bestowing your mercy upon me. Therefore, O my citizens, I thank you. Purport. Maharaj Prithu's advice to his citizens to take to devotional service is now concluded in two ways. He has repeatedly advised persons who are neophytes to engage themselves in devotional service according to the capacities of the different orders of social and spiritual life, but here he specifically thanks those who are already engaged in such devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is actually the enjoyer of all sacrificial ceremonies and who is also the supreme teacher as Antaryami or Paramatma. There is specific mention of the word Gurum, which indicates the Supreme Personality as Chittaguru. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his Paramatma feature, is present in everyone's heart, and he is always trying to induce the individual soul to surrender unto him and to engage in devotional service. Therefore, he is the original spiritual master. He manifests himself as spiritual master both internally and externally, to help the conditioned soul in both ways. Therefore, he has been mentioned herein as Gurum. It appears, however, that in the time of Maharaj Prithu, all the people on the surface of the globe were his subjects. Most of them, in fact, almost all of them, were engaged in devotional service. Therefore, he thanked them in a humble way for engaging in devotional service and thus bestowing their mercy upon him. In other words, in a state where the citizens and the head of state are engaged in devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they help one another and are mutually benefited. Text 37. The Brahmanas and Vaishnavas are personally glorified by their characteristic powers of tolerance, penance, knowledge, and education. By dint of all these spiritual assets, Vaishnavas are more powerful than royalty. It is therefore advised that the princely order should not exhibit its material prowess before these two communities and should avoid offending them. Purport. Pṛthu Mahārāja has explained in the previous verse the importance of devotional service for both the rulers and the citizens of the state. Now he explains how one can be steadily fixed in devotional service. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, while instructing Srila Rupa Goswami, has compared the devotional service of the Lord with a creeper. A creeper has a feeble stem and requires the support of another tree to grow, and while growing, it requires sufficient protection so that it may not be lost. While describing the system of protection for the creeper of devotional service, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has especially stressed protection from offenses unto the lotus feet of Vaishnavas. This is called Vaishnava Aparad. Aparad means offense. If one commits Vaishnava Aparad, all his progress in a devotional service will be checked. Even though one is very much advanced in devotional service, if he commits offenses at the feet of a Vaishnava, his advancement is all spoiled. In the Shastras, it is found that a very great yogi, Durvasa Muni, committed Vaishnava Aparad, and thus for 1 full year he had to travel all over the universe, even to Vaikuntha Loka, to defend himself from the offense. At last, when he approached the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Vaikuntha, he was refused protection. Therefore, one should be very careful about committing offenses at the feet of a Vaishnava. The most grievous type of Vaishnava Aparad is called Guru Vaparad, which refers to offenses at the lotus feet of the spiritual master. In the chanting of the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this Guru Vaparad is considered the most grievous offense. Gurur Ajnana Shruti Shastra Nindanam Padma Purana. Among the 10 offenses committed against the chanting of the holy name, the first offenses are disobedience of the spiritual master and blasphemy of the Vedic literature. The simple definition of Vaishnava is given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. A person who immediately reminds one of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is a Vaishnava. In this verse, both Vaishnavas and Brahmanas are mentioned. A Vaishnava is a learned Brahmana and is therefore designated as Brahmana Vaishnava, Brahmana Pandit, or as a Vaishnav and Brahmana. In other words, a Vaishnava is supposed to be a Brahmana already, but a Brahmana may not be a pure Vaishnava. When a person understands his pure identity, Brahma Janati, he immediately becomes a Brahmana. In the Brahmana stage, when one's understanding of the absolute truth is mainly based on the impersonal view, when a Brahmana, however, rises to the platform of personal understanding of the Supreme Godhead, he becomes a Vaishnava. A Vaishnava is transcendental even to a Brahmana. In the material conception, the position of a Brahmana is the highest in human society, but a Vaishnava is transcendental even to a Brahmana. Both the Brahmana and Vaishnava are spiritually advanced. A Brahmana's qualification is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita as truthfulness, mental equanimity, control of the senses, the power of tolerance, simplicity, knowledge of the absolute truth, firm faith in the scriptures, and practical application of the Brahminical qualities in life. In addition to all these qualifications, when one fully engages in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, he becomes a Vaishnava. Pṛthu Mahārāja warns his citizens who are actually engaged in the devotional service of the Lord to take care against offenses to the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Offenses at their lotus feet are so destructive that even the descendants of Yadu, who were born in the family of Lord Krishna, were destroyed due to offenses at their feet. The Supreme Personality of Godhead cannot tolerate any offense at the lotus feet of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Sometimes, due to their powerful positions, princes and government servants neglect the positions of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, not knowing that because of their offenses, they will be ruined. Text 38. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ancient, eternal Godhead, who is foremost amongst all great personalities, obtained the opulence of his staunch reputation, which purifies the entire universe, by worshipping the lotus feet of those Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Purport. The Supreme Person described herein is as Brahmanya Deva. Brahmanya Deva refers to the Brahmanas, the Vaishnavas, or the Brahminical culture. And Deva means, quote, worshipable Lord, end quote. Therefore, unless one is on the transcendental platform of being a Vaishnava, or on the highest platform of material goodness as a Brahmana, he cannot appreciate the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the lower stages of ignorance and passion, it is difficult to appreciate or understand the Supreme Lord. Therefore, the Lord is described herein as the worshipable deity for persons in Brahminical and Vaishnava culture. Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmanya Tayacha Jagat Ditaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Vishnu Purana 1:1965. Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the prime direct protector of Brahminical culture and the cow. Without knowing and respecting these, one cannot realize the science of God, and without this knowledge, any welfare activities or humanitarian propaganda cannot be successful. The Lord is Purusha, or the Supreme Enjoyer. Not only is he the enjoyer when he appears as manifested incarnation, but he is the enjoyer since time immemorial, from the very beginning, Purnatana, and eternally, Nityam. Yats Chanara Bhivandanat. Pṛthu Mahārāja said that the Supreme Personality of Godhead attained this opulence of eternal fame simply by worshipping the lotus feet of the Brahmanas. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the Lord does not need to work to achieve material gain. Since he is perpetually supremely perfect, he does not need to obtain anything. But still, it is said that he obtained his opulences by worshipping the lotus feet of the Brahmanas. These are his exemplary actions. When Lord Sri Krishna was in Dwarka, he offered his respects by bowing down to the lotus feet of Narada. When Sudam Vipra came to his house, Lord Krishna personally washed his feet and gave him a seat on his personal bed. Although he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna offered his respects to Maharaja Yudhisthira and Kunti. The Lord's exemplary behavior is to teach us. We should learn from his personal behavior how to give protection to the cow, how to cultivate Brahminical qualities, and how to respect the Brahmanas and the Vaishnavas. The Lord says in Bhagavad Gita, Yad yad achariti shreshtas tad eva tarojana. If the leading personalities behave in a certain manner, others follow them automatically. Bhagavad Gita 3:21. Who can be more a leading personality than the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is and whose behavior could be more exemplary. It is not that he needed to do all these things to acquire material gain, but all these acts were performed just to teach us how to behave in this material world. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is described herein as Mahatmana Angrani. Within this material world, the Mahatmas, or great personalities, as are Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma, but he is above them all. Narayana Pravyaktat. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is in a transcendental position above everything that is created within this material world. His opulence, his riches, his beauty, his wisdom, his knowledge, his renunciation, and his reputation are all Jagat Pavitram, universally purifying. The more we discuss his opulences, the more the universe becomes purer and purer. In the material world, the opulences possessed by a material person are never fixed. Today, one may be a very rich man, but tomorrow he may become poor. Today, one is very famous, but tomorrow he may be infamous. Materially obtained opulences are never fixed, but all 6 opulences perpetually exist in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not only in the spiritual world, but also in this material world. Lord Shri Krishna's reputation is fixed, and his book of wisdom, Bhagavad Gita, is still honored. Everything pertaining to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is eternally existing. Text 39. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is everlastingly independent and who exists in everyone's heart, is very pleased with those who follow in his footsteps and engage without reservation in the service of the descendants of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, for he is always dear to the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, and they are always dear to him. Purport. It is said that the Lord is most pleased when he sees one engage in the service of his devotee. He does not need any service from anyone because he is complete, but it is in our interest to offer all kinds of services to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These services can be offered to the Supreme Person not directly, but through the service of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Srila Narottam Das Thakur sings, Chadiya Vaishnava Seva Nishtara Parichakeba, which means that unless one serves the Vaishnavas and Brahmanas, one cannot get liberation from the material clutches. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur also says, Yasa Prasada Bhagavat Prasada. By satisfying the senses of the spiritual master, one can satisfy the senses of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, this behavior is not only mentioned in the scriptures, but also followed by acharyas. Pṛthu Mahārāja advised his citizens to follow the exemplary behavior of the Lord himself, and thus engage in the service of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Text 40. By regular service to the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, one can clear the dirt from his heart and thus enjoy supreme peace and liberation from material attachment and be satisfied. In this world, there is no fruitive activity superior to serving the Brahmana class, for this can bring pleasure to the demigods for whom the many sacrifices are recommended. Purport. In Bhagavad Gita it is said, Prashade sarva dukhanam Hanir Ashyo Pajyayate, Bhagavad Gita 2:65. Unless one is self-satisfied, he cannot be free from the miserable conditions of material existence. Therefore, it is essential to render service to the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas to achieve the perfection of self-satisfaction. Srila Narottam Das Thakur therefore says, Tadera Charanav Sevi Bhakti Sanevas Janmane Janmane Hoy E Abhilas. Quote, Birth after birth, I desire to serve the lotus feet of the acharyas and live in the society of devotees. End quote. A spiritual atmosphere can be maintained only by living in a society of devotees and by serving the orders of the acharyas. The spiritual master is the best Brahmana. At the present, in the age of Kali, it is very difficult to render service to the Brahmana Kula or the Brahmanical class. The difficulty, according to Varaha Purana, is that demons taking advantage of Kali Yuga have taken birth in Brahmana families. Rakshasha Kalim Ashritya Jayante Brahma Yonishu, Varaha Purana. In other words, in this age, there are many so-called caste Brahmanas and caste Goswamis who, taking advantage of the Shastra and the innocence of people in general, claim to be Brahmanas and Vaishnavas by hereditary right. One will not derive any benefit by rendering service to such false brahmanakulas. One must therefore take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master and his associates, and should also render service to them, for such activity will greatly help the neophyte for attaining full satisfaction. This has been very clearly explained by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in his explanation of the verse Vyavisayat Mikabudhiye Karakunanda, Bhagavad Gita 241. By actually following the regular principles of Bhakti Yoga as recommended by Srila Narottam Das Thakur, one can very quickly come to the transcendental platform of liberation, as explained in this verse. Atyanta shamam. The particular use of the word anativilam, without delay, is very significant because simply by serving Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, one can get liberation. There is no need to undergo severe penances and austerities. The vivid example of this is Narada Muni himself. In his previous birth, he was simply a maidservant's son, but he got the opportunity to serve exalted Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, and thus, in his next life, he not only became liberated, but became famous as the supreme spiritual master of the entire Vaishnava disciplic succession. According to the Vedic system, therefore, it is customarily recommended that after performing a ritualistic ceremony, one should feed the Brahmanas. Text 41. Although the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Ananta, eats through the fire sacrifices offered in the names of the different demigods, he does not take as much pleasure in eating through fire as he does in accepting offerings through the mouths of learned sages and devotees, for then he does not leave the association of devotees. Purport. According to Vedic injunctions, a fire sacrifice is held in order to give food to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the names of the different demigods. While performing a fire sacrifice, one pronounces the word Svaha in mantras such as Indriya Svaha and Adityaya Svaha. These mantras are uttered to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead through demigods such as Indra and Aditya. For the Supreme Personality of Godhead says, Naham tishtami vaikunte yoginam hridayeshu va tatat tishtami Narada Yatra Gayanti Madbhakta. Quote, I am not in Vaikuntha, nor am I in the hearts of the yogis. I remain where my devotees engage in glorifying my activities. End quote. It is to be understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead does not leave the company of his devotees. Fire is certainly devoid of life, but devotees and brahmanas are the living representatives of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, to feed brahmanas and Vaishnavas is to feed the Supreme Personality of Godhead directly. It may be concluded that instead of offering fire sacrifices, one should offer foodstuffs to the brahmanas and Vaishnavas, for that process is more effective than fire jaga. The vivid example of this principle in action was given by Advaita Prabhu. When he performed the Shraddha ceremony for his father, he first of all called Haridas Thakur and offered him food. It is the practice that after finishing the Shraddha ceremony, one should offer food to an elevated Brahmana. But Advaita Prabhu offered food first to Haridas Thakur, who had taken his birth in a Mohammedan family. Therefore, Haridas Thakur asked Advaita Prabhu why he was doing something which might jeopardize his position in Brahmana society. Advaita Prabhu replied that he was feeding millions of first-class Brahmanas by offering the food to Haridas Thakur. He was prepared to talk with any learned Brahmana on this point and prove definitely that by offering food to a pure devotee like Haridas Thakur, he was equally as blessed as he would have been by offering food to thousands of learned Brahmanas. When performing sacrifices, one offers oblations to the sacrificial fire, but when such oblations are offered to Vaishnavas, they are certainly more effective. Text 42. In Brahminical culture, a Brahmana's transcendental position is eternally maintained because the injunctions of the Vedas are accepted with faith, austerity, scriptural conclusions, full sense, and mind control and meditation. In this way, the real goal of life is illuminated just as one's face in a clear mirror is fully reflected. Purport. It is described in the previous verse that feeding a living Brahmana is more effective than offering oblations in a fire sacrifice, and in this verse it is now clearly described what Brahmanism is and who a Brahmana is. In the age of Kali, taking advantage of the fact that by feeding Brahmana one obtains a more effective result than by performing sacrifices, a class of men with no Brahminical qualifications claim that the eating privilege known as Brahmana Bhojana, or simply on the basis of their births in Brahmana families. In order to distinguish this class of men from the real Brahmanas, Maharaja Prithu is giving an exact description of a Brahmana and Brahminical culture. One should not take advantage of his position simply to live like a fire without light. A Brahmana must be fully conversant with the Vedic conclusion, which is described in Bhagavad Gita, Vedascha savar aham eva vedya, Bhagavad Gita 15:15. The Vedic conclusion, the ultimate understanding, or Vedanta understanding, is knowledge of Krishna. Actually, that is a fact, because simply by understanding Krishna as he is, as described in Bhagavad Gita, Janma karma chame divyam evam yovati tattvata, one becomes a perfect Brahmana. The Brahmana who knows Krishna perfectly well is always in a transcendental position. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Mamchiyo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate. Sagunan samatityaitan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Quote, one who engages in full devotional service and who does not fall down in any circumstance at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 14:26. Therefore, a devotee of Lord Krishna is actually a perfect Brahmana. His situation is transcendental, for he is free from the defects of the four of the conditional life, which are the tendencies to commit mistakes, to be illusioned, to cheat, and to possess imperfect senses. A perfect Vaishnava or Krishna-conscious person is always in this transcendental position because he speaks according to Krishna and his representative. Because Vaishnavas speak exactly according to the tune of Krishna, whatever they say is free from these four defects. For example, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that everyone should always think of him, everyone should become his devotee, offer him obeisances, and worship him, and ultimately everyone should surrender unto him. These devotional activities are transcendental and free from mistakes, illusion, cheating, and imperfection. Therefore, anyone who is a sincere devotee of Krishna and who preaches this cult, speaking only on the basis of Krishna's instructions, is understood to be virajam, or free from the defects of material contamination. A genuine Brahmana or Vaishnava therefore depends eternally on the conclusion of the Vedas or Vedic versions presented by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Only from Vedic knowledge can we understand the actual position of the Absolute Truth, who, as described in Srimad-Bhagavatam, is manifested in three features, namely, impersonal Brahman, localized Paramatma, and at last, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This knowledge is perfect from time immemorial, and the Brahminical or Vaishnava culture depends on this principle eternally. One should therefore study the Vedas with faith, not only for one's personal knowledge, but for the sake of spreading this knowledge and these activities through real faith in the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Vedas. The word mangala, quote, auspicious, end quote, in this verse is very significant. Srila Sridhar Swami quotes that to do what is good and to reject what is not good is called mangala, or auspicious. To do what is good means to accept everything which is favorable to the discharge of devotional service, and to reject what is not good means to reject everything not favorable for discharging devotional service. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we accept this principle by rejecting four prohibited items, namely illicit sex life, intoxication, gambling, and flesh-eating, and accepting the daily chanting of at least 16 rounds of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra and daily meditation 3 times a day by chanting the Gayatri Mantra. In this way, one can keep his Brahminical culture and spiritual strength intact. By following these principles of devotional service strictly, chanting 24 hours a day, the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, one makes positive progress in spiritual life and ultimately becomes completely fit to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face. Because the ultimate goal of studying or understanding the Vedic knowledge is to find Krishna, One who follows the Vedic principles as described above can from the very beginning see all the features of Lord Krishna, the Absolute Truth, very distinctly, as one can see his own face completely reflected in a clear mirror. The conclusion is, therefore, that a Brahmana does not become a Brahmana simply because he is a living entity or is born in a Brahmana family. He must possess all the qualities mentioned in the Shastras and practice the Brahminical principles in his life. Thus, he ultimately becomes fully Krishna-conscious person, and can understand what Krishna is. How a devotee continuously sees Krishna face to face within his heart is described in the Brahma Samhita as follows: Pramunjana charita bhakti vilochanena santa sadaiva hridiyeshu vilokayanti yam shama sundaram achinti guna sarupam govindam adi purusham tamham bhajami. The devotee, by development of pure love for Krishna, constantly sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as Shyamasundar, within his heart. That is the perfectional stage of Brahminical culture. Text 43. O respectable personalities present here, I beg the blessings of all of you, that I may perpetually carry on my crown the dust of the lotus feet of such Brahmanas and Vaishnavas until the end of my life. He who can carry such dust on his head is very soon relieved from all the reactions which arise from sinful life, and eventually he develops all good and desirable qualities. Purport. It is said that one who has unflinching faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which means unflinching faith in the Vaishnava or the pure devotee of the Supreme Lord, develops all the good qualities of the demigods. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavati kinchana sarvar gunas tatra samas sate shara. Srimad-Bhagavatam 5:18-12. Prahlad Maharaj also said, Naisham matis tavad Urukraman Grim. Srimad-Bhagavatam 7:5-32. Unless one takes the dust of the lotus feet of a pure Vaishnava on one's head, one cannot understand what the Supreme Personality of Godhead is. And unless one knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one's life remains imperfect. A great soul who is fully surrendered to the Supreme Lord after understanding him fully and after repeatedly undergoing penances and austerities for many, many lives is very rare. The crown of a king is simply a big load if the king or head of state does not actually bear the dust of the lotus feet of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. In other words, if a liberal king like Pṛthu Mahārāja does not follow in the instructions of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas or does not follow the Brahminical culture, he is simply a burden on the state, for he cannot benefit the citizens. Maharaj Prithu is the perfect example of an ideal chief executive. Text 44. Whoever acquires the Brahminical qualifications, whose only wealth is good behavior, who is grateful and who takes shelter of experienced persons, gets all the opulence of the world. I therefore wish that the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his associates will be pleased with the Brahmana class, with the cows, and with me. Purport. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is worshipped with the prayer, Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmanya Hitaya Cha. Thus, it is clear that the Supreme Personality of Godhead respects and protects the Brahmanas and the Brahminical culture as well as the cows. In other words, wherever there is Brahmanas and Brahminical culture, there are cows and cow protection. In a society or civilization in which there are no Brahmanas or Brahminical culture, cows are treated as ordinary animals and slaughtered at the sacrifice of human civilization. The specific mention of the word Gavam by Pṛthu Mahārāja is significant because the Lord is always associated with cows and his devotees. In pictures, Lord Krishna is always seen with cows and his associates, such as the cowherd boys and the gopis. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, cannot be alone. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja says, Sanu Charascha, indicating that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is always associated with his followers and devotees. A devotee acquires all the good qualities of the demigods. He is Gunyanam, the reservoir of all good qualities. His only asset is good behavior, and he is grateful. Gratitude for the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is one of the qualities of Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Everyone should feel grateful to the Supreme Personality of Godhead because he is maintaining all living entities and supplying all their necessities. As stated in the Vedas, Eko Bahanam Yovedadati Kaman. The Supreme One is supplying all necessities to the living entities. Katha Upanishad 2.2-13. A living entity who is therefore grateful to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is certainly qualified with good characteristics. The word Vrida Shrayam is very significant in this verse. Vrida refers to one who is advanced in knowledge. There are two kinds of old men, the one who is advanced in years and he who is experienced in knowledge. One who is advanced in knowledge is actually Vrida, Jnana Vrida. One does not become Vrida simply by advancing in age. Vridashrayam, a person who takes shelter of a superior person who is advanced in knowledge, can acquire all the good qualities of a Brahmana and be trained in good behavior. When one actually attains good qualities, becomes grateful for the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and takes shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, he is endowed with all opulence. Such a person is a Brahmana, or Vaishnava. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja invokes the blessings and mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead with his associates, devotees, Vaishnavas, Brahmanas, and cows. Text 45. The great sage Maitreya said, after hearing King Prithu speak so nicely, all the demigods, the denizens of Prithu-loka, the Brahmanas, and the saintly persons present at the meeting congratulated him by expressing their goodwill. Purport. When a person speaks very nicely at a meeting, he is congratulated by the audience who expresses their goodwill with the words sadhu, sadhu. This is called sadhuvada. All the saintly persons, pitas, denizens of Prithu-loka, and demigods who were present in the meeting and heard Pṛthu Mahārāja expressed their goodwill with the words sadhu, sadhu. They all accepted the good mission of Pṛthu Mahārāja and they were fully satisfied. Text 46. They all declared that the Vedic conclusion that one can conquer the heavenly planets by the action of a putra or son was fulfilled, for the most sinful Vena, who had been killed by the curse of the Brahmanas, was now delivered from the darkest region of hellish life by his son, Maharaja Prithu. Purport. According to the Vedic version, there is a hellish planet called Put, and one who delivers a person from there is called Putra. The purpose of marriage is, therefore, to have a putra, or son, who is able to deliver his father, even if the father falls down to the hellish condition of Put. Maharaj Prithu's father, Vena, was a most sinful person, and was therefore cursed to death by the Brahmanas. Now all the great saintly persons, sages and Brahmanas present in the meeting, after hearing from Maharaj Prithu about his great mission in life, became convinced that the statement of the Vedas had been fully proved. The purpose of accepting a wife in religious marriage as sanctioned in the Vedas is to have a putra, a son qualified to deliver his father from the darkest region of hellish life. Marriage is not intended for sense gratification, but for getting a son fully qualified to deliver his father. But if a son is raised to become an unqualified demon, how can he deliver his father from hellish life? It is therefore the duty of the father to become a Vaishnava and raise his children to become Vaishnavas. And then, even if by chance the father falls into hellish life in his next birth, such a son can deliver him, as Maharaj Prithu delivered his father. Text 47. Similarly, Hiranyakashipu, by dint of his sinful activities, always defied the supremacy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, entered into the darkest region of hellish life, but by the grace of his great son, Prahlad Maharaj, he was also delivered and went back home, back to Godhead. Purport. When Prahlad Maharaj was offered benediction by Nrsimhadev, Due to his great devotion and tolerance, he refused to accept any benediction from the Lord, thinking that such acceptance was not befitting a sincere devotee. The rendering of service to the Supreme Personality of God in expectation of a good reward, is deprecated by Prahlad Maharaj as mercantile business. Because Prahlad Maharaj was a Vaishnava, he did not ask a benediction from his personal self, but was very affectionate toward his father. Although his father tortured him and would have killed him had he himself not been killed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Prahlad Maharaj begged pardon for him from the Lord. This favor was immediately granted by the Lord, and Hiranyakashipu was delivered from the darkest region of hellish life, and he returned back home, back to Godhead, by the grace of his Son. Prahlad Maharaj is the topmost example of a Vaishnava who is always compassionate towards sinful persons suffering a hellish life within this material world. Krishna is therefore known as Paradukadukhi Kripan Buddhi, or one who is compassionate toward others suffering and who is an ocean of mercy. Like Prahlad Maharaj, all devotees of the Lord come to this material world with full compassion to deliver the sinful. They undergo all kinds of tribulations, suffering them with tolerance, because that is another qualification of a Vaishnava who tries to deliver all sinful persons from the hellish conditions of material existence. Vaishnavas are therefore offered the following prayer. Vansha kalpaturubhascha kripasindubheva patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. The chief concern of a Vaishnava is to deliver the fallen souls. Text 48. All the saintly Brahmanas thus addressed Pṛthu Mahārāja. O best of the warriors, O father of this globe, may you be blessed with a long life, for you have great devotion to the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of all the universe. Purport. Pṛthu Mahārāja was blessed by the saintly persons present at the meeting to have a long life because of his unflinching faith and his devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although one's duration of life is limited in years, if by chance one becomes a devotee, he surpasses the duration prescribed for his life. Indeed, sometimes yogis die according to their wish, not according to the laws of material nature. Another feature of a devotee is that he lives forever because of his infallible devotion to the Lord. It is said, Kitir yasyat sajivati, quote, one who leaves a good reputation behind him lives forever, end quote. Specifically, one who is reputed as a devotee of the Lord undoubtedly lives forever. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was talking with Ramananda Roy, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired, quote, what is the greatest reputation? End quote. Ramananda Roy replied that a person who is reputed as a great devotee has the greatest reputation, for a devotee not only lives forever in the Vaikuntha planets, but by his reputation he also lives forever within the material world. Text 49. The audience continued, Dear King Pṛthu, your reputation is the purest of all, for you are preaching the glories of the most glorified of all, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of the Brahmanas. Since due to our great fortune we have you as our master, we think that we are living directly under the agency of the Lord. Purport. The citizens declared that through being under the protection of Maharaj Pṛthu, they were directly under the protection of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This understanding is the proper situation of social steadiness within this material world, since it is stated in the Vedas that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the maintainer and leader of all living entities. The king or the executive head of the government must be a representative of the Supreme Person. Then he can claim honor exactly like the Lord's. How a king or leader of society can become the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is also indicated in this verse by the statement that because Pṛthu Mahārāja was preaching the supremacy and the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, he was therefore a proper representative of the Lord. To remain under the jurisdiction or administration of such a king or leader is the perfect status for human society. The preliminary responsibility of such a king or leader is to protect the Brahminical culture, and the cows in his state. Text 50. Our dear Lord, it is your occupational duty to rule over your citizens. This is not a very wonderful task for a personality like you, who are so affectionate in seeing to the interests of the citizens because you are full of mercy. That is the greatness of your character. Purport. A king's duty is to give protection to his citizens and levy taxes from them for his livelihood. Since the Vedic society is divided into 4 classes of men, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, their means of livelihood are also mentioned in the scriptures. The Brahmanas should live by spreading knowledge and therefore should take contributions from their disciples, whereas a king should give protection to the citizens for their development to the highest standard of life, and he can therefore levy taxes from them. Businessmen and mercantile men, because they produce foodstuffs for the whole society, can take a little profit from this, whereas the Shudras, who cannot work either as Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, or Vaishyas, should give service to the higher classes of society and be provided by them with a supply of the necessities of life. The symptom of a qualified king or political leader is mentioned herein. He must be very merciful and compassionate to the people and see to their prime interest, which is to become elevated devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Great souls are naturally inclined to do good to others, and a Vaishnava especially is the most compassionate and merciful personality in society. Therefore, we offer our respects to a Vaishnava leader as follows. Vanshakalpatrubhascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Only a Vaishnava leader can fulfill all the desires of the people. Vanshakalpataru. Because he is compassionate, because he is the contributor of the greatest benefit to human society, he is Patita Pavana, the deliverer of all fallen souls, because if the king or the head of government follows in the footsteps of the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas, who are naturally leaders in missionary work, similarly the Vaishyas will also follow in the footsteps of the Vaishnavas and Brahmanas, and the Shudras will give them service. Thus, the entire society becomes a perfect human institution for combined progress to the highest perfection of life. Text 51. The citizens continued, Today you have opened our eyes and revealed how to cross to the other side of the ocean of darkness. By our past deeds and by the arrangement of superior authority, we are entangled in a network of fruitive activities and have lost sight of the destination of life, and thus we have been wandering within the universe. Purport. In this verse, the words Karmibir Daivya Samgitai are very significant. Due to the quality of our activity, or of our actions, we come to the association of the modes of material nature, and by superior arrangement, we are given a chance to enjoy the fruitive results of such activities in different types of bodies. In this way, having lost sight of their destinations in life, all living entities are wandering in different species throughout the universe, sometimes getting birth in a lower species and sometimes existence in a higher species, or in higher planetary systems. Thus we're all wandering since time immemorial. It is by the grace of the spiritual master and the Supreme Personality of Godhead that we get the clue of devotional life, and thus progressive success in our life begins. Here, this is admitted by the citizens of King Prithu. In full consciousness, they admit the benefit they have derived from the activities of Maharaja Prithu. Text 52. Dear Lord, you are situated in your pure existential position of goodness. Therefore, you are the perfect representative of the Supreme Lord. You are glorified by your own prowess, and thus you are maintaining the entire world by introducing Brahminical culture and protecting everyone in your line of duty as a Kshatriya. Purport. Without the spread of Brahminical culture and without proper protection from the government, no social standard can be maintained properly. This is admitted in this verse by the citizens of Maharaj Prithu, who could maintain the wonderful situation of his government due to his position in pure goodness. The word Vivrida Sattvaya is significant. In this material world, there are three qualities, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance. One has to be raised from the platform of ignorance to the platform of goodness by devotional service. There is no other means for elevating one to the lowest stage of life to the highest stage but the execution of devotional service as advised in the previous chapters of Srimad-Bhagavatam. One can raise himself from the lowest position to the highest simply by associating with devotees and hearing Srimad-Bhagavatam regularly from their mouths. Shrimvatam Swakata Krishna Punya Shravana Kirtana Hridyantasto Hyabadani Vidunoti Saritsatam. Srimad-Bhagavatam 1:2-17. Quote, when one engages in devotional service in the first stages of hearing and chanting, the Lord, who is in everyone's heart, helps the devotee in cleansing the heart. End quote. In the gradual cleansing process, one is relieved from the influence of passion and ignorance and is situated in the platform of goodness. The result of association with the qualities of passion and ignorance is that one becomes lusty and greedy. But when one is elevated to the platform of goodness, he is satisfied in any condition of life and is without lust and greed. This mentality indicates one's situation on the platform of goodness. One has to transcend this goodness and raise himself to the pure goodness, which is called Vivridha Sattva, or the advanced stage of goodness. In the advanced stage of goodness, one can become Krishna conscious. Therefore, Maharaj Prithu is addressed here as Vivridha Sattva, or one who is situated in the transcendental position. But Maharaj Prithu, although situated in the transcendental position of a pure devotee, comes down to the position of a Brahmana and Kshatriya for the benefit of human society and thus gives protection to the entire world by his personal prowess. Although he was a king, a Kshatriya, because he was a Vaishnava, he was also a Brahmana. As a Brahmana, he could give proper instructions to the citizens, and as a Kshatriya, he could rightly give protection to all of them. Thus, the citizens of Maharaj Prithu were protected in all respects by the perfect king. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports of the 4th canto, 21st chapter of the Srimad-Bhagavatam, entitled Instructions by Maharaj Prithu. The following is a free-for-download audiobook from the website krishnapath.org. Srimad-Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Part 3, Chapter 22. Pṛthu Mahārāja's meeting with the 4 Kumars. Text 1. The great sage Maitreya said, while the citizens were thus praying to the most powerful King Pṛthu, the 4 Kumars, who were as bright as the sun, arrived on the spot. Text 2. When the king and his associates saw the glowing effulgence of the 4 Kumars, the masters of all mystic power, they could recognize them as they descended from the sky. Purport. The 4 Kumars are described herein as Siddhashvaran, which means masters of all mystic power. One who has attained perfection in yoga practice immediately becomes master of the 8 mystic perfections, to become smaller than the smallest, to become lighter than the lightest, to become bigger than the biggest, to achieve anything he desires, to control everything, etc. These 4 Kumars, as Siddheshwaras, had achieved all the yogic perfectional achievements, and as such they could travel in outer space without machines. While they were coming to Maharaj Pṛthu from other planets, they did not come by airplane, but personally. In other words, these 4 Kumars were also spacemen who could travel in space without machines. The residents of the planet which is known as Siddhaloka can travel in outer space from one planet to another without vehicles. However, the special power of the Kumars mentioned herewith is that whatever place they went to would immediately become sinless. During the reign of Maharaj Pṛthu, everything on the surface of the globe was sinless. Therefore, the Kumars decided to see the king. Ordinarily, they do not go to any planet which is sinful. Text 3. Seeing the 4 Kumars, Pṛthu Mahārāja was greatly anxious to receive them. Therefore the king, with all his officers, very hastily got up so anxiously that he is compared herewith to a conditioned soul whose senses are immediately attracted by the modes of material nature. Purport. In Bhagavad Gita it is said, Prakriti kriyamana niguna karmani sarvasha ahankara vimudatma kartam iti manyate. Bhagavad Gita 3:27. Every conditioned soul is influenced by a particular mixture of the modes of material nature. As such, the conditioned soul is attracted to certain types of activities which he is forced to perform because he is completely under the influence of material nature. Here, Pṛthu Mahārāja is compared to such a conditioned soul, not because he was a conditioned soul, but because he was so anxious to receive the Kumars that it was as if without them he would have lost his life. The conditioned soul is attracted by the objects of sense gratification. His eyes are attracted to see beautiful things. His ears are attracted to hear nice music. His nose is attracted to enjoy the aroma of a nice flower, and his tongue is attracted to taste nice food. Similarly, all his other senses, his hands, his legs, his belly, his genitals, his mind, etc., are so susceptible to the attraction of the objects of enjoyment that he cannot restrain himself. Pṛthu Mahārāja, in the same way, could not restrain himself from receiving the 4 Kumars, who were bright by dint of their spiritual progress, and thus not only he himself, but also his officers and associates all received the 4 Kumars. It is said, quote, birds of a feather flock together, end quote. In this world, everyone is attracted by a person of the same category. A drunkard is attracted to persons who are also drunkards. Similarly, a saintly person is attracted by other saintly persons. Pṛthu Mahārāja was in the topmost position of spiritual advancement, and as such he was attracted by the Kumars who were of the same category. It is said, therefore, that a man is known by his company. Text 4. When the great sages accepted their reception according to the instructions of the Shastras and finally took their seats offered by the king, influenced by the glories of the sages, immediately bowed down. Thus he worshipped the 4 Kumars. Purport. The 4 Kumars are the Parampara spiritual masters of the Vaishnava Sampradaya. Out of the 4 Sampradayas, namely Brahma Sampradaya, Shri Sampradaya, Kumar Sampradaya, and Rudra Sampradaya, the disciplic succession of spiritual master to disciple is known as the Kumara Sampradaya, is coming down from the 4 Kumars. So, Pṛthu Mahārāja was very respectful to the Sampradaya Acharyas. It is said by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Shaksha Darit Venasamastra Shasti. A spiritual master or the Parampara Acharya should be respected exactly like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word Vidivat is significant in this verse. This means that Pṛthu Mahārāja was also strictly followed the injunctions of the Shastra in receiving a spiritual master or acharya of the transcendental disciplic succession. Whenever an acharya is seen, one should immediately bow down before him. Pṛthu Mahārāja did this properly. Therefore, with the words used here are prashrayanta kandara, and out of humility he bowed down before the Kumars. Text 5. After this, the king took the water which had washed the lotus feet of the Kumars and sprinkled it over his hair. By such respectful actions, the king, as an exemplary personality, showed how to receive a spiritually advanced personality. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said, Apani Achari Prabhu Jivera Shikhaya. It is very well known that whatever Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught in his life as acharya, he himself practiced. When he was preaching as a devotee, although he was detected by several great personalities to be the incarnation of Krishna, he never agreed to be addressed as an incarnation. Even though one may be an incarnation of Krishna, or especially empowered by him, he should not advertise that he is an incarnation. People will automatically accept the real truth in due course of time. Pṛthu Mahārāja was the ideal Vaishnava king, and therefore he taught others by his personal example how to receive and respect saintly persons like the Kumars. When a saintly person comes to one's home, it is a Vedic custom to wash his feet first with water and then sprinkle this water over the heads of oneself and his family. Pṛthu Mahārāja did this, for he was an exemplary teacher of the people in general. Text 6. The 4 sages were elder than to Lord Shiva, and when they were seated on the golden throne, they appeared just like blazing fire on an altar. Maharaj Prithu, out of his great gentleness and respect for them, began to speak with great restraint as follows. Purport. The Kumars are described herein as the elder brothers of Lord Shiva. When the Kumars were born out of the body of Lord Brahma, they were requested to get married to increase the population. In the beginning of the creation, there was a great need of population. Therefore, Lord Brahma was creating one son after another and ordering them to increase. However, when the 4 Kumars were requested to do so, they declined. They wanted to remain brahmachari throughout life and be engaged fully in the devotional service of the Lord. The Kumars are called Naishtika brahmacharis, meaning that they are never to marry. Because of their refusal to marry, Lord Brahma became so angry that his eyes became reddish. Out of his eyes, Lord Shiva or Rudra appeared. The mode of anger is consequently known as Rudra. Shiva also has a Sampradaya party known as the Rudra Sampradaya, and they are also known as Vaishnavas. Text 7. King Prithu spoke, My dear great sages, auspiciousness personified, it is very difficult for even the mystic yogis to see you. Indeed, you are very rarely seen. I do not know what kind of pious activities I perform for you to grace me by appearing before me without difficulty. Purport. When something uncommon happens in one's progressive spiritual life, it should be understood to be incurred by agyanta sukriti, or pious activities beyond one's knowledge. To see, personally, the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his pure devotee is not an ordinary incident. When such things happen, they should be understood to be caused by previous pious activity, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Tesham tvantagaram papayanamam punya karmanam. Bhagavad Gita 7:28. One who is completely free from all the resultant actions of fruit of sinful activities and who is absorbed only in pious activities can engage in devotional service. Although Pṛthu Mahārāja's life is full of pious activities, he was wondering how his audience with the Kumars happened. He could not imagine what kind of pious activities he had performed. This is a sign of humility on the part of King Prithu, whose life was so full of pious activities that even Lord Vishnu came to see him and predicted that the Kumars would also come. Text 8. Any person upon whom the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas are pleased, I can achieve anything which is very rare to obtain in this world as well as after death. Not only that, but one who receives the favor of the auspicious Lord Shiva or Lord Vishnu, who is accompanied by Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. Purport. The Brahmanas and Vaishnavas are the bearers of Lord Vishnu, the all-auspicious, as confirmed in Brahma Samhita. Premanjana charita bhakti vilochanena santa sadaiva hridiyeshu vilokayanti yam shama sundaram chintya guna sarupam govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. The devotees, out of their extreme love for Govinda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, always carry the Lord within their hearts. The Lord is already in the heart of everyone, but the Vaishnavas and the Brahmanas actually perceive and see him always in ecstasy. Therefore, Brahmanas and Vaishnavas are carriers of Vishnu wherever they go. Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, or the devotees of Lord Vishnu are all carried. The 4 Kumars are Brahmanas, and they visited the place of Maharaj Prithu. Naturally, Lord Vishnu and his devotees were also present. Under the circumstances, the conclusion is that when the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas are pleased with a person, Lord Vishnu is also pleased. This is confirmed by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in his 8 stanzas on the spiritual master. Yasyat prasadad bhagavat prasada. By pleasing the spiritual master, who is both Brahmana and Vaishnava, one pleases the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead is pleased, then one has nothing more to achieve either in this world or after death. Text 9. Pṛthu Mahārāja continued, Although you are traveling in all planetary systems, people cannot know you, just as they cannot know the Supersoul, although he is within everyone's heart as the witness of everything. Even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva cannot understand the Supersoul. Purport. In the beginning of Srimad-Bhagavatam, it is said, Muryanti Yat Surya. Great demigods like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra, and Chandra are sometimes bewildered, trying to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It so happened that when Krishna was present on this planet, Lord Brahma and King Indra also mistook him. And what to speak of great yogis and jnanis, or jnanis who conclude that the absolute truth of personality of Godhead is impersonal. In the same way, great personalities and Vaishnavas like the four Kumars are also invisible to ordinary persons, although they are traveling all over the universe in different planetary systems. When Sanatana Goswami went to see Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he could not be recognized by Chandrasekhar Acharya. The conclusion is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is situated in everyone's heart. And his pure devotees, the Vaishnavas, are also traveling all over the world, but those who are under the modes of material nature cannot understand the form of the Personality of Godhead and the source of this cosmic manifestation, or the Vaishnavas. It is said, therefore, that one cannot see the Supreme Personality of Godhead or a Vaishnava with these material eyes. One has to purify his senses and engage them in the service of the Lord. And then one can gradually realize who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and who is a Vaishnava. Text 10. A person who is not very rich and is attached to family life becomes highly glorified when saintly persons are present in his home. Everyone, including master and servants who are engaged in offering the exalted visitors water, sitting place, paraphernalia for reception, and the home itself, are also glorified. Purport. Materially, if a man is not very rich, he is not glorious, and spiritually, if a man is too attached to family life, he is also not glorious. But saintly persons are quite ready to visit the house of a poor man or a man who is attached to material family life. When this happens, the owner of the house and his servants are glorified because they offer water for washing the feet of the saintly person, sitting places, and other things to receive him. The conclusion is that if a saintly person goes to the house of even an unimportant man, such a person becomes glorious by his blessings. It is therefore the Vedic system that a householder invite a saintly person in his home to receive his blessings. This system is still current in India, and therefore saintly persons, wherever they go, are hosted by the householders, who in turn get an opportunity to receive transcendental knowledge. It is the duty of a sannyasi, therefore, to travel everywhere just to favor the householders who are generally ignorant of the values of spiritual life. It may be argued that all householders are not very rich and that one cannot receive great saintly persons or preachers because they are always accompanied by their disciples. If a householder is to receive saintly person, he has to receive his entourage also. It is said in the Shastras that Durvasa Muni was always accompanied by 60,000 disciples, and that if there was a little discrepancy in their reception, he would be very angry and would sometimes curse the host. The fact is that every householder, regardless of his position or economic condition, can at least receive saintly guests with great devotion and offer them drinking water, for drinking water is available always. In India, the custom is that even an ordinary person is offered a glass of water if he suddenly visits and cannot offer him foodstuff. If there is no water, then one can offer a sitting place, even if it is on a straw mat. If he has no straw mat, he can immediately cleanse the ground and ask the guest to sit there. Supposing that a householder cannot even do that, then with folded hands he can simply receive the guest, saying, "Welcome." And if he cannot do that, then he should feel very sorry for his poor condition and shed tears and simply offer obeisances with his whole family, wife, and children. In this way, he can satisfy any guest, even if he is a saintly person or a king. Text 11. On the contrary, even though full of all opulence and material prosperity, any householder's house where the devotees of the Lord are never allowed to come in, and where there's no water for washing their feet, is to be considered as a tree in which all venomous serpents live. Purport. In this verse, the word Tirtha Padiya indicates devotees of Lord Vishnu or Vaishnavas. As far as Brahmanas are concerned, in the previous verse, the mode of reception has already been described. Now, in this verse, special stress is being given to the Vaishnavas. Generally, the sannyasis, or those in the renounced order of life, take trouble to enlighten the householders. There are ekadandi sannyasis and tridandi sannyasis. The ekadandi sannyasis are generally followers of Shankaracharya and are known as Mayavadi sannyasis, whereas the tridandi sannyasis are followers of Vaishnavacharyas, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, and so on, and they take trouble to enlighten the householders. Ekadandi sannyasis can be situated on the platform of pure Brahman because they are aware that the spirit soul is different from the body, but they are mainly impersonalists. The Vaishnavas know that the absolute truth is the Supreme Person and that the Brahman effulgence is based on the Supreme Personality of Godhead as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Brahmano hi pratishtatam, Bhagavad Gita 14:27. The conclusion is that Tirthapadaya refers to Vaishnavas. In the Bhagavatam, there is also another reference. Tirtha kurvanti tirthani. Wherever he goes, a Vaishnava immediately makes that place a tirtha, a place of pilgrimage. The Vaishnava sannyasis travel all over the world to make every place of pilgrimage by touching the touch of their lotus feet. It is mentioned here that any house which does not receive a Vaishnava in the manner already explained in the previous verse is to be considered the residential quarters of venomous serpents. It is said that about the sandalwood tree, which is a very valuable tree, there is a venomous serpent. Sandalwood is very cold, and venomous serpents, because of their poisonous teeth, are always very warm, and they take shelter in the sandalwood trees to become cooler. Similarly, there are many rich men who keep watchdogs or doormen and put up signs that say, "Do not enter, trespassers not allowed, beware of the dog," etc. Sometimes in Western countries, a trespasser is shot, and there is no crime in such shooting. This is the position of demoniac householders, and such houses are considered to be the residential quarters of venomous snakes. The members of such families are no better than snakes because snakes are very much envious, and even when that envy is directed to the saintly persons, their position becomes more dangerous. It is said by Chanakya Pandit there are two envious living entities, the snake and the envious man. The envious man is more dangerous than a snake because a snake can be subdued by charming mantras or by some herbs, but an envious person cannot be pacified by any means. Text 12. Maharaj Prithu offered his welcome to the four Kumars, addressing them as the best of the Brahmanas. He welcomed them, saying, "From the beginning of your birth, you were strictly observing the vows of celibacy. And although you are experienced in the path of liberation, you are keeping yourselves just like small children." Purport. The specific importance of the Kumars is that they were brahmacharis living the life of celibacy from birth. They kept themselves as small children, about 4 or 5 years old, because by growing into youth, one's senses sometimes becomes disturbed and celibacy becomes difficult. The Kumars therefore purposefully remain children, because in a children's life the senses are never disturbed by sex. This is the significance of the life of the Kumars, and as such, Maharaj Prithu addressed them as the best of the Brahmanas. The Kumars were not only born of the best Brahmana, Lord Brahma, but they are addressed herein as Dvija Shrestha, the best of the Brahmanas, on account of their being Vaishnava also. As we've already explained, they have their sampradaya, disciplic succession, and even to date, the sampradaya is being maintained and is known as the Nimbarka sampradaya. Out of the 4 sampradayas of the Vaishnava Acharyas, the Nimbarka sampradaya is one. Maharaj Prithu specifically appreciated the position of the Kumaras because they maintained the brahmacharya vow from the very beginning of their birth. Maharaj Prithu, however, expressed his great appreciation of Vaishnavism by addressing the Kumars as Vaishnava Shrestha. In other words, everyone should offer respect to a Vaishnava without considering his source of birth. Vaishnava Jati Buddhi. No one should consider a Vaishnava in terms of birth. The Vaishnava is always the best of the Brahmanas, and as such one should offer all respects to a Vaishnava, not only as a Brahmana, but as the best of the Brahmanas. Text 13. Pṛthu Mahārāja inquired from the sages about persons entangled in this dangerous material existence because of their previous actions. Could such persons, whose aim is sense gratification, be blessed with any good fortune? Purport. Mahārāja Prithu did not ask the Kumars about their good fortune, for the Kumars are always auspicious by dint of their life in celibacy. Since they are always engaged on the path of liberation, there was no question of ill fortune. In other words, Brahmanas and Vaishnavas who are strictly following the path of spiritual advancement are always fortunate. The question was asked by Pṛthu Mahārāja for his own sake, since he was in the position of a grihasta and in charge of the royal authority. Kings are not only grihastas, who are generally absorbed in sense gratification, but are sometimes employed to kill animals in hunting because they have to practice the killing art. Otherwise, it's very difficult for them to fight their enemies. Such things are not auspicious. 4 kinds of sinful activities: associating with women for illicit sex, eating meat, intoxication, and gambling are allowed for the Kshatriyas. For political reasons, sometimes they have to take to these sinful activities. Kshatriyas do not refrain from gambling. One vivid example is the Pandavas. When the Pandavas were challenged by the opposite party, Duryodhana, to gamble and risk their kingdom, they could not refrain, and by that gambling they lost their kingdom, and their wife was insulted. Similarly, the Kshatriyas cannot refrain from fighting if challenged by the opposite party. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja, taking consideration of all these facts, inquired whether there is any auspicious path. Grihasta life is inauspicious because grihasta means consciousness for sense gratification, and as soon as there is sense gratification, one's position is always full of dangers. This material world is said to be padam yet vipadam natesham, dangerous at every step. Srimad-Bhagavatam 10:14-58. Everyone in this material world is struggling hard for sense gratification. Clearing all these points, Mahārāja Pṛthu inquired from the 4 Kumars about the 4 fallen conditioned souls who are rotting in this material world due to their past bad or inauspicious activities. Is there any possibility for their inauspicious spiritual life? In this verse, the word indriyartha vedanam is very significant. It indicates persons whose only aim is to satisfy the senses. They are also described as patitanam, or fallen. One who stops all activities for sense gratification is considered to be elevated. Another significant word is svakarma-bhi. One becomes fallen by dint of his own past bad activities. Everyone is responsible for his fallen condition because of his own activities. When activities are changed to devotional service, one's auspicious life begins. Text 14. Pṛthu Mahārāja continued, "My dear sirs, there is no need to ask about your good or bad fortune because you are always absorbed in spiritual bliss. The mental concoction of the auspicious and inauspicious does not exist in you." Purport. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita it is said, Deviti Bhadra Bhadra Gyan Sabte Manodharma E Bala E Manda E Shabha Brahma. Chaitanya Charitamrita Antyas 4:176. In this material world, the auspicious and inauspicious are simply mental concoctions, because such things exist only due to association with the material world. This is called illusion, or Atma Maya. We think ourselves created by material nature exactly as we think ourselves experiencing so many things in a dream. The spirit soul is, however, always transcendental. There is no question of becoming materially covered. This covering is something like a hallucination or a dream. In Bhagavad Gita, it is also said, Sangat Sanjayate Kama, Bhagavad Gita 2:62. Simply by association, we create artificial material necessities. Dhyayato Vishyan Pumsam Sangas Teshu Pajayate, Bhagavad Gita 2:62. When we forget our real constitutional position and wish to enjoy the material resources, our material desires manifest, and we associate with varieties of material enjoyment. As soon as the concoctions of material enjoyment are there, because of our association, we create a sort of lust or an eagerness to enjoy them. And when that false enjoyment does not actually make us happy, we create another illusion known as anger. And by the manifestation of anger, the illusion becomes stronger. When we are illusioned in this way, forgetfulness of our relationship with Krishna follows, and by thus losing Krishna consciousness, our real intelligence is defeated. In this way, we become entangled in this material world. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Krodad bhavati samohat smriti vibrama, smriti brahmshad buddhi naso buddhi nasat pranasyati. Bhagavad Gita 2:63. By material association, we lose our spiritual consciousness. Consequently, there is the question of the auspicious and inauspicious. But those who are Atmaram, or self-realized, have transcended such questions. The Atmaramas, or self-realized persons, gradually making further progress in spiritual bliss, come to the platform of association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the perfection of life. In the beginning, the Kumars were self-realized impersonalists, but gradually they became attracted to the personal pastimes of the Supreme Lord. The conclusion is that for those who are always engaged in the devotional service of the Personality of Godhead, the duality of the inauspicious or inauspicious does not arise. Pṛthu Mahārāja is therefore asking about auspiciousness, not for the sake of the Kumars, but for his own sake. Text 15. I am completely assured that personalities like you are the only friends for persons who are blazing in the fire of material existence. I therefore ask how in this material world we can very soon achieve the ultimate goal of life. Purport. When saintly persons go from door to door to see those who are too much materially engaged, it is to be understood that they do not go to ask anything for their personal benefit. It is a fact that saintly persons go to materialists just to give the real information of the auspicious. Maharaj Prithu was assured of this fact. Therefore, instead of wasting time by asking the Kumars about the auspicious, he preferred to inquire from them about whether he could soon be relieved from the dangerous position of materialistic existence. This was not, however, a question personally for Pṛthu Mahārāja. It was raised to teach the common man that whenever one meets a great saintly person, he should immediately surrender unto him and inquire about relief from the material pains of existence. Therefore, Srila Narottam Das Thakur says, Samsara vishanale diva nishi hiya jvale judaite nu kainu apaya. Quote, we are always suffering from material pangs, and our hearts are burning, but we cannot find a way out of it. End quote. The materialistic person can also be called a tapasvi, which means someone who is always suffering from material pains. One can only get rid of all these material pains when he takes shelter of the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. This is also explained by Narottam Das Thakur, Gola Kera Premadana Haridama Sankirtana, Rati Najamila Kenitaya. Narottam Das Thakur regretted that he did not pursue his attraction for the transcendental vibration of the Hare Krishna mantra. The conclusion is that all persons in this material world are suffering from material pains, and if one wants to get rid of them, he must associate with saintly persons, pure devotees of the Lord, and chant the Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That is the only auspicious way for materialistic persons. Text 16. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is always anxious to elevate the living entities who are his parts and parcels, and for their special benefit, the Lord travels all over the world in the form of self-realized persons like you. Purport. There are different kinds of transcendentalists, namely the Jnanis, or impersonalists, the mystic yogis, and, of course, all the devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Kumars, however, were both yogis and Jnanis, and finally Bhaktas later on. In the beginning, they were impersonalists, but later they developed devotional activities. Therefore, they are the best of the transcendentalists. The devotees are representatives of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and to elevate the conditioned souls to their original consciousness, they travel all over the universes to enlighten the conditioned souls about Krishna consciousness. The best devotees are Atmavat, or those who have fully realized the Supreme Soul. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, as Paramatma, is sitting within everyone's heart, trying to elevate everyone to the platform of Krishna consciousness. Therefore he is called Atma Bhavana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is always trying to give intelligence to the individual soul to understand about himself. He is always with the individual as a friend sitting by the side of a friend, and he gives facilities to all living entities according to their desires. The word Atmavantam is significant in this verse. There are three different kinds of devotees, namely Kanishta Adhikari, Madhyama Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari, the neophyte, the preacher, and the Mahabhagavat, or the highly advanced devotees. The highly advanced devotee is one who knows the conclusion of the Vedas in full knowledge, and thus he becomes a devotee. Indeed, not only is he convinced himself, but he can convince others on the strength of Vedic evidence. The advanced devotee can also see all other living entities as part and parcel of the Supreme Lord without discrimination. The Madhyama Adhikari preacher is also well versed in the Shastras and can convince others also, but he discriminates between the favorable and the unfavorable. In other words, the Madhyama Adhikari does not care for the demoniac living entities, and the neophyte, Kanishta Adhikari, does not know much about the Shastra, but has full faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Kumars were, however, Mahabhagavats, because after scrutinizingly studying the Absolute Truth, they became devotees. In other words, they were in full knowledge of the Vedic conclusion. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is confirmed by the Lord that there are many devotees, but a devotee who is fully conversant in the Vedic conclusion is very dear to him. Everyone is trying to elevate himself to the highest position according to his mentality. The karmis, who have a bodily concept of life, try to enjoy sense gratification to the utmost. The jnani's idea of the highest position is merging into the effulgence of the Lord. But a devotee's highest position is in preaching all over the world the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, the devotees are actually the representatives of the Supreme Lord, and as such they travel all over the world directly as Narayan, because they carry Narayan within their hearts and preach his glories. The representative Narayan is as good as Narayan, but he is not to conclude, like the Mayavadis, that he has become Narayan. Generally, a sannyasi is addressed as Narayan by the Mayavadis. Their idea is that simply by taking sannyas, one becomes equal to Narayan or becomes Narayan himself. The Vaishnava conclusion is different, as stated by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Sakshat darit vena samashta shastri uktastata bhavat eva sabdhi kintu prabodhya priyavitasya vande grosi charanarvindam. According to the Vaishnava philosophy, a devotee is as good as Narayan, not by becoming Narayan, but by becoming the most confidential servant of Narayan. Such great personalities act as spiritual masters for the benefit of the people in general, and as such, the spiritual master who is preaching the glories of Narayan should be accepted as Narayan and be given all respects due him. Text 17. Thus, Sanat Kumar, the best of the celibates, after hearing the speech of Pṛthu Mahārāja, which was meaningful, appropriate, full of precise words, and very sweet to hear, smiled with full satisfaction and began to speak as follows. Purport. Pṛthu Mahārāja's talks before the Kumars were very laudable because of so many qualifications. A speech should be composed of selected words, very sweet to hear and appropriate to the situation. Such speech is called meaningful. All these good qualifications are present in Pṛthu Mahārāja's speech because he is a perfect devotee. It is said, Yas yashti bhaktir bhagavati akinchana savar gunas tantra or tatra samastate sura. Quote, for one who has unflinching devotional faith and is engaged in his service, all good qualities become manifest in his person. End quote. Srimad-Bhagavatam 5.18.12. Thus, the Kumars were very much pleased, and Sanat Kumar began to speak as follows. Text 18. Sanat Kumar said, My dear King Prithu, I am very nicely questioned by you, and such questions are beneficial for all living entities, especially because they are raised by you, who are always thinking of the good of others. Although you know everything, since you ask such questions because that is the behavior of saintly persons. Such intelligence is befitting your position. Purport. Maharaja Prithu was well conversant in transcendental science, yet he presented himself before the Kumars as one ignorant of it. The idea is that even if a person is very exalted and knows everything, before his superior he should present questions. For instance, since Arjuna knew all the transcendental science, he questioned Krishna as if he did not know. Similarly, Pṛthu Mahārāja knew everything, but he presented himself before the Kumars as if he did not know anything. The idea is that questions by exalted persons put before the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his devotees are meant for the benefit of the general people. Therefore, sometimes great personalities put themselves in that position and inquire from higher authority because they're always thinking of the benefit of others. Text 19. When there is a congregation of devotees, their discussions, questions, and answers become conclusive to both the speaker and the audience. Thus, such a meeting is beneficial for everyone's real happiness. Purport. Hearing discussions among the devotees is the only means to receive the powerful message of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For instance, Bhagavad Gita has been well known all over the world for a very long time, especially in the Western world, because the subject matter was not discussed by devotees. But because the subject matter was not discussed by devotees, there was no effect. Not a single person in the West became Krishna conscious before the Krishna consciousness movement was founded. When the same Bhagavad Gita was presented as it is through the disciplic succession, there was immediately spiritual realization. Sanat Kumar, one of the Kumars, informed Pṛthu Mahārāja that his meeting with the Kumars benefited not only Maharaja Pṛthu, but the Kumars as well. When Narada Muni questioned Lord Brahma about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Brahma thanked Narada Muni because he gave him a chance to speak about the Supreme Lord. Therefore, questions about the Supreme Personality of Godhead or about the ultimate goal of life put by a saintly person to another saintly person surcharge everything spiritually. Whoever takes advantage of such discussions is benefited both in this life and in the next. The word upyashayam can be described in many ways. Generally, there are two classes of men, the materialist and the transcendentalist. By hearing discussions between devotees, both the materialist and transcendentalist are benefited. The materialist is benefited by associating with devotees, and his life becomes regulated so that his chance of becoming a devotee or making the present life successful for understanding the real position of the living entity is increased. When one takes advantage of this opportunity, he is assured of a human form of life in the next birth, or he may be liberated completely and go back home, back to Godhead. The conclusion is that if one participates in a discussion of devotees, he is both materially and spiritually benefited. The speaker and the audience are both benefited, and the karmis and jnanis are benefited. The discussion of spiritual matters amongst devotees is beneficial for everyone without exception. Consequently, the Kumars admitted that not only was the king benefited by such a meeting, but the Kumars were as well. Text 20. Sanat Kumar continued, "My dear king, you already have an inclination to glorify the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such attachment is very difficult to achieve, but when one has attained such unflinching faith in the Lord, it automatically cleanses lusty desires from the core of the heart." Purport. Satam prasangam mama virya sambido bhavanti krit karna rasayana kata tajjo sanad asvapavarga vartmani shraddha ratir bhaktir anukrami sayati. Srimad-Bhagavatam 3:25-25. By association with devotees, dirty things within the heart of a materialistic man are gradually washed away by the grace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As silver becomes shiny by being polished, so lusty desires within the heart of a materialistic person are cleansed by the good association of devotees. Actually, the living being has no connection with this material enjoyment nor with lusty desires. He is simply imagining or dreaming while asleep. But by the association of pure devotees, he is awakened, and immediately the spirit soul is situated in his own glory by understanding his constitutional position as the eternal servant of the Lord. Pṛthu Mahārāja was already a self-realized soul, therefore he had a natural inclination to glorify the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the Kumars assured him that there was no chance of his falling victim to the illusory energy of the Supreme Lord. In other words, the process of hearing and chanting about the glories of the Lord is the only means to clarify the heart of material contamination. By the process of karma jnana and yoga, no one will succeed in driving away contamination from the heart, but once a person takes to the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord by devotional service, automatically all dirty things in the heart are removed without difficulty. Text 21. It has been conclusively decided in the scriptures, after due consideration, that the ultimate goal for the welfare of human society is detachment from the bodily concept of life and increased and steadfast attachment for the Supreme Lord, who is transcendental and beyond the modes of material nature. Purport. Everyone in human society is engaged for the ultimate benefit of life, but persons who are in the bodily conception cannot achieve the ultimate goal, nor can they understand what it is. The ultimate goal of life is described in Bhagavad Gita, Param Drashtvana Vartate, Bhagavad Gita 259. When one finds out the supreme goal of life, he naturally becomes detached from the bodily concept. Here in this verse, the indication is that one has to steadfastly increase the attachment for transcendence, Brahmani, as it is confirmed in the Vedanta Sutra, Atato Brahma Jignasa, Vedanta Sutra 111. Without inquiry about the supreme or the transcendence, one cannot give up attachment for this material world. By the evolutionary process in 8,400,000 species of life, one cannot understand the ultimate goal of life because in all those species of life, the bodily conception is very prominent. Atata Brahma Jignasa means that in order to get out of the bodily conception, one has to increase attachment or inquiry about Brahman. Then he can be situated in the transcendental devotional service, Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu. To increase attachment for Brahman means to engage in devotional service. Those who are attached to the impersonal form of Brahman cannot remain attached for very long. Impersonalists, after rejecting this world as mithya or false, Jagan Mithya, come down again to this Jagan Mithya, although they take sannyas to increase their attachment for Brahman. Similarly, many yogis who are attached to the localized aspect of Brahman as Paramatma, great sages like Vishvamitra, also fall down as victims of women. Therefore, increased attachment for the Supreme Personality of Godhead is advised in all Shastras. That is the only way of detachment from material existence and is explained in the Bhagavad Gita as Param Dhistvana Vartate, Bhagavad Gita 259. One can cease material activities when he actually has the taste for devotional service. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also recommended love of Godhead as the ultimate goal of life, Prema Pamarto Mahan. Without increasing love of Godhead, one cannot achieve the perfectional stage or the transcendental position. Text 22. Attachment for the Supreme can be increased by practicing devotional service, inquiring about the Supreme Personality of God, applying Bhakti Yoga in life, worshipping the Yogeshwar, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and by hearing and chanting about the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These actions are pious in themselves. Purport. The word Yogeshwar is applicable to both the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, and his devotees also. In Bhagavad Gita, this word occurs in two places. In the 18th chapter, 1878, Krishna is described as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, who is the master of all mystic power. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna. Yogeshwara is also described at the end of the 6th chapter. Same Yuktatmato Mara, Bhagavad Gita 647. This Yuktatama indicates the topmost of all yogis, the devotees, who can also be called Yogeshwar. In this verse, Yogeshwar Upasana means to render service to a pure devotee. Thus, Narottam Das Thakur says, Chadiya Vaishnava Seva Nishtara Pradicikeba. Without serving a pure devotee, one cannot advance in spiritual life. Prahlad Maharaj has also said, Naisham matis tavad uru kraman grim, sprishati anat pasgamo yatarartha, maish yasam pada rajobhishekam, niskanchananam na viniti yavat. Srimad-Bhagavatam 7.5.32. One should take shelter of a pure devotee who has nothing to do with this material world, but is simply engaged in devotional service. By serving him only, one can transcend the qualitative material condition. In this verse, it is recommended Yogeshwara Upasanaya, that one serve the lotus feet of the topmost yogi, or the devotee. To serve the topmost devotee means to hear from him about the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To hear the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead from the mouth of a pure devotee is to acquire a pious life. In Bhagavad Gita, it is also said that without being pious, one cannot engage in devotional service. Yesham tvarantagatam papam gyanamam punya karmanam te dvanda moha nirmukta bhajanti mam dhrida vrata. Bhagavad Gita 7.28. To become fixed in devotional service, one has to become completely cleansed from the contamination of the material modes of nature. For work in devotional service, the first item is Ado Guru Shrayam. One should accept a bona fide spiritual master, and from the bona fide spiritual master, Saddharma Pricha, inquire about his transcendental occupational duties. Sadhu Marga Anugamam, and follow in the footsteps of the great saintly persons, devotees. These are the instructions given in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Rupa Goswami. The conclusion is that to increase attachment for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one has to accept a bona fide spiritual master and learn from him the methods of devotional service and hear from him about the transcendental message and glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way, one has to increase his conviction about devotional service. Then it will be very easy to increase attachment for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 23. One has to make progress in spiritual life not by associating with persons who are simply interested in making money and sense gratification. Not only such persons, but one who associates with such persons should be avoided. One should mold his life in such a way that he cannot live in peace without drinking the nectar of the glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari. Thus, one can be elevated by losing taste for sense enjoyment. Purport. In the material world, everyone is interested in money and sense gratification. The only objective is to earn as much money as possible and utilize it for satisfying the senses. The Srila Shukadeva Goswami has thus described the activities of the materialistic persons. Nidraya hriyate naktam vyavayena cha vavaya diva kartyehaya rajan kutumba bharanenava. Bhagavatam 2.1.3. This is a typical example of materialistic persons. At night, they waste their time by sleeping more than 6 hours or waste their time in sex indulgence. This is their occupation at night, and in the morning they go to their office or business place just to earn money. As soon as there is some money, they become busy in purchasing things for their children and others. Such persons are never interested in understanding the values of life. What is God? What is the individual soul? What is its relationship with God, etc. Things are degraded to such an extent that those who are supposed to be religious are also at the present moment only interested in sense gratification. The number of materialistic persons in this age of Kali has increased more than any other age. Therefore, persons who are interested in going back home, back to Godhead, should not only engage in the service of self-realized souls, but they should give up the company of materialistic persons whose only aim is to earn money and employ it in sense gratification. They should also not accept the objectives of materialistic persons, namely money and sense gratification. Therefore, it is stated, Bhakti parasyanu bhavam viraktir anyatasyat. To advance in devotional service, one has to be uninterested in the materialistic way of life. That which is the subject matter of satisfaction for the devotees is of no interest to the non-devotees. Simple negation or giving up the company of materialistic persons will not do. We must have engagements. Sometimes it is found that a person interested in spiritual advancement gives up the company of materialistic society and goes to a secluded place, as recommended for the yogis especially. But that will also not help a person in spiritual advancement, for in many instances such yogis also fall down. As far as jnanis are concerned, generally they fall down without taking shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. The impersonalists or the voidists can simply avoid the positive material association. They cannot remain fixed in transcendence without being engaged in devotional service. The beginning of devotional service is to hear about the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is recommended in this verse. Vina harer guna piyusha panat. One must drink the nectar of the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and this means that one must always be engaged in hearing and chanting the glories of the Lord. It is the prime method for advancing in spiritual life. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also recommends this in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. If one wants to make advancement in spiritual life, by great fortune, he may meet a bona fide spiritual master and from him learn about Krishna. By serving both the spiritual master and Krishna, he gets the seeds of devotional service, bhakti lata bij. And if he sows the seed within his heart and waters it by hearing and chanting, it grows into a luxuriant bhakti lata or bhakti creeper. The creeper is so strong that it penetrates the covering of the universe and reaches the spiritual world and continues to grow on until it reaches and takes shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna. An ordinary creeper also grows on until it takes solid shelter on a roof. Then it steadily grows and produces the required fruit. The real cause of the growing of such fruit, which is called nectar, is hearing and chanting the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The purport is that one cannot live outside the society of devotees. One must live in the association of devotees where there is constant chanting and hearing of the glories of the Lord. The Krishna consciousness movement is started for this purpose, and there are hundreds of ISKCON centers to give opportunity to all people to hear and chant and to accept the spiritual master. By not associating with persons who are materially interested, one can make solid advancement in going back home, back to Godhead. Text 24. The candidate for spiritual advancement must be nonviolent, must follow in the footsteps of great acharyas, must always remember the nectar of the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, must follow the regulative principles without material desire, and, while following the regulative principles, should not blaspheme others. A devotee should lead a very simple life and not be disturbed by the duality of opposing elements. He should learn to tolerate them. Purport. The devotees who are actually saintly persons or sadhus. The first qualification of a sadhu or devotee is ahimsa or nonviolence. Persons interested in the path of devotional service and going back home, back to Godhead, must first practice ahimsa or nonviolence. A sadhu is described as tatikshava karunika, Srimad-Bhagavatam 3:25-21. A devotee should be tolerant and should be very much compassionate toward others. For example, if he suffers personal injury, he should tolerate it. But if someone else suffers injury, he need not tolerate it. The whole world is full of violence, and a devotee's first business is to stop this violence, including the unnecessary slaughter of animals. A devotee is the friend not only of human society, but of all living entities, for he sees all living entities as sons of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He does not claim himself to be the only Son of God and allow others to be killed, thinking that they have no soul. This kind of philosophy is never advocated by a pure devotee of the Lord. Surida sarvadehinam, a true devotee is the friend of all living entities. Krishna claims in Bhagavad Gita to be the father of all species of living entities. Consequently, the devotee of Krishna is always a friend of all. That is called ahimsa. Such nonviolence can be practiced only when we follow in the footsteps of great acharyas. Therefore, according to our Vaishnava philosophy, we have to follow the great acharyas. of the 4 sampradayas, or disciplic successions. Trying to advance in spiritual life outside the disciplic succession is simply ludicrous. It is said, therefore, Acharyavan Purusho Veda, Chandogya Upanishad 6.14.2. One who follows the disciplic succession of acharyas knows things as they are. Tagyavarnatham Sagarun Eva Bhagachet, Mundaka Upanishad 1.2.12. In order to understand the transcendental science, one must approach a bona fide spiritual master. The word smritya is very important in spiritual life. Smritya means remembering Krishna always. Life should be molded in such a way that one cannot remain alone without thinking of Krishna. We should live in Krishna, so that while eating, sleeping, walking, and working, we remain only in Krishna. Our Krishna Consciousness Society recommends that we arrange our living so that we can remember Krishna. In our ISKCON Society, and the devotees, while engaging in making spiritual sky incense, are also hearing about the glories of Krishna or his devotees. The Shastras recommend Shmarta Vyasatatam Vishnu. Lord Vishnu should be remembered always, constantly. Vishmartavyo Jatuchit. Vishnu should never be forgotten. That is the spiritual way of life, Smritya. This remembrance of the Lord can be continued if we hear about him constantly. It is therefore recommended in this verse, Mukundak Charitagriya Siddhuna. Siddhu means nectar. To hear about Krishna from Srimad-Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita or similar authentic literature is to live in Krishna consciousness. Such concentration in Krishna consciousness can be achieved by persons who are strictly following the rules and regulative principles. We have recommended in our Krishna consciousness movement that a devotee chant 16 rounds on beads daily and follow the regulative principles. That will help the devotee to spiritually advance in life. It is also stated in this verse that by controlling the senses, one can become a Swami or Goswami. One who is therefore enjoying this super title, Swami or Goswami, must be very strict in controlling his senses. Indeed, he must be master of his senses. This is possible when one does not desire any material sense gratification. If by chance the senses want to work independently, he must control them. If we simply practice avoiding material sense gratification, controlling the senses is automatically achieved. Another important point mentioned in this connection, anindaya, is that we should not criticize others' methods of religion. There are different types of religious systems operating under different qualities of material nature. Those operating in the modes of ignorance and passion cannot be as perfect as the system in the mode of goodness. In Bhagavad Gita, everything has been divided into 3 qualitative divisions. Therefore, religious systems are similarly categorized. When people are mostly under the modes of passion and ignorance, their system of religion will be of the same quality. A devotee, instead of criticizing such systems, will encourage the followers to stick to their principles so that gradually they can come to the platform of religion and goodness. Simply by criticizing them, a devotee's mind will be agitated. Thus, a devotee should tolerate and learn to stop agitation. Another feature of the devotee is nirahaya, simple living. Niriha means gentle, meek, or simple. A devotee should not live very gorgeously and imitate a materialistic person. Plain living and high thinking are recommended for a devotee. He should accept only as much as he can keep the material body fit for the execution of devotional service. He should not sleep or eat more than is required. Simple eating for living, not living for eating, and sleeping only 6 to 7 hours a day are principles to be followed by devotees. As long as the body is there, it is subjected to the influence of climactic changes, diseases, and natural disturbances, the threefold miseries of material existence. We cannot avoid them. Sometimes we receive letters from neophyte devotees questioning why they have fallen sick, although pursuing Krishna consciousness. They should learn from this verse that they have to become tolerant. Dvandva titikshaya. This is the world of duality. Because he has fallen sick, one should not think that he has fallen from Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness can continue without impediment from any material opposition. Lord Shri Krishna therefore advises in Bhagavad Gita, Tam Tatiksastra Bharata, my dear Arjuna, please try to tolerate all these disturbances. Be fixed in your Krishna conscious activities. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 2:14. Text 25. The devotee should gradually increase the culture of devotional service by constant hearing of the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These pastimes are like ornamental decorations on the ears of devotees. By rendering devotional service and transcending the material qualities, one can easily be fixed in transcendence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. This verse is especially mentioned to substantiate the devotional process of hearing the subject matter. A devotee does not like to hear anything other than subjects dealing with spiritual activities or the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We can increase our propensity for devotional service by hearing Bhagavad Gita and Srimad-Bhagavatam from realized souls. The more we hear from realized souls, the more we make advancement in our devotional life. The more we advance in devotional life, the more we become detached from the material world. The more we become detached from the material world, the less we associate with persons who are after money and sense gratification. This is a device of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Niskinchanasya Bhagavad Bhajona Muktasya Param Jigamishur Bhava Sagarsya Sadarshanam Vishayinam Atar Yoshitam Cha Hahanta Hanta Visha Bhakashanto Pyad Asudo. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 1:1-8. The word Brahmani used in this verse is commented upon by the impersonalists or professional reciters of Bhagavatam, who are mainly advocates of the caste system by demoniac birthright. They say that Brahmani means the impersonal Brahman, but they cannot conclude this without reference to the context of the words Bhaktya and Guna Bidhitena. According to the impersonalists, there is no transcendental qualities in the impersonal Brahman. Therefore, we should understand that Brahmana means in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as admitted by Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, wherever the word Brahma is used, it must refer to Krishna, not to the impersonal Brahman effulgence. Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti sabdite. Srimad-Bhagavatam 1-11. Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan can all be taken in total as Brahman, but when there is a reference to the word bhakti or remembrance of the transcendental qualities, the word indicates the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not the impersonal Brahman. Text 26. Upon becoming fixed in his attachment to the Supreme Personality of Godhead by the grace of the spiritual master and by awakening knowledge and detachment, the living entity situated within the heart of the body and covered by the five elements burns up his material surroundings exactly as fire arising from wood burns the wood itself. Purport. It is said that both the Jivatma, the individual soul, and the Paramatma live together within the heart. In the Vedic version, it is stated, Hrihi hi ayam atma. The soul and supersoul both live within the heart. The individual soul is liberated when it comes out of the material heart or cleanses the heart to make it spiritualized. The example given here is very appropriate. Yonim evo tito gni. Agni, or fire, comes out of the wood, and by it the wood is completely destroyed. Similarly, when a living entity increases his attachment for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is to be considered like fire. A blazing fire is visible by its exhibition of heat and light. Similarly, when the living entity within the heart becomes enlightened with full spiritual knowledge and detached from the material world, he burns up his material covering of the five elements, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, and becomes freed from the five kinds of material attachments, namely ignorance, false egoism, attachment to the material world, envy, and absorption in material consciousness. Therefore, Panchatmakam, as mentioned in this verse, refers to either the five elements or the five coverings of material contamination. When these are all burned into ashes by the blazing fire of knowledge and detachment, one is fixed firmly in the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Unless one takes shelter of a bona fide spiritual master and advances his attraction for Krishna by his instructions, the 5 coverings of the individual entity cannot be uncovered from the material heart. The living entity is centered within the heart, and to take him away from the heart is to liberate him. That is the process. One must take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master and by his instruction increase one's knowledge and devotional service, become detached from the material world, and thus become liberated. An advanced devotee does not, therefore, live within the material body, but within his spiritual body, just as a dry coconut lives detached from the coconut husk, even though within the husk. A pure devotee's body is therefore called Chinmaya Sarira, spiritualized body. In other words, a devotee's body is not connected with material activities, and as such, a devotee is always liberated. Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate, Bhagavad Gita 14:26. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Srila Pṛthu Goswami also confirms this. Iha yasya harer dasye karmana manasa vacha nikilashvapi ashvatsto jivan mukta sa uchite. Quote, one who is engaged fully with his body, mind, and speech in the service of the Lord is liberated even within this body, despite his condition. End quote. Text 27. When a person becomes devoid of all material desires and liberated from all material qualities, he transcends distinctions between actions executed externally and internally. At that time, the difference between the soul and the supersoul, which was existing before self-realization, is annihilated. When the dream is over, there is no longer a distinction between the dream and the dreamer. Purport. As described by Srila Rupa Goswami, Anya Balasita Sunyam, one must be devoid of all material desires. When a person becomes devoid of all material desires, there is no longer need for speculative knowledge or fruitive activities. And that condition is to be understood that one is free from the material body. The example is already given above. A coconut, which is dry, is loosened from its outward husk. This is the stage of liberation. As is said in Srimad-Bhagavatam, mukti, liberation, means sharupena avasthiti, being situated in one's own constitutional position. All material desires are present as long as one is in the bodily concept of life, but when one realizes that he is an eternal servant of Krishna, his desires are no longer material. The devotee acts in this consciousness. In other words, when material desires in connection with the body are finished, one is actually liberated. When one is liberated from material qualities, he does not do anything for his personal sense gratification. At that time, all activities performed by him are absolute. In the conditioned state, there are 2 kinds of activities. One acts on behalf of the body, and at the same time he acts to become liberated. The devotee, when he is completely free from all material desires or all material qualities, transcends a duality of action for the body and soul, when the bodily concept of life is completely over. Therefore, Srila Rupa Goswami says, Iha yasya harer dasye karmana manasa vacha nikilashvapi avashto jivan mukta sa uchite. When one is completely fixed in the service of the Lord, he is a liberated person in any condition of life. He is called jivan mukta, liberated even within this body. In such a liberated condition, there is no distinction between actions for sense gratification and actions for liberation. When one is liberated from the desires for sense gratification, he has no longer to suffer the reactions of lamentation or illusion. Activities performed by the karmis and jnanis are subjected to lamentation and illusion, but a self-realized liberated person acting only for the Supreme Personality of Godhead experiences none. This stage of oneness, or merging into the existence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This means that the individual soul, while keeping his individuality, no longer has separate interests. He is fully in the service of the Lord. He has nothing to do for his personal sense gratification. He sees only the Supreme Personality of Godhead and not himself. His personal interest completely perishes. When a person comes out of a dream, the dream vanishes. While dreaming, a person may consider himself a king and see the royal paraphernalia, his soldiers, etc., but when the dream is over, he does not see anything beyond himself. Similarly, a liberated person understands that he is part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, acting in accordance with the desire of the Supreme Lord, and as such there is no distinction between himself and the Supreme Lord, although both of them retain their individuality. Nityo nityanam chaitanas chaitananam. This is the perfect conception of oneness in relationship with the Supersoul and the Soul. Text 28. When the soul exists for sense gratification, he creates different desires, and for that reason he becomes subjected to designations. But when one is in the transcendental position, he's no longer interested in anything excepting fulfilling the desires of the Lord. Purport. Being covered by material desires, a spirit soul is also considered to be covered by designations belonging to a particular type of body. Thus, he considers himself to be an animal, a man, demigod, bird, beast, etc. In so many ways, he is influenced by the false identification caused by false egotism, and being covered by illusory material desires, he distinguishes between matter and spirit. When one is devoid of such distinctions, there is no longer a difference between matter and spirit. At that time, the spirit is the only predominating factor. As long as one is covered by material desires, he thinks himself the master or the enjoyer. Thus, he acts for sense gratification and becomes subjected to material pangs, happiness, and distress. But when one is freed from such a concept of life, he is no longer subjected to designations, and he envisions everything as spiritual in connection with the Supreme Lord. This is explained by Srila Rupa Goswami in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Anya Saktasya Vishayan Yartanam Upayanjita Narbanda Krishna Sambande Yukta Vairagyamuchate. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.255. The liberated person has no attachment for anything material or for sense gratification. He understands that everything is connected with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that everything should be engaged in the service of the Lord. Therefore, he does not give up anything. There is no question of renouncing anything because the Paramahansa knows how to engage everything in the service of the Lord. Originally, everything is spiritual, nothing is material. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is also explained that a Mahabhagavat, highly advanced devotee, has no material vision. Stavara jangame deke, na deke tara murti, sarvatra haya nija ishtadeva spruti. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 8.247 or 274. Although he sees trees, mountains, and other living entities moving here and there, he sees all as the creation of the Supreme Lord, and with reference to the context, sees only the Creator and not the created. In other words, he no longer distinguishes between the created and the Creator. He sees only the Supreme Personality of Godhead in everything. He sees Krishna in everything and everything in Krishna. This is oneness. Text 29. Only because of different causes does a person see a difference between himself and others. It is like the reflection of a body on water or oil or in a mirror appearing to be differently manifested. Purport. Spirit soul is one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is manifested in Svamsa and Vibhinamsa expansions. The Jivas are Vibhinamsa expansions. The different incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are Svamsa expansions. Thus, there are different potencies of the Supreme Lord, and there are different expansions of the different potencies. In this way, for different reasons, there are different expansions of the same one principle, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This understanding is real knowledge, but when the living entity is covered by the upadi, or designated body, he sees differences, exactly as one sees differences in reflections of oneself on water, oil, or in a mirror. When something is reflected on water, it appears to be moving. When it's reflected on ice, it appears fixed. When it's reflected on oil, it appears hazy. The subject is one, but under different conditions, it appears differently. When the qualifying factor is taken away, the whole appears to be one. In other words, when one comes to the Paramahansa or perfectional stage of life by practicing Bhakti Yoga, he sees only Krishna everywhere. For him, there is no other objective. In conclusion, due to different causes, the living entity is visible in different forms, as an animal, human being, demigod, tree, etc. Actually, every living entity is the marginal potency of the Supreme Lord. In Bhagavad Gita, therefore, it is explained that one who actually sees the spirit soul does not distinguish between a learned Brahmana and a dog, an elephant, or a cow. Pandita Samadarshana, Bhagavad Gita 5:18. One who is actually learned sees only the living entity, not the outward covering. Differentiation is therefore the result of different karma, or fruit of activities, and when we stop fruit of activities, turning them into acts of devotion, we can understand that they are not different from anyone else. We are not different from anyone else, regardless of the form. This is only possible in Krishna consciousness. In this movement, there are different races of men from all parts of the world participating, but because they think of themselves as servants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they do not differentiate between black and white, yellow and red. The Krishna consciousness movement is therefore the only means to make the living entities transcend all designations. Text 30. When one's mind and senses are attracted to sense objects for enjoyment, the mind becomes agitated. As a result of continually thinking of sense objects, one's real consciousness almost becomes lost, like the water on a lake that is gradually sucked up by the big grass straws on its bank. Purport. In this verse, it is very nicely explained how our original Krishna consciousness becomes polluted. Gradually, we become almost completely forgetful of our relationship with the Supreme Lord. In the previous verse, it is recommended that we should always keep in touch with the devotional service of the Lord, so that the blazing fire of devotional service can gradually burn into ashes material desires, and we can become liberated from the repetition of birth and death. This is also how we can indirectly keep our staunch faith in the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When the mind is allowed to think of sense gratification continuously, it becomes the cause of our material bondage. If our mind is simply filled with sense gratification, even though we want Krishna consciousness, by continuous practice, we cannot forget the subject matter of sense gratification. If one takes up the sannyas order of life but is not able to control the mind, he will think of objects of sense gratification, namely fame, family, society, expensive house, etc. Even though he goes to the Himalayas or the forest, his mind will continue thinking of the objects of sense gratification. In this way, gradually one's intelligence will be affected. When intelligence is affected, one loses his original taste for Krishna consciousness. The example given here is very appropriate. If a big lake is covered all around by long kusha grass, just like columns, the waters dry up. Similarly, when the big columns of material desire increase, the clear water of consciousness is dried up. Therefore, these columns of kusha grass should be cut or thrown away from the very beginning. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has instructed us that if from the very beginning we do not take care of unwanted grass in the paddy fields, the fertilizing agents or water will be used by them and the paddy field plants will dry up. The material desire for sense gratification is the cause of our fall down in this material world, and thus we suffer the threefold miseries and continuous birth, death, old age, and disease. However, if we turn our desires toward the transcendental loving service of the Lord, our desires become purified. We cannot kill desires. We have to purify them of different designations. If we constantly think of being a member of a particular nation, society, or family, and continuously think about them, we become strongly entangled in the conditioned life of birth and death. But if our desires are applied to the service of the Lord, they become purified, and thus we become immediately freed from material contamination. Text 31. When one deviates from his original consciousness, he loses the capacity to remember his previous position or recognize his present one. When remembrance is lost, all knowledge that is acquired is based on a false foundation. When this occurs, learned scholars considers that the soul is lost. Purport. The living entity or the soul is ever existing and eternal. It cannot be lost. But learned scholars say that it is lost when actual knowledge is not working. That is the difference between animals and human beings. According to less intelligent philosophers, animals have no souls. But factually, animals have souls. Due to the animals' gross ignorance, however, it appears that they have lost their souls. Without the soul, the body cannot move. That is the difference between a living body and a dead body. When the soul is out of the body is called dead. The soul is said to be lost when there is no proper knowledge exhibited. Our original consciousness is Krishna consciousness because we are part and parcel of Krishna. When this consciousness is misguided and put into the material atmosphere, which pollutes the original consciousness, one thinks that he is a product of material elements. Thus, one loses his real remembrance of his position as part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, just as a man who sleeps forgets himself. In this way, when the activities of proper consciousness are checked, all the activities of the lost soul are performed on a false basis. At the present moment, human civilization is acting on a false platform of bodily identification. Therefore, it can be said that the people of the present have lost their souls. Text 32. There is no stronger objection to one's self-interest than thinking other subject matters to be more pleasing than one's self-realization. Purport. Human life is especially meant for self-realization. Self refers to the super-self and the individual self, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the living entity. When, however, one becomes more interested in the body and bodily sense gratification, he creates for himself obstructions on the path of self-realization. By the influence of Maya, one becomes more interested in sense gratification, which is prohibited in this world for those interested in self-realization. Instead of becoming interested in sense gratification, one should divert his activities to satisfy the senses of the Supreme Soul. Anything performed contrary to this principle is certainly against one's self-interest. Text 33. For human society, constantly thinking how to earn money and apply it for sense gratification brings about the destruction of everyone's interest. When one becomes devoid of knowledge and devotional service, he enters into a species of life like those of trees and stones. Purport. Gyan, or knowledge, means to understand one's constitutional position, and Vigyan refers to practical application of that knowledge in life. In the human form of life, one should come to the position of Gyan and Vigyan. But despite this great opportunity, if one does not develop knowledge and practical application of knowledge through the help of the spiritual master and the Shastras, in other words, if one misuses this opportunity, then in the next life he is sure to be born in a species of non-moving living entities. Non-moving living entities include hills, mountains, trees, plants, etc. This stage of life is called punyatam or mukyatam, namely making all activities zero. Philosophers who support stopping all activities are called sunyavadi. By nature's own way, our activities are to be gradually diverted to devotional service. But there are philosophers who, instead of purifying their activities, try to make everything zero, or void of all activities. This lack of activities represented by the trees and the hills. This is a kind of punishment inflicted by the laws of nature. If we do not properly execute our mission of life in self-realization, nature's punishment will render us inactive by putting us in the form of trees and hills. Therefore, activities directed toward sense gratification are condemned herein. One who is constantly thinking of activities to earn money and gratify the senses is following a path which is suicidal. Factually, all human society is following this path. Some way or other, people are determined to earn money, to get money by begging, borrowing, or stealing and applying that for sense gratification. Such a civilization is the greatest obstacle in the path of self-realization. Text 34. Those who strongly desire to cross the ocean of nescience must not associate with the modes of ignorance, because hedonistic activities are the greatest obstructions to realization of religious principles, economic development, regulated sense gratification, and at last, liberation. Purport. The four principles of life allow one to live according to religious principles, to earn money according to one's position in society, to allow the senses to enjoy the sense objects according to regulations, and to progress along the path of liberation from this material attachment. As long as the body is there, it is not possible to become completely free from all these material interests. It is not, however, recommended that one act only for sense gratification and earn money for that purpose only, sacrificing all religious principles. At the present moment, human civilization does not care for religious principles. It is, however, greatly interested in economic development without religious principles. For instance, in a slaughterhouse, the butchers certainly get money easily, but such business is not based on religious principles. Similarly, there are many nightclubs for sense gratification and brothels for sex. Sex, however, is allowed in married life only, and prostitution is prohibited because all our activities are ultimately aimed at liberation, at freedom from the clutches of material existence. It is advised, therefore, that one not act in a way that will obstruct the regular process of advancement in spiritual life and liberation. The Vedic process of sense gratification is therefore planned in such a way that one can economically develop and enjoy sense gratification and yet ultimately attain liberation. Vedic civilization offers us all knowledge in the Shastras, and if we live a regulated life under the direction of Shastras and Guru, all our material desires will be fulfilled, and at the same time we'll be able to go forward to liberation. Text 35. Out of the four principles, namely religion, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation, liberation has to be taken very seriously. The other three are subjects to destruction by the stringent laws of nature, death. Purport. Moksha, or liberation, has to be taken very seriously, even at the sacrifice of the other three items. As advised by Sutta Goswami in the beginning of Srimad-Bhagavatam, religious principles are not based on success in economic development. Because we are very attached to sense gratification, we go to God or to temple or churches for some economic reasons. Then again, economic development does not mean sense gratification. Everything should be adjusted in such a way that we attain liberation. Therefore, in this verse, liberation, moksha, is stressed. The other three items are material and are therefore subject to destruction. Even if somehow we accumulate a great bank balance in this life and possess many material things, everything will be finished with death. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that death is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who ultimately takes away everything acquired by the materialistic person. Foolishly, we do not care for this. Foolishly, we are not afraid of death, nor do we consider that death will take away everything acquired by the process of dharma, artha, kama. But by dharma, or pious activities, we may be elevated to the heavenly planets, but this does not mean freedom from the clutches of birth, death, old age, and disease. The purport is that we can sacrifice our interests in Trivargya, religious principles, economic development, and sense gratification, but we cannot sacrifice the cause of liberation. Regarding liberation, it is stated in Bhagavad Gita, Tvakta deham pranarjamanaiti, Bhagavad Gita 4:9. Liberation means that after giving up this body, one does not have to accept another material body. But to the impersonalist, liberation means merging into the existence of impersonal Brahman. But factually, this is not moksha, because one again has to fall down into this material world from that impersonal position. One should therefore seek the shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and engage in His devotional service. That is real liberation. The conclusion is that we should not stress pious activities, economic development, and sense gratification, but should concern ourselves with approaching Lord Vishnu in His spiritual planets, of which the topmost is Golok Vrindavan, where Lord Krishna lives. Therefore, this Krishna consciousness movement is the greatest gift for persons who are actually desiring liberation. Text 36. We accept as blessings different states of higher life, distinguishing them from lower states of life, but we should know that such distinctions exist only in relation to the interchange of the modes of material nature. Actually, these states of life have no permanent existence, for all of them will be destroyed by the Supreme Controller. Purport. In our material existence, we accept a higher form of life as a blessing and a lower form as a curse. This distinction of higher and lower only exists as long as the different material qualities, gunas, interact. In other words, by our good activities, we are elevated to the higher planetary systems or to a higher standard of life, good education, beautiful body, etc. These are the results of pious activities. Similarly, by impious activities, we remain illiterate, get ugly bodies, a poor standard of living, etc. But all these different states of life are under the laws of material nature through the interaction of the qualities of goodness, passion, and ignorance. However, all these qualities will cease to act at the time of the dissolution of the entire cosmic manifestation. The Lord therefore says in Bhagavad Gita, Abrahma bhuvana lokas punar avartino arjuna, mamupetya tukonteya punar janma navidite. Bhagavad Gita 8:16. Even though we elevate ourselves to the highest planetary system by the scientific advancement of knowledge or by the religious principles of life, great sacrifices and fruitive activities, at this time of dissolution, these higher planetary systems and life on them will be destroyed. The words in this verse, Isha Vidvam Sita Shinam, indicate that all such blessings will be destroyed by the Supreme Controller. We will not be protected. Our bodies, either on this planet or on another planet, will be destroyed, and again we will have to remain for millions of years in an unconscious state within the body of Mahavishnu. And again, when the creation is manifested, we will have to take birth in different species of life and begin our activities. Therefore, we should not be satisfied simply by promotion to the higher planetary systems. We should try to get out of the material cosmic manifestation, go to the spiritual world, and take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is our highest achievement. We should not be attracted by anything, material, lower, or higher, but should consider all of them on the same platform. Our real engagement should be in inquiring about the real purpose of life and rendering devotional service to the Lord. Thus we will be eternally blessed in our spiritual activities, full of knowledge and bliss. Regulated human civilization promotes dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. In human society, there must be religion. Without religion, human society is only animal society. Economic development and sense gratification must be based on religious principles. When religion, economic development, and sense gratification are adjusted, liberation from this material birth, death, old age, and disease is assured. In the present age of Kali, however, there is no question of religion and liberation. People have taken interest in economic development and sense gratification. Therefore, despite sufficient economic development all over the world, dealings in human society have become almost animalistic. When everything becomes grossly animalistic, dissolution takes place. This dissolution is to be accepted as Isha Vidvam Sitashisham. The Lord's so-called blessings of economic development and sense gratification will be conclusively dissolved by destruction. At the end of this Kali Yuga, the Lord will appear as the incarnation of Kalki, and his only business will be to kill all human beings on the surface of the globe. After that killing, another global golden age will begin again. We should therefore know that our material activities are just like childish play. Children may play on the beach, and the father will sit and watch this childish play, the construction of buildings with sand, the construction of walls, and so many things. But finally the father will ask the children to come home. Then everything is destroyed. People who are too much addicted in the childish activities of economic development and sense gratification are sometimes especially favored by the Lord when he destroys their construction of these things. It is said by the Lord, Yasyaham anugranami harisye tadamdam shanai. The Lord told Yudhishthira Maharaj that his special favor is shown to his devotees when he takes away all his material opulences. Generally, therefore, it is experienced that Vaishnavas are not very opulent in the material sense. When a Vaishnav, a pure devotee, tries to be material opulent and at the same time desires to serve the Supreme Lord, his devotional service is checked. The Lord, in order to show him a special favor, destroys his so-called economic development and material opulences. Thus, the devotee, being frustrated in his repeated attempts at economic development, ultimately takes solid shelter under the lotus feet of the Lord. This kind of action may also be accepted as Isha Vidvamsitam Shisham, whereby the Lord destroys one's material opulences but enriches him in spiritual understanding. In the course of our preaching work, we sometimes see that materialistic persons come to us and offer their obeisances to take blessings, which means that they want more and more material opulences. If such material opulences are checked, such persons are no longer interested in offering obeisances to the devotees. Such materialistic persons are always concerned about their economic development. They offer obeisances to saintly persons or the Supreme Lord to give something in charity for preaching work with a view that they will be rewarded with further economic development. However, when one is sincere in his devotional service, the Lord obliges the devotee to give up his material development and completely surrender unto him. Because the Lord does not give blessings of material opulence to his devotees, people are afraid of worshiping Lord Vishnu because they see that the Vaishnavas, who are worshippers of Lord Vishnu, are poor in their superficial material opulences. Such materialistic persons, however, get immense opportunity for economic development by worshiping Lord Shiva, for Lord Shiva is the husband of the goddess Durga, and Durga is the proprietor of this universe. By the grace of Lord Shiva, a devotee gets the opportunity to be blessed by the goddess Durga. Ravana, for example, was a great worshipper and devotee of Lord Shiva, and in return he got all the blessings of goddess Durga, so much so that his whole kingdom was constructed of golden buildings. In Brazil, in this present age, huge quantities of gold have been found, and from historical references in the Puranas, we can guess safely that this was Ravana's kingdom. This kingdom, however, was destroyed by Lord Ramchandra. By studying such incidents, we can understand the full meaning of Isha Vidvam Sitashitam Shisham. The Lord does not bestow material blessings upon the devotees, for they may be entrapped again in this material world by continuous birth, death, old age, and disease. Due to materialistic opulences, people like Ravana become puffed up for sense gratification. Ravana even dared kidnap Sita, who was both the wife of Lord Ramchandra and the goddess of fortune, thinking that he would be able to enjoy the pleasure potency of the Lord. But actually, by such action, Ravana became Vidvam Sita, or ruined. At the present moment, human civilization is too much attached to economic development and sense gratification, and is therefore nearing the path of ruination. Text 37. Sanat Kumar advised the king, "My dear King Prithu, try to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead who is living within everyone's heart, along with the individual soul in each and every body, either moving or not moving. They are fully covered by the gross material body and subtle body made of the air, the life air, and intelligence." Purport. In this verse, it is specifically advised that instead of wasting time in the human form of life, endeavoring for economic development and sense gratification, one should try to cultivate spiritual values by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is existing within the individual soul, within everyone's heart. The individual soul and the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his Paramatma feature are both sitting within this body, which is covered by gross and subtle elements. To understand this is to attain actual spiritual culture. There are two ways of advancing in spiritual culture, by the method of the impersonalist philosophers and by devotional service. The impersonalist comes to the conclusion that he and the Supreme Spirit are one, whereas devotees or personalists realize the Absolute Truth by understanding that the Absolute Truth is the Supreme Predominator, and we living entities are predominated, therefore our duty is to serve him. The Vedic injunctions say, Tattvam Asi, you are the same, and Soham, I am the same. The impersonalist conception of these mantras is that the Supreme Lord and the Absolute Truth and the living entity are one, but from the devotee's point of view, these mantras assert that both the Supreme Lord and ourselves are of the same quality. Tattvamasi Ayan Atma Brahma. Both the Supreme Lord and the living entity are spirit. Understanding this is self-realization. The human form of life is meant for understanding the Supreme Lord and oneself by spiritual cultivation of knowledge. One should not waste valuable life, simply engage in economic development and sense gratification. In this verse, the word Kshetravit is also important. This word is explained in Bhagavad Gita. Idam shariram konteya kshetram iti abhidyate. Bhagavad Gita 13:2. This body is called Kshetra, or the field of activities, and the proprietors of the body, the individual soul and the supersoul sitting within the body, are both called Kshetravit. But there is a difference between the two kinds of Kshetravit. One Kshetravit, or knower of the body, namely the Paramatma or the supersoul, is directing the individual soul. When we rightly take direction of the supersoul, our life becomes successful. He is directing from within and from without. From within, he is directing as Chaita Guru, or the spiritual master sitting within the heart. Indirectly, he's also helping the living entity by manifesting himself as a spiritual master outside. In both ways, the Lord is giving directions to the living entity so that he may finish up his material activities and come back home, back to Godhead. The presence of the Supreme Soul and the individual soul within the body can be perceived by anyone by the fact that as long as the individual soul and the supersoul are both living within the body is always shining and fresh. But as soon as the supersoul and the individual soul give up possession of the gross body, it immediately decomposes. One who is spiritually advanced can understand the real difference between a dead body and a living body. In conclusion, one should not waste his time by so-called economic development and sense gratification, but should cultivate spiritual knowledge to understand the supersoul and the individual soul and their relationship. In this way, by advancement of knowledge, one can achieve liberation and the ultimate goal of life. It is said that if one takes to the path of liberation, even rejecting his so-called duties in this material world, he is not the loser at all. But a person who does not take to the path of liberation, yet carefully executes economic development and sense gratification, loses everything. Narada's statement before Vyasadeva is appropriate in this connection. Tyaktva swadharman chanam bujarhare bhajan apakvo ta patet tato yadi yatrakva bhadradam abhud amushyakim kovarta apto bhajantam swadharmataha. Srimad-Bhagavatam 1.5.17. If a person, out of sentiment or for some other reasons, takes to the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord, and in due course of time does not succeed in coming to the ultimate goal of life, or falls down due to a lack of experience, there is no loss. But for a person who does not take to the devotional service, yet executes his material duties very nicely, there is no gain. Text 38. The Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests himself as one with the cause and effect within this body, and also as one who has transcended the illusory energy. This clears the misconception of a snake for a rope. Thus, one can understand that the Paramatma is eternally transcendental to the material creation and situated in pure internal energy. Thus, he is transcendental to all material contamination. Unto him only one must surrender. Purport. This verse is specifically stated to defy the materialist Mayavadi conclusion of oneness without differentiation between the individual soul and the supersoul. The Mayavad conclusion is that the living entity and the supersoul are one. There is no difference. They proclaim that there is no separate existence outside the impersonal Brahman, and that the feeling of separation is Maya, or an illusion by which one considers a rope to be a snake. The rope and the snake argument is generally offered by the Mayavadi philosophers. Therefore, these words, which represents Vivartavada, are specifically mentioned herein. Actually, Paramatma, the Supersoul, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he is eternally liberated. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is living within this body along with the individual soul, and this is confirmed in the Vedas. They are likened to two friends sitting on the same tree, yet Paramatma is above the illusory energy. This illusory energy is called Bahiranga Shakti, or external energy, and the living entity is called Tatastha Shakti, or marginal potency. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, the material energy represented as earth, water, air, fire, sky, etc., and the spiritual energy, the living entity, are both energies of the Supreme Lord. Even though the energies and the energetic are identical, the living entity, individual soul, being prone to be influenced by the external energy, considers the Supreme Personality of Godhead as one with himself. The word prapadye is also significant in this verse, for it refers to the conclusion of the Bhagavad Gita. Sarvadharman prityaja mamikam sharanam bhaja. Bhagavad Gita 18:66. In another place, the Lord says, Bahanam janmanamante jnanamam prapadyate. Bhagavad Gita 7:19. This prapadye, or sharanam braja, refers to the individual's surrender to the Supersoul. The individual soul, when surrendered, can understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, although situated within the heart of the individual soul, is superior to the individual soul. The Lord is always transcendental to the material manifestation, even though it appears that the Lord and the material manifestation are one and the same. According to the Vaishnava philosophy, he is one and different simultaneously. The material energy is a manifestation of his external potency, and since the potency is identical with the potent, it appears that the Lord and the individual are one, but actually the individual soul is under the influence of the material energy, and the Lord is always transcendental to it. Unless the Lord is superior to the individual soul, there is no question of prapadye, or surrender, unto him. The word prapadye refers to the process of devotional service. Simply by non-devotional speculation on the rope and the snake, one cannot approach the absolute truth. Therefore, devotional service is stressed as more important than deliberation or mental speculation to understand the absolute truth. Text 39. The devotees who are always engaged in the service of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord can very easily overcome hard-knotted desires for fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, the jnanis and yogis, although trying to stop the waves of sense gratification, cannot do so. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. Purport. There are three kinds of transcendentalists trying to overcome the influence of the modes of material nature: the jnanis, yogis, and bhaktas. All of them attempt to overcome the influence of the senses, which is compared to the incessant waves of a river. The waves of a river flow incessantly, and it's very difficult to stop them. Similarly, the waves of desire for material enjoyment are so strong that they cannot be stopped by any other process than bhakti yoga. The bhaktas, by their transcendental devotional service unto the lotus feet of the Lord, become so overwhelmed with transcendental bliss that automatically their desires for material enjoyment stop. The jnanis and yogis, who are not attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, simply struggle against the waves of desire. They are described in this verse as rikta mataya, which means devoid of devotional service. In other words, the jnanis and yogis, although trying to be free from the desires of material activities, actually become more and more entangled in false philosophical speculation or strenuous attempts to stop the activities of the senses. As previously stated, Vasudeva Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prajarajita Janyati Asuvaragyam Jnanam Chayad Ahoikutukam. Srimad-Bhagavatam 1.2.7. Here also the same point is stressed. Bhaja Vasudevam indicates that one who is engaged in loving service to Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, can easily stop the waves of desire. As long as one will continue to try to artificially stop the waves of desire, he will certainly be defeated. That is indicated in this verse. Desires for fruitive activities are strongly rooted, but the trees of desire can be uprooted completely by devotional service because devotional service employs superior desire. One can give up inferior desires when engaged in superior desires. To try to stop desires is impossible. One has to desire the supreme in order to not be entangled in inferior desires. Jnanis also maintain a desire to become one with the supreme, but such desire is also considered to be kama, lust. Similarly, the yogis desire mystic power, and that is also kama. And the bhaktas, not being desirous of any sort of material enjoyment, become purified. There is no artificial attempt to stop desire. Desire becomes a source of spiritual enjoyment under the protection of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord. As stated herein by the Kumars, that the lotus feet of Lord Krishna are the ultimate reservoir of all pleasure. One should therefore take shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord instead of trying unsuccessfully to stop desires for material enjoyment. As long as one is unable to stop the desire for material enjoyment, there is no possibility of becoming liberated from the entanglement of material existence. It may be argued that the waves of a river are incessantly flowing and that they cannot be stopped, but the waves of the river flow toward the sea. When the tide comes over the river, it overwhelms the flowing of the river, and the river itself becomes overflooded, and the waves from the sea become more prominent than the waves of the river. Similarly, a devotee with intelligence plans so many things for the service of the Lord in Krishna consciousness that stagnant material desires become overflooded by the desire to serve the Lord. As confirmed by Yamunacharya, since he has been engaged in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord, there is always a current of newer and newer desires flowing to serve the Lord, so much so that the stagnant desire of sex life becomes very insignificant. Yamunacharya even says that he spits on such desire. Bhagavad Gita also confirms, Paradvishtva Navartate, Bhagavad Gita 259. The conclusion is that by developing a loving desire for the service of the lotus feet of the Lord, we subdue all material desires for sense gratification. Text 40. The ocean of nescience is very difficult to cross because it is infested with many dangerous sharks. Although those who are non-devotees undergo severe penances and austerities to cross that ocean, we recommend that you simply take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord, which are like boats for crossing the ocean. Although the ocean is difficult to cross, by taking shelter of his lotus feet, you will overcome all dangers. Purport. Material existence is compared herein with the great ocean of nescience. Another name of this ocean is Vaitarani. In that Vaitarani ocean, which is the causal ocean, there are innumerable universes floating like footballs. On the other side of the ocean is the spiritual world of Vaikuntha, which is described in Bhagavad Gita as Parastasmat Tubhovinyo, Bhagavad Gita 8.20. Thus, there is an ever-increasing or ever-existing spiritual nature which is beyond this material nature. Even though all the material universes are annihilated again and again in the causal ocean, the Vaikuntha planets, which are spiritual, exist eternally and are not subject to dissolution. The human form of life gives the living entity a chance to cross the ocean of nescience, which is this material universe, and enter into the spiritual sky. Although there are many methods or boats by which one can cross the ocean, the Kumars recommend that the king take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord, just as one would take shelter of a good boat. Non-devotees who do not take shelter of the Lord's lotus feet try to cross the ocean of nescience by other methods, jnana, karma, and yoga, but they have a great deal of trouble. Indeed, sometimes they become so busy simply enjoying their troubles that they never cross the ocean. There is no guarantee that the non-devotees will cross the ocean, but even though they manage to cross, they have to undergo severe austerities and penances. On the other hand, anyone who takes to the process of devotional service and has faith that the lotus feet of the Lord are safe boats to cross the ocean is certain to cross very easily and comfortably. Pṛthu Mahārāja is therefore advised to take the boat of the lotus feet of the Lord to easily cross over all dangers. Dangerous elements in the universe are compared to sharks in the ocean. Even though one may be a very expert swimmer, he cannot possibly survive if he is attacked by sharks. One often sees many so-called swamis and yogis sometimes advertise themselves as competent to cross the ocean of nescience and help others cross, but in actuality they are found to be simply victims of their own senses. Instead of helping their followers to cross the ocean of nescience, such swamis and yogis fall prey to Maya, represented by the fair sex, women, and are thus devoured by the sharks in that ocean. Text 41. Being thus enlightened to complete spiritual knowledge by the son of Brahma, one of the Kumars who was complete in spiritual knowledge, the king worshipped them in the following words. Purport. In this verse, the word Atma Medasa is commented upon by Sripad Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, who says that Atmani refers to Lord Krishna Paramatmani. Lord Krishna is Paramatma, Ishvara Paramakrishna, Brahma Samhita 5.1. Therefore, one whose mind is acting fully in Krishna consciousness is called Atma Medha. This may be contrasted to the word Griha Medhi, which refers to one whose brain is always engrossed with thoughts of material activities. The Atma Medha is always thinking of Krishna's activities in Krishna consciousness. Since Sanat Kumar, who was a son of Lord Brahma, was fully Krishna conscious, he could point out the path of spiritual advancement. The word Atmagati refers to that path of activities by which one can make progress in understanding Krishna. Text 42. The king said, O Brahmana, O powerful one, formerly Lord Vishnu showed me his causeless mercy, indicating that you would come to my house, and to confirm that blessing, you have all come. Purport. When Lord Vishnu appeared on the great arena of sacrifice at the time when King Prithu was performing a great sacrifice, Ashvamedha, he predicted that the Kumars would very soon come and advise the king. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja remembered the causeless mercy of the Lord and thus welcomed the arrival of the Kumars who were fulfilling the Lord's prediction. In other words, when the Lord makes a prediction, he fulfills that prediction through some of his devotees. Similarly, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu predicted that both his glorious names and the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra would be broadcast in all the towns and villages of the world. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada desired to fulfill this great prediction, and we are following in their footsteps. Regarding his devotees, Lord Krishna told Arjuna, Kuntiya pratijanihi name bhaktiya pranashiti. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee will never perish. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 9:31. The point is that the Lord himself could declare such things, but it was his desire to make the declaration through Arjuna and thus doubly assure that his promise would never be broken. The Lord himself promises, and his confidential devotees execute the promise. The Lord makes so many promises for the benefit of suffering humanity. Although the Lord is very compassionate upon suffering humanity, human beings are generally not very anxious to serve him. The relationship is something like that between the father and the son. The father is always anxious for the welfare of the son, even though the son forgets or neglects the father. The word anakampina is significant. The Lord is so compassionate upon the living entities that he comes himself into this world in order to benefit fallen souls. Yada yada hidharmasya galani bhavati bharata abhutanam adharmasya tadatmanam shridhamyaham. Quote, whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharat, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 4.7. Thus, it is out of compassion that the Lord appears in his different forms. Lord Shri Krishna appeared on this planet out of compassion for fallen souls. Lord Buddha appeared out of compassion for the poor animals who were being killed by the demons. Lord Nrsimhadev appeared out of compassion for Prahlad Maharaj. The conclusion is that the Lord is so compassionate upon the fallen souls within this material world that he comes himself or sends his devotees and his servants to fulfill his desire to have all the fallen souls come back home, back to Godhead. Thus, Lord Krishna instructed Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna for the benefit of the entire human society. Intelligent men should therefore seriously consider this Krishna consciousness movement and fully utilize the instructions of Bhagavad Gita as preached without adulteration by his pure devotees. Text 43. My dear Brahmana, you have carried out the order thoroughly because you are also as compassionate as the Lord. It is my duty, therefore, to offer you something, but I only possess remnants of food taken by great saintly persons. What shall I give? Purport. The word sadhuchistam is very significant in this verse. Pṛthu Mahārāja got his kingdom from great saintly persons like Bhrigu and others, just as one gets remnants of food. Even after the death of King Vena, the whole world was bereft of a popular ruler. There were so many catastrophes occurring that the great saintly persons headed by Bhrigu created the body of King Pṛthu out of the body of his dead father, King Vena. Since King Pṛthu was thus offered the kingdom by the virtue of the mercy of the great saintly persons, He did not want to divide his kingdom among saints like the Kumars. When the father is eating food, he may, out of compassion, offer the remnants of his food to his son. Although such food may be already chewed by the father, it cannot be offered to the father again. Pṛthu Mahārāja's position was something like this. Whatever he possessed had already been chewed, and therefore he could not offer it to the Kumars. Indirectly, however, he offered everything he possessed to the Kumars, and consequently they utilized his possessions in whatever way they liked. The next verse clarifies this matter. Text 44. The king continued, "Therefore, my dear Brahmanas, my life, wife, children, home, furniture, and household paraphernalia, my kingdom, strength, land, and especially my treasury, are all offered unto you." Purport. In some readings, the words dada is not used, but the word used then is raya, which means wealth. In India, there are still wealthy persons who are recognized by the state as raya. A great devotee of Lord Chaitanya, Mahaprabhu, was called Ramananda Raya because he was governor of Madras and very rich. There are still many holders of the title Raya, Raya Bahadur, Raya Chadhuri, and so on. The dara, or wife, is not permitted to be offered to the Brahmanas. Everything is offered to worthy persons who are able to accept charity, but nowhere is it found that one offers his wife. Therefore, in this case, the word raya is more accurate than dara. Also, since Pṛthu Mahārāja offered everything to the Kumars, the word kosha, treasury, need not be separately mentioned. Kings and emperors used to keep a private treasury, which was known as Ratnabandha. The Ratnabandha was a special treasury room which contained special jewelry such as bangles, necklaces, and so on, which were presented to the king by the citizens. This jewelry was kept separate from the regular treasury house where all the collected revenues were kept. Thus, Pṛthu Mahārāja offered his stock of private jewelry to the lotus feet of the Kumars. It had already been admitted that all the king's property belonged to the Brahmanas, and that Pṛthu Mahārāja was simply using it for the welfare of the state. If it were actually the property of the Brahmanas, how could it be offered again to them? In this regard, Sripad Sridhar Swami has explained that this offering is just like the servant's offering food to his master. The food already belongs to the master, for the master has purchased it, but the servant, by preparing food, makes it acceptable to the master and thus offers it to him. In this way, everything belonging to Pṛthu Mahārāja was offered to the Kumars. Text 45. Since only a person who is completely educated according to the principles of Vedic knowledge deserves to be commander-in-chief, ruler of the state, the first to chastise the proprietor of the whole planet, Pṛthu Mahārāja offered everything to the Kumars. Purport. In this verse, it is very clearly stated that a kingdom, state, or empire must be governed under the instructions of saintly persons and brahmanas like the Kumars. When monarchy ruled throughout the world, the monarch was actually directed by a board of brahmanas and saintly persons. The king, as the administrator of the state, executed his duties as a servant of the brahmanas. It was not that the kings or brahmanas were dictators, nor did they consider themselves as proprietors of the state. The kings were also well versed in Vedic literature and were thus familiar with the conjunctions of Sri Ishopanishad. Ishavashremadam sarvam. Everything that exists belongs to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna also claims that he is the proprietor of all planetary systems, Sarvaloka Maheshwaram. Since this is the case, no one can claim to be proprietor of the state. The king, president, or head of the state should always remember that he is not the proprietor, but the servant. In the present age, the king or president forgets that he is a servant of God and thinks of himself as servant of the people. The present democratic government is proclaimed to be a people's government, a government by and for the people. But this type of government is not sanctioned by the Vedas. The Vedas maintain that a kingdom should be governed for the purpose of satisfying the Supreme Personality of Godhead and should therefore be ruled by a representative of the Lord. The head of state should not be appointed if he is bereft of all Vedic knowledge. In this verse, it is clearly stated, Veda Shastra vid arhati, that all high government posts are especially meant for persons who are well conversant with the teachings of the Vedas. In the Vedas, there are definite instructions defining how a king, commander-in-chief, soldier, and citizen should behave. Unfortunately, there are many so-called philosophers in the present age who give instruction without citing authority, and many leaders follow their unauthorized instruction. Consequently, people are not happy. The modern theory of dialectic communism, set forth by Karl Marx and followed by communist governments, is not perfect. According to Vedic communism, no one in the state should ever starve. Presently, there are many bogus institutions which are collecting funds from the public for the purpose of giving food to starving people, but these funds are invariably misused. According to Vedic instructions, the government should arrange things in such a way that there will be no question of starvation. In the Srimad-Bhagavatam, it is stated that a householder must see to it that even the lizard or a snake does not starve. They must also be given food. In actuality, however, there is no question of starvation because everything is the property of the Supreme Lord, and he sees to it that there is ample arrangement for feeding everyone. In the Vedas, it is said, Eko Bahonam Yo Vedadati Kaman, Katha Upanishad 2.2.13. The Supreme Lord supplies the necessities of life to everyone, and there is no question of starvation. If anyone starves, it is due to the mismanagement of the so-called ruler, government, or president. It is clear, therefore, that a person who is not well versed in the Vedic injunctions, Veda Shastravit, should not run for election as president, governor, etc. Formerly, kings were Rajarshis, which meant that although they were serving as kings, they were as good as saintly persons because they would not transgress any of the injunctions of the Vedic scriptures would rule under the direction of great saintly persons and brahmanas. According to this arrangement, modern presidents, governors, and chief executive officers are all unworthy of their posts because they are not conversant with Vedic administrative knowledge and they do not take directions from great saintly persons and brahmanas. Because of this disobedience to the orders of the Vedas and the brahmanas, King Vena, Pṛthu Mahārāja's father, was killed by the brahmanas. Pṛthu Mahārāja therefore knew very well that it behooved him to rule the planet as the servant of saintly persons and brahmanas. Text 46. The Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras eat their food by virtue of the Brahmanas' mercy. It is the Brahmanas who enjoy their own property, clothe themselves with their own property, and give charity with their own property. Purport. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is worshipped with the words Namo Brahmanya Devaya, Namo Brahmanya Devaya, which indicate that the Supreme Lord accepts the Brahmanas as worshipable gods. The Supreme Lord is worshipped by everyone, yet, to teach others, he worships the Brahmanas. Everyone should follow the instructions of the Brahmanas, for their only business is to spread Shabda Brahma, or Vedic knowledge, all over the world. Whenever there is scarcity of Brahmanas to spread Vedic knowledge, chaos throughout human society results. Since Brahmanas and Vaishnavas are direct servants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they do not depend on others. In actuality, everything in the world belongs to the Brahmanas, and out of their humility, the Brahmanas accept charity from the Kshatriyas or kings and the Vaishyas or merchants. Although everything belongs to the Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas keep everything in custody, and whenever the Brahmanas need money, they supply it. It is like a savings account with money which the depositor can draw out of at his will. The Brahmanas, being engaged in the service of the Lord, have very little time to handle the finances of the world, and therefore the riches are kept by the Kshatriyas or the kings, who are to produce money upon the Brahmanas' demand. Actually, the Brahmanas or Vaishnavas do not live at others' cost. They live by spending their own money, although it appears that they are collecting this money from others. Kshatriyas and Vaishyas have no right to give charity, because whatever they possess belongs to the Brahmanas. Therefore, charity should be given by the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas under the instructions of the Brahmanas. Unfortunately, at the present moment, there is a scarcity of Brahmanas, and since there is no one to advise the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, the world is in a chaotic condition. The second line of this verse indicates that the Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras eat only by virtue of the Brahmanas' mercy. In other words, they should not eat anything which is forbidden by the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas and Vaishnavas know what to eat, and by their personal example, they do not eat anything which is not offered first to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They eat only prasad, or remnants of food offered to the Lord. The Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras should only eat Krishna prasad, which is afforded them by the mercy of the Brahmanas. They cannot open slaughterhouses and eat meat, fish, or eggs, or drink liquor, or earn money for this purpose without authorization. In the present age, because society is not guided by Brahminical instruction, the whole population is only absorbed in sinful activities. Consequently, everyone is deservedly being punished by the laws of nature. This is the situation in this age of Kali. Text 47. Pṛthu Mahārāja explained, how can such persons who have rendered unlimited service by explaining the path of self-realization in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and whose explanations are given for our enlightenment with complete conviction and Vedic evidence, be repaid except by folded palms containing water for their satisfaction? Such great personalities can be satisfied only by their own activities, which are distributed amongst human society out of their unlimited mercy. Purport. Great personalities of the material world are very eager to render welfare service to human society, but actually no one can render better service than one who distributes the knowledge of spiritualization in relation to with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All living entities are within the clutches of the illusory energy. Forgetting their real identity, they hover in material existence, transmigrating from one body to another in search of a peaceful life. Since these living entities have very little knowledge of self-realization, they are not getting any relief, although they are very anxious to attain peace of mind and subsubstantial happiness. Saintly persons like the Kumars, Narada, Prahlad, Janaka, Shukadev, Goswami, Kapiladev, as well as the followers of such authorities as the Vaishnavacharyas and their servants, can render a valuable service to humanity by disseminating knowledge of the relationship between the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the living entity. Such knowledge is the perfect benediction for humanity. Knowledge of Krishna is such a great gift that it is impossible to repay the benefactor. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja requested the Kumaras to be satisfied by their own benevolent activities, which involved delivering souls from the clutches of Maya. The king saw that there was no other way to satisfy them for their exalted activities. The word vinodapatram can be divided into two words, vina and udapatram, which can be understood as one word, vinodapatram, which means joker. A joker's activities simply arouses laughter, and a person who tries to repay the spiritual master or teacher of the transcendental message of Krishna consciousness becomes a laughingstock, just like the joker, because it is not possible to repay such a debt. It is the best friend and benefactor of all people is one who awakens humanity to its original Krishna consciousness. Text 48. Being thus worshipped by Maharaj Prithu, the four Kumars, who were masters of devotional service, became very pleased. Indeed, they appeared in the sky and praised the character of the king, and everyone observed them. Purport. It is said that the demigods never touch the surface of the earth. They walk and travel in space only. Like the great sage Narada, the Kumars do not require any machine to travel in space. There are also residents of Siddhaloka who can travel in space without machines. Since they can go from one planet to another, they are called Siddhas. That is to say, they have acquired all mystic and yogic powers. Such great saintly persons who have attained complete perfection in mystic yoga are not visible in this age on earth because humanity is not worthy of their presence. The Kumars, however, praise the characteristics of Maharaj Prithu and his great devotional attitude and humility. The Kumars were greatly satisfied by King Prithu's method of worship. It was by the grace of Maharaj Prithu that the common citizens in his domain could see the Kumars flying in outer space. Text 49. Amongst the great personalities, Maharaj Prithu was the chief by virtue of his fixed position in relation to spiritual enlightenment. He remained satisfied as one who has achieved all success in spiritual understanding. Purport. Remaining fixed in devotional service gives one the utmost in self-satisfaction. Actually, self-satisfaction can be achieved only by pure devotees who have no other desire than to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since the Supreme Personality of Godhead has nothing to desire, he is fully satisfied with himself. Similarly, a devotee who has no desire other than to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead is self-satisfied as the Supreme Lord. Everyone is hankering after peace of mind and self-satisfaction, but these can only be achieved by becoming a pure devotee of the Lord. King Prithu's statements in the previous verses regarding his vast knowledge and perfect devotional service are justified here, for he is considered the best amongst all Mahatmas. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna speaks of Mahatmas in this way: Mahatmanas tamam partha daivim prakatamastata bhajanti ananya manaso gatva bhutadim avyayam. Quote, O son of Pṛthu, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the direct protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 9:13. The Mahatmas are not under the clutches of the illusory energy, but under the protection of the spiritual energy. Because of this, the real Mahatma is always engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. Pṛthu Mahārāja exhibited all the symptoms of a Mahatma. Therefore, he is mentioned in this verse as Duryo Mahatam, best of the Mahatmas. Text 50. Being self-satisfied, Maharaj Pṛthu executed his duty as perfectly as possible according to the time and his situation, strength, and financial position. His only aim in all his activities was to satisfy the absolute truth. In this way, he duly acted. Purport. Pṛthu Mahārāja was a responsible monarch, and he had to execute the duties of a Kshatriya, a king, and a devotee at the same time. Being perfect in the Lord's devotional service, he could execute his prescribed duties with complete perfection, as befitted the time and circumstance and his financial strength and personal ability. In this regard, the word karmani in this verse is significant. Pṛthu Mahārāja's activities were not ordinary because they were in relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Rupa Goswami has advised that things which are favorable for devotional service should not be rejected, nor should activity favorable for devotional service be considered ordinary work or fruitive activity. For example, an ordinary worker conducts business in order to earn money for his sense gratification. A devotee may perform the same work in exactly the same way, but his aim is to satisfy the Supreme Lord. Consequently, his activities are not ordinary. Pṛthu Mahārāja's activities were therefore not ordinary, but were all spiritual and transcendental, for his aim was to satisfy the Lord. Just as Arjuna, who was a warrior, had to fight to satisfy Krishna, Pṛthu Mahārāja performed his royal duties as king for the satisfaction of Krishna. Indeed, whatever he did as emperor of the whole world was perfectly befitting a pure devotee. It is therefore said by a Vaishnava poet, Vaishnavera kriya mudra vigne na bujai. No one can understand the activities of a pure devotee. A pure devotee's activities may appear like ordinary activities, but behind them there is profound significance, the satisfaction of the Lord. In order to understand the activities of a Vaishnava, one has to become very expert. Maharaj Pṛthu did not allow himself to function outside the institution of 4 varnas and 4 ashrams, although as a Vaishnava he was Paramahansa, transcendental to all material activities. He remained at his position as a Kshatriya to rule the world and at the same time remained transcendental to such activities by satisfying the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Concealing himself as a pure devotee, he externally manifested himself as a very powerful and dutiful king. In other words, none of his activities were carried out for his own sense gratification. Everything he did was meant for the satisfaction of the senses of the Lord. This is clearly explained in the next verse. Text 51. Maharaj Pṛthu completely dedicated himself to be an eternal servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, transcendental to material nature. Consequently, all the fruits of his activities were dedicated to the Lord, and he always thought of himself as the servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the proprietor of everything. Purport. The life and dedication of Pṛthu Mahārāja in the transcendental loving service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead serve as a good example of karma yoga. The term karma yoga is often used in Bhagavad Gita, and herein Mahārāja Pṛthu is giving a practical example of what karma yoga actually is. The first requirement for the proper execution of karma yoga is given herein. Phalam brahmani sannyasya, or vinasya. One must give the fruits of his activities to the Supreme Brahman, Param Brahman, Krishna. By doing so, one actually situates himself in the renounced order of life, sannyas. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, giving up the fruits of one's activities to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is called sannyas. Although he was living as a householder, Mahārāja Pṛthu was actually in the renounced order of life, sannyas. This will be clearer in the following verses. The word nirvishanga, uncontaminated, is very significant because Mahārāja Pṛthu was not attached to the results of his activities. In this material world, a person is always thinking of the proprietorship of everything he accumulates or works for. If the fruits of one's activities are rendered to the service of the Lord, one is actually practicing karma yoga. Anyone can practice karma yoga, but it is especially easy for the householder who can install the deity of the Lord in the home and worship him according to the methods of bhakti yoga. This method includes 9 items: hearing, chanting, remembering, serving, worshiping the deity, praying, carrying out the orders, serving Krishna as friend, and sacrificing everything for him. These methods of karma yoga and bhakti yoga are being broadcast all over the world by the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Anyone can learn these methods simply by following the examples of the members of the society. In one's home or a temple, the deity is considered to be the proprietor of everything, and everyone is considered the deity's eternal servant. The Lord is transcendental, for he is not part of this material creation. The words Prakriti Param are used in this verse because everything within this material world is created by the external energy, material energy of the Lord, but the Lord himself is not a creation of this material energy. The Lord is the supreme superintendent of all material creations, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Maya dakshena prakriti suitesha characharam hetunane konteya jagat vibhavartate. Quote, this material nature is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings, and by its role, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 9:10. All material changes and material progress taking place by the wonderful interaction of matter are under the superintendence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Events in the material world are not taking place blindly. If one always remains as a servant of Krishna and engages everything in his service, he is accepted as Jivan Mukta, a liberated soul, even during his lifetime within the material world. Generally, liberation takes place only after one gives up his body, but one who lives according to the example of Pṛthu Mahārāja is liberated even in this lifetime. In Krishna consciousness, the results of one's activities depend on the will of the Supreme Person. Indeed, in all cases, the result is not dependent on one's own personal dexterity, but is completely dependent on the will of the Supreme. This is the real significance of Phalam Brahmani Sannyasya. A soul dedicated to the service of the Lord should never think of himself as the personal proprietor or the superintendent. A dedicated devotee should prosecute his work according to the rules and regulations described in devotional service. The results of his activities are completely dependent on the supreme will of the Lord. Text 52. Mahārāja Pṛthu, who was very opulent due to the prosperity of his entire empire, remained at home as a householder. Since he was never inclined to utilize his opulences for the gratification of his senses, he remained unattached, exactly like the sun, which is unaffected in all circumstances. Purport. The word griheshu is significant in this verse. Out of the 4 ashrams, the brahmacharya, grihastha, vanaprastha, and sannyas, only a grihastha or householder is allowed to associate with women. Therefore, the grihastha ashram is a kind of license for sense gratification given to the devotee. Pṛthu Mahārāja was special in that although he was given license to remain a householder, and although he possessed immense opulences in his kingdom, he never engaged in sense gratification. This was a special sign that indicated him to be a pure devotee of the Lord. A pure devotee is never attracted by sense gratification, and consequently he is liberated. In material life, a person engages in sense gratification for his own personal satisfaction, but in the devotional or liberated life, one's aim is to satisfy the senses of the Lord. In this verse, Pṛthu Mahārāja is likened to the sun, Akravat. Sometimes the sun shines on stool, urine, and so many other polluted things. But since the sun is all-powerful, it is never affected by the polluted things with which it associates. On the contrary, the sunshine sterilizes and purifies polluted and dirty places. Similarly, a devotee may engage in so many material activities, but because he has no desire for sense gratification, they never affect him. On the contrary, he dovetails all material activities for the service of the Lord. Since a pure devotee knows how to utilize everything in the Lord's service, he is never affected by material activities. Instead, by his transcendental plans, he purifies such activities. This is described in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Sarvapadi Viminirmuktam Tadparat Vena Nirmalam. His aim is to become completely purified in the service of the Lord without being affected by material designations. Text 53. Being situated in the liberated position of devotional service, Pṛthu Mahārāja not only performed all fruitive activities, but also begot 5 sons by his wife Archi. Indeed, all his sons were begotten according to his own desire. Purport. As a householder, Mahārāja Pṛthu had 5 sons by his wife Archi, and all these sons were begotten as he desired them. They were not born whimsically or by accident. How one can beget children according to one's own desire is practically unknown in the present age, Kali Yuga. In this regard, the secret of success depends on the parents' acceptance of the various purificatory methods known as samskars. The first samskar, the Garbhadan samskar, or child-begetting samskar, is compulsory, especially for the higher castes, the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, sex life, which is not against religious principles, is Krishna himself, and according to religious principles, when one wants to beget a child, he must perform the Garbhadan samskar before having sex. The mental state of the father and mother before sex will certainly affect the mentality of the child to be begotten. A child who is begotten out of lust may not turn out as the parents desire, as stated in the Shastras, Yata Yonir Yaja Bijam. Yata Yonir indicates the mother, and Yata Bijam indicates the father. If the mental state of the parents is prepared before they have sex, the child which they will beget will certainly reflect their mental condition. It is therefore understood that the words Atma Sumadtam, that both Pṛthu Mahārāja and Archi underwent the Garbhadan purificatory process before begetting children, and thus they begot all their sons according to their desires and purified mental states. Pṛthu Mahārāja did not beget his children out of lust, nor was he attracted to his wife for sense gratificatory purposes. He begot the children as a grihasta for the future administration of his government all over the world. Text 54. After begetting 5 sons named Vijayatasva, Durmakesha, Hariyaksha, Dravina, and Vrika, Pṛthu Mahārāja continued to rule the planet. He accepted all the qualities of the deities who governed all other planets. Purport. In each and every planet there is a predominating deity. It is understood from Bhagavad Gita that in the sun there is a predominating deity named Vivashwan. Similarly, there is a predominating deity of the moon and of various planets. Actually, the predominating deities in all the other planets are descendants from the predominating deities of the sun and the moon. On this planet Earth, there are 2 Kshatriya dynasties, and one comes from the predominating deity of the sun and the other from the predominating deity of the moon, known as Suryavamsa and Chandravamsa, respectively. When monarchy existed on this planet, the chief member was one of the members of the Surya dynasty or Suryavamsa, and the subordinate kings belonged to the Chandravamsa. However, Mahārāja Pṛthu was so powerful that he could exhibit all the qualities of the predominating deities in other planets. Text 55. Since Maharaj Pṛthu was a perfect devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he wanted to protect the Lord's creation by pleasing the various citizens according to their various desires. Therefore, Pṛthu Mahārāja used to please them in all respects by his words, mentality, works, and gentle behavior. Purport. As will be explained in the next verse, Pṛthu Mahārāja used to please all kinds of citizens by his extraordinary capacity to understand the mentality of others. Indeed, his dealings were so perfect that every one of the citizens was very much satisfied and lived in complete peace. The word acharyatmaka is significant in this verse, for Pṛthu Mahārāja used to rule this planet as the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He knew he was the representative of the Lord and that the Lord's creation must be protected intelligently. Atheists cannot understand the purpose behind the creation. Although this material world is condemned when it is compared to the spiritual world, there is still some purpose behind it. Modern scientists and philosophers cannot understand that purpose, nor do they believe in the existence of a creator. They try to establish everything by their so-called scientific research, but they do not center anything around the Supreme Creator. A devotee, however, can understand the purpose of the creation, which is to give facilities to the individual living entities who want to lord over material nature. The ruler of this planet should therefore know that all the inhabitants, especially human beings, have come to this material world for sense enjoyment. It is therefore the duty of the ruler to satisfy them in their sense enjoyment as well as to elevate them to Krishna consciousness so that they can all ultimately return home back to Godhead. With this idea in mind, the king or government should rule this world. In this way, everyone will be satisfied. How can this be accomplished? There are many examples, like Pṛthu Mahārāja, and the history of his regency on this planet is elaborately described in Srimad-Bhagavatam. Even in this fallen age, if the rulers, governors, and presidents take advantage of Pṛthu Mahārāja as an example, there will certainly be a reign of peace and prosperity throughout the world. Text 56. Maharaj Pṛthu became as celebrated a king as Somaraj, the king of the moon. He was also powerful and exacting, just like the sun god who distributes heat and light and at the same time exacts all the planetary waters. Purport. In this verse, Maharaj Pṛthu is compared to the king of the moon and sun. The king of the moon and the king of the sun serves as examples of how the Lord desires the universe to be ruled. The sun distributes heat and light and at the same time exacts water from all planets. The moon is very pleasing at night, and when one becomes fatigued after a day's labor in the sun, he can enjoy moonshine. Like the sun god, Pṛthu Mahārāja distributes his heat and light to give protection to his kingdom, for without heat and light no one can exist. Similarly, Pṛthu Mahārāja exacted taxes and gave such strong orders to the citizens and government that no one had the power to disobey him. On the other hand, he had pleased everyone, just like the moonshine. Both the sun and the moon have particular influences by which they maintain order in the universe, and modern scientists and philosophers should become familiar with the Supreme Lord's perfect plan for universal maintenance. Text 57. Maharaj Pṛthu was so strong and powerful that no one could disobey his orders any more than one could conquer fire itself. He was so strong that he was compared to Indra, the king of heaven, whose power is insuperable. On the other hand, Maharaj Pṛthu was also as tolerant as the earth, and in fulfilling various desires of human society, he was like heaven itself. Purport. It is the duty of a king to give protection to the citizens and to fulfill their desires. At the same time, the citizens must obey the laws of the state. Maharaj Pṛthu maintained all the standards of good government, and he was so invincible that no one could disobey his orders any more than a person could stop heat and light emanating from fire. He was so strong and powerful that he was compared to the king of heaven, Indra. In this age, modern scientists have been experimenting with nuclear weapons, and in the former age they were used to release Brahmastras. But all these Brahmastras and nuclear weapons are insignificant compared to the thunderbolt of the king of heaven. When Indra releases a thunderbolt, even the biggest hills and mountains crack. On the other hand, Maharaj Pṛthu was as tolerant as the earth itself, and he fulfilled all the desires of his citizens, just as torrents of rain from the sky fulfill the need of the earth for water. Without rainfall, it is not possible to survive on this planet. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Parjanyad Anasambhava, Bhagavad Gita 3:14. Food grains are produced only because rain falls from the sky, and without grains, no one on the earth can survive. Consequently, an unlimited distribution of mercy is compared with the water falling from the clouds. Maharaja Pṛthu distributed his mercy incessantly, much like rainfall. In other words, Maharaja Pṛthu was softer than a rose flower and harder than a thunderbolt. In this way, he ruled over his kingdom. Text 58. Just as rainfall satisfies everyone's desires, Maharaja Pṛthu used to satisfy everyone. He was like the sea that no one could understand his depths. He was like Meru, the king of the hills, in the fixity of his purpose. Purport. Maharaja Pṛthu used to distribute his mercy to suffering humanity, and it was like rainfall after excessive heat. The ocean is wide and expansive. It is very difficult to measure its length and breadth. Similarly, Pṛthu Mahārāja was so deep and grave that no one could fathom his purposes. The hill known as Meru is fixed in this universe as a universal pivot, and no one can move it an inch from its position. Similarly, no one could ever dissuade Maharaja Pṛthu when he was determined. Text 59. Maharaja Pṛthu's intelligence and education were exactly like that of Yamaraj, the superintendent of death. His opulence was comparable to the Himalayan mountains, where all valuable jewels and metals are stocked. He possessed great riches, like Kuvera, the treasure of the heavenly planets, and no one could reveal his secrets, for they were like the demigod Varunas. Purport. Yamaraj, or Dharmaraj, as the superintendent of death, has to judge the criminal living entities who have committed sinful activities throughout their lives. Consequently, Yamaraj is expected to be most expert in judicial matters. Pṛthu Mahārāja was also highly learned and exceedingly exact in delivering his judgment upon the citizens. No one could excel him in opulence any more than estimate the stock of minerals and jewels in the Himalayan mountains. Therefore, he is compared to Kuvera, the treasure of the heavenly planets. Nor could anyone discover the secrets of his life any more than learn the secrets of Varuna, the demigod presiding over the water, the night, and the western sky. Varuna is omniscient, and since he punishes sins, he is prayed to for forgiveness. He is also the sender of disease, and is also often associated with Mitra and Indra. Text 60. In bodily strength and in the strength of his senses, Maharaja Pṛthu was as strong as the wind, and he could go anywhere and everywhere. As far as his intolerance was concerned, he was just like the all-powerful Rudra expansion of Lord Shiva, or Sadashiva. Text 61. In his bodily beauty, he was just like Cupid, and in his thoughtfulness, he was like a lion. And his affection, he was just like Swayambhuva Manu, and in his ability to control, he was like Lord Brahma. Text 62. In his personal behavior, Pṛthu Mahārāja exhibited all good qualities, and in spiritual knowledge, he was exactly like Brihaspati. In self-control, he was like the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. As far as his devotional service was concerned, he was a great follower of devotees who were attached to cow protection and the rendering of all services to the spiritual master and the brahmanas. He was perfect in his shyness and his gentle behavior, and when he engaged in some philanthropic activity, he worked as if he was working for his own personal self. Purport. When Lord Chaitanya talked to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the Lord gave him the honor of becoming the incarnation of Brihaspati. Brihaspati is the chief priest of the heavenly kingdom, and he is a follower of the philosophy known as Brahmavada or Mayavad. Brihaspati is also a great logician. It appears from the statement that Maharaja Pṛthu, although a great devotee constantly engaged in loving service of the Lord, could defeat all kinds of impersonalists and Mayavads by his profound knowledge of Vedic scriptures. We should learn from Maharaja Pṛthu that a Vaishnava or devotee must not only be fixed in the service of the Lord, but if required, must be prepared to argue with the impersonalist Mayavadis with all logic and philosophy and defeat their contention that the absolute truth is impersonal. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the ideal self-controller, or brahmachari. When Krishna was elected to be president of the Rajasuya sacrifice performed by Maharaja Yudhisthira, Grandfather Bhishmadev praised Lord Krishna as the greatest brahmachari. Because Grandfather Bhishmadev was a brahmachari, he was quite fit to distinguish a brahmachari from a vyabhachari. Although Pṛthu Mahārāja was a householder and father of 5 children, he was still considered to be most controlled. One who begets Krishna-conscious children for the benefit of humanity is actually a brahmachari. One who simply begets children like cats and dogs is not a proper father. The word brahmachari refers to one who acts on the platform of Brahman, or devotional service. In the impersonal Brahman conception, there is no activity, yet when one performs activities in connection with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is to be known as brahmachari. Thus, Pṛthu Mahārāja was an ideal brahmachari and grihastha simultaneously. Vishvakshena Vanushtishu refers to those devotees who are constantly engaged in the service of the Lord. Other devotees must follow in their footsteps. Srila Narottam Das Thakur said, Echaya Goshani Yanra Muitanra Das. He is prepared to become anyone's disciple who follows in the footsteps of the 6 Goswamis. Also, like all Vaishnavas, Maharaj Prithu was devoted to cow protection, spiritual masters, and qualified brahmanas. Pṛthu Mahārāja was also very humble, meek, and gentle, and whenever he performed any philanthropic work or welfare activity for the general public, he would labor exactly as if he were tending to his own personal necessities. In other words, his philanthropic activities were not for the sake of show, but were performed out of personal feeling and commitment. All philanthropic activities should be thus performed. Text 63. Throughout the whole universe, in the higher, lower, and middle planetary systems, Pṛthu Mahārāja's reputation was loudly declared, and all ladies and devotees heard his glories, which were as sweet as the glories of Lord Ramchandra. Purport. In this verse, the word Srinam and Rama are significant. It is the practice amongst ladies to hear and enjoy the praises of certain heroes. From this verse, it appears that Pṛthu Mahārāja's reputation was so great that ladies from all over the universe would hear it with great pleasure. At the same time, his glories were heard all over the universe by the devotees, and they were as pleasing as Lord Ramachandra's glories. Lord Ramachandra's kingdom is still existing, and recently there was a political party in India named the Rajya Party, which wanted to establish a kingdom resembling the kingdom of Ram. Unfortunately, modern politicians want the kingdom of Ram without Ram himself. Although they have banished the idea of God consciousness, they still expect to establish the kingdom of Ram. Such a proposal is rejected by devotees. Pṛthu Mahārāja's reputation was heard by saintly persons because he exactly represented Lord Ramchandra, the ideal king. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports to the 4th canto, 22nd chapter of the Srimad-Bhagavatam, entitled King Pṛthu Mahārāja's Meeting with the 4 Kumars. The following is a free-for-download audiobook from the website krishnapath.org. Srimad-Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Part 3, Chapter 23. Maharaj Prithu's Going Back Home. Text 1. At the last stage of his life, when Maharaj Prithu saw himself getting old, that great soul, who was king of the world, divided whatever opulence he had accumulated amongst all kinds of living entities, moving and non-moving. He arranged pensions for everyone according to religious principles, and after executing the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in complete coordination with him, he dedicated his sons to the earth, which is considered to be his daughter. Then Maharaj Prithu left the presence of his citizens, who were almost lamenting and crying from feeling separation from the king, and went to the forest alone with his wife to perform austerities. Purport. Maharaj Prithu was one of the Shaktivesh incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. and as such he appeared on the surface of the earth to execute the orders of the Supreme. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, the Supreme Lord is the proprietor of all planets, and he is always anxious to see that in each and every planet the living entities are happily living and executing their duties. As soon as there is some discrepancy in the execution of duties, the Lord appears on earth, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, Yada yada hi dharmasya glani bhavati bharata. Bhagavad Gita 4:7. Since there were so many discrepancies during the reign of King Vena, the Lord sent his most confidential devotee, Maharaja Prithu, to settle things. Therefore, after executing the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and thus settling the affairs of the world, Maharaja Prithu was ready to retire. He had been exemplary in his government administration, and now he was to become exemplary in his retirement. He divided all his property amongst his sons and appointed them to rule the world, and he went to the forest with his wife. It is significant in this connection that it is said that Maharaja Prithu retired alone and at the same time took his wife with him. According to Vedic principles, when retiring from family life, one can take his wife with him, for the husband and wife are considered to be one unit. Thus, they can both combinedly perform austerities for liberation. This is the path that Maharaja Prithu, who is an exemplary character, followed, and this is also the way of Vedic civilization. One should not simply remain at home until the time of death, but should separate from family life at a timely moment and prepare himself to go back to Godhead. As a Shaktivesh incarnation of God who had actually come from Vaikuntha as a representative of Krishna, Maharaja Prithu was certain to go back to Godhead. Nonetheless, in order to set the example in all ways, he also underwent severe austerities in the Tapovana. It appears that in those days there were many Tapovanas or forests especially meant for retirement and the practice of austerities. Indeed, it was compulsory for everyone to go to the Tapovana to fully accept the shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for it is very difficult to retire from family life and at the same time remain at home. Text 4. After retiring from family life, Maharaja Prithu strictly followed the regulations of retired life and underwent severe austerities in the forest. He engaged in these activities as seriously as he had formerly engaged leading the government and conquering everyone. Purport. As it is necessary for one to become very active in family life, similarly, after retirement from family life, it is necessary to control the mind and senses. This is possible when one engages himself fully in the devotional service of the Lord. Actually, the whole purpose of the Vedic system, the Vedic social order, is to enable one to ultimately return home back to Godhead. The Grihastha ashram is sort of a concession, combining sense gratification with regulative life. It is to enable one to easily retire in the middle of life and engage fully in austerities in order to transcend material sense gratification once and for all. Therefore, in the vanaprastha stage of life, tapasya or austerity is strongly recommended. Maharaja Prithu followed exactly all the rules of vanaprastha life, which is technically known as Vaikahansa ashram. The word Vaikahansa sumante is significant because in vanaprastha life, the Vedic principles are also to be strictly followed. In other words, Maharaja Prithu was an ideal character in every sphere of life. Mahajano yena gatasa panta. One should follow in the footsteps of great personalities. Thus, by following the exemplary character of Maharaja Prithu, one can become perfect in all respects while living this life or while retiring from active life. Thus, after giving up this body, one can become liberated and go back to Godhead. Text 5. In the Tapovana, Maharaja Prithu sometimes ate the trunks and roots of trees, and sometimes he ate fruit and dried leaves, and for some weeks he drank only water. Finally, he lived simply by breathing air. Purport. In Bhagavad Gita, yogis are advised to go to a secluded place in the forest and live alone in a sanctified spot there. By Pṛthu Mahārāja's behavior, we can understand that when he went to the forest, he did not eat any cooked food sent from the city by some devotees or disciples. As soon as one takes a vow to live in the forest, he must simply eat roots, tree trunks, fruits, dried leaves, or whatever nature provides in that way. Pṛthu Mahārāja strictly adopted these principles for living in the forest, and sometimes he ate nothing but dried leaves and drank nothing but a little water. Sometimes he lived on nothing but air, and sometimes he ate fruit from the trees. In this way he lived in the forest and underwent severe austerity, especially in regards to eating. In other words, overeating is not at all recommended for one who wants to progress in spiritual life. Sri Rupa Goswami also warns, Atyahara prayasyascha, that too much eating and too much endeavor are against the principles by which one can advance in spiritual life. It is notable that according to Vedic injunctions, to live in the forest or to live in the mode of complete goodness is to live in the mode of complete goodness, whereas to live in the city is to live in the mode of passion, and to live in a brothel or drinking house is to live in the mode of ignorance. However, to live in a temple is to live in Vaikuntha, which is transcendental to all the modes of material nature. This Krishna consciousness movement affords one the opportunity to live in the temple of the Lord, which is as good as Vaikuntha. Consequently, a Krishna conscious person does not need to go to the forest and artificially try to imitate Maharaj Prithu or the great sages and munis who used to live in the forest. Srila Rupa Goswami, after retiring from his minister's seat in the government, went to Vrindavan and lived beneath a tree. Like Maharaj Prithu, since then, many people have gone to Vrindavan to imitate Rupa Goswami's behavior. Instead of advancing in spiritual life, many have fallen into material habits and even in Vrindavan have become victims of illicit sex, gambling, and intoxication. This Krishna consciousness movement has been introduced in the Western countries, but it is not possible for Westerners to go to the forest and practice the severe austerities which were ideally practiced by Pṛthu Mahārāja or Rupa Goswami. However, Westerners or anyone else can follow in the footsteps of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur by living in a temple, which is transcendental to residence in a forest, and to vow to accept Krishna Prasad and nothing else, follow the regulative principles, and chant 16 rounds daily of the Hare Krishna mantra. In this way, one's spiritual life will never be disturbed. Text 6. Following the principles of forest living in the footsteps of great sages and munis, Pṛthu Mahārāja accepted 5 kinds of heating processes during the summer seasons, exposed himself to torrents of rain in the rainy season, and in the winter stood up in water up to his neck. He also used to simply lie down on the floor to sleep. Purport. These are some of the austerities executed by the jnanis and yogis who cannot accept the process of bhakti yoga. They must undergo such severe types of austerity in order to become purified from material contamination. Panchatapo refers to 5 kinds of heating processes. One is also enjoined to sit within a circle of fire with flames blazing from 4 sides and the sun blazing directly overhead. This is one kind of panchatapo recommended for austerity. Similarly, in the rainy season, one is enjoined to expose himself to torrents of rain, and in the winter to sit in cold water up to the neck. As far as bedding is concerned, the ascetic should be content with simply lying on the floor. The purpose of undergoing such severe austerities is to become a devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, as explained in the next verse. Text 7. Maharaj Prithu underwent all these severe austerities in order to control his words and his senses, to refrain from discharging his semina, and to control the life air within his body. All this he did for the satisfaction of Krishna. He had no other purpose. Purport. In Kali Yuga, the following is recommended. Harinam, Harinam, Harinam eva kevalam. Kalo nastyeva, nastyeva, nastyeva gatina nita. Brihan Nardiya Purana. In order to be recognized by Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one should chant the holy name of the Lord constantly, 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, persons who cannot accept this formula prefer to execute some type of pseudo-meditation without accepting the other processes of austerity. The fact is, however, that one must accept either the severe method of austerity described above, to become purified or take to the process of devotional service recommended for pleasing the Supreme Lord Krishna. The person who is Krishna conscious is most intelligent because in Kali Yuga it is not at all possible to undergo such severe austerities. We need only follow great personalities like Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In his Shikshasaka, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wrote, Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. All glories to the holy names of Lord Krishna, which from the very beginning purify the heart and immediately liberate one. Bhava Mahadavagni Nivapanam. If the real purpose of all yoga is to please Lord Krishna, then this simple bhakti yoga system recommended for this age is sufficient. Although Pṛthu Mahārāja executed his austerities long before the appearance of Lord Krishna on this planet, his purpose was still to please Krishna. There are many fools who claim that worship of Krishna began only about 5,000 years ago after the appearance of Lord Krishna in India, but this is not a fact. Pṛthu Mahārāja worshipped Krishna millions of years ago, for Prithu happened to be a descendant of the family of Maharaja Dhruva, who reigned for 36,000 years during the Satyuga age. Unless his total lifespan was 100,000 years, how could Dhruva Maharaj reign over the world for 36,000 years? The point is that Krishna worship existed at the beginning of creation and has continued to exist throughout Satyuga, Treta Yuga, and Dwapara Yuga, and now it is continuing in Kali Yuga. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna not only appears in the millennium of Brahma's life, but in every millennium. Therefore, worship of Krishna is conducted in all millenniums. It is not that Krishna worship began only when Krishna appeared on this planet 5,000 years ago. This is a foolish conclusion that is not substantiated by Vedic literatures. Also of significance in this verse are the words, Arira Dayishu Krishnam Acharat Tapa Uttamam. Maharaj Pṛthu underwent severe types of austerities for the express purpose of worshipping Krishna. Krishna is so kind, especially in this age, that he appears in the transcendental vibration of his holy name. As is said in the Narada Prancharatra, Aredhito Yadi Hadis Tapasak Tata Kim. If Krishna is worshipped, if he is the goal of advancement, there is no need for one to execute severe types of tapasya because one has already reached his destination. If, after executing all types of tapasya, one cannot reach Krishna, all his tapasya has no value, for without Krishna, all austerity is simply wasted labor. Shrama eva hi kevalam. Srimad-Bhagavatam 128. We should therefore not be discouraged just because we cannot go to the forest and practice severe austerities. Our life is so short that we must adhere strictly to the principles laid down by the Vaishnava Acharyas and peacefully execute Krishna consciousness. There is no need to become despondent. Narottam Das Thakur recommends Anande Balahari Bhaje Vrindavan Shri Guru Vaishnava Pade Manai Jya Mana. For a transcendental, blissful life, chant the Hare Krishna mantra, come, worship the holy place of Vrindavan, and always engage in the service of the Lord, of the spiritual master, and of the Vaishnavas. This Krishna consciousness movement is therefore very safe and easy. We have only to execute the order of the Lord and fully surrender unto him. We have only to execute the order of the spiritual master, preach Krishna consciousness, and follow in the path of the Vaishnavas. The spiritual master represents both Lord Krishna and the Vaishnavas. Therefore, by following the instructions of the spiritual master and by chanting Hare Krishna, everything will be all right. Text 8. By thus practicing severe austerities, Maharaj Pṛthu gradually became steadfast in spiritual life and be completely free from all desires for fruitive activities. He also practiced breathing exercises to control his mind and senses, and by such control he became completely free from all desires for fruitive activity. Purport. The word pranayama is very important in this verse because the Hatha Yogas and Ashtanga Yogis practice pranayama, but generally they do not know the purpose behind it. The purpose of pranayama or mystic yoga is to stop the mind and senses from engaging in fruitive activities. The so-called yogis who practice in Western countries have no idea of this. The aim of pranayama is not to make the body fit and strong for working hard. The aim is worship of Krishna. In the previous verse, it was specifically mentioned that whatever austerity, pranayama, or mystic yoga practices Pṛthu Mahārāja performed were performed for the sake of worshipping Krishna. Thus, Pṛthu Mahārāja serves as a perfect example for yogis also. Whatever he did to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The minds of those who are addicted to fruitive activity are always filled with unclean desires. Fruitive activities are symptomatic of our polluted desire to dominate material nature. As long as one continues to be subject to polluted desires, he has to accept one material body after another. So-called yogis, without knowledge of the real purpose of yoga, practice it in order to keep the body fit. Thus they engage themselves in fruitive activities, and thus they are bound by desire to accept another body. They are not aware that the ultimate goal of life is to approach Krishna. In order to save such yogis from wandering throughout the different species of life, the Shastras warn that in this age, such yogic practice is simply a waste of time. The only means of elevation is the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. King Prithu's activities took place in Satyuga, and in this age, this practice of yoga is misunderstood by fallen souls who are not capable of practicing anything. Consequently, the Shastras enjoin, Kalo nastyeva 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 gatirinita. The conclusion is that unless the karmis, jnanis, and yogis come to the point of devotional service to Lord Krishna, their so-called austerities and yoga have no value. Niradita. If Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is not worshipped, there is no point in practicing meditational yoga, performing karma yoga, or culturing empiric knowledge. As far as pranayama is concerned, the chanting of the holy name of the Lord and dancing ecstasy are also considered pranayama. In the previous verse, Sanat Kumar instructed Maharaj Prithu to engage constantly in the service of the Supreme Lord Vasudeva. Yat pada Pantkaja Palasa Vilas Bhaktya Karma Sayam Grititam Udgra Tayanti Shanta. Only by worshipping Vasudeva can one become free from the desires of fruitive activities. Outside of worshipping Vasudeva, the yogis and jnanis cannot attain freedom from such desires. Tadvan narikta matayo Yata yopi rudha shoto ganastam aranam bhaja vasudevam. Srimad-Bhagavatam 4:22-39. Here, the word pranayama does not refer to any ulterior motive. The actual aim is to strengthen the mind and senses in order to engage them in devotional service. In the present age, this determination can be very easily acquired simply by chanting the holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Text 9. Thus, the best amongst human beings, Maharaj Prithu, followed that path of spiritual advancement which was advised by Sanat Kumar. That is to say, he worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Purport. In this verse, it is clearly said that Maharaj Prithu, practicing the pranayama yoga system, engaged in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as advised by the saint Sanat Kumar. In this verse, the words Purusham Abdhajat Purusharshabha are significant. Purusharshabha refers to Maharaj Prithu, the best among human beings, and Purusham refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The conclusion is that the best man amongst men, all men, engages in the service of the Supreme Person. One Purusha is worshipable, and the other Purusha is the worshipper. When the Purusha who worships the living entity thinks of becoming one with the Supreme Person, he simply becomes bewildered and falls into the darkness of ignorance. As stated by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, all living entities assembled in the battlefield, as well as Lord Krishna himself, were also present in the past as individuals and would continue to be present in the future as individuals also. Bhagavad Gita 2.12. Therefore, the two Purushas, the living entity and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, never lose their respective identities. Actually, one who is self-realized engages himself in the service of the Lord perpetually, both in this life and in the next. Indeed, for devotees there is no difference between this life and the next. In this life, a neophyte devotee is trained to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and in the next life he approaches that Supreme Person in Vaikuntha and renders the same devotional service. Even for the neophyte devotee, devotional service is considered Brahma-bhujaya kalpate. Devotional service to the Lord is never considered a material activity. Since he is acting on the Brahma-bhuta platform, a devotee is already liberated. He therefore has no need to practice any other type of yoga in order to approach the Brahma-bhuta stage. If the devotee adheres strictly to the orders of the spiritual master, follows the rules and regulations, and chants the Hare Krishna mantra, it should be concluded that he is already at the Brahma-bhuta stage, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Mamchiyo vyabhacharena bhakti-yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitan Brahma-bhujaya kalpate. Quote, one who is engaged in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 14:26. Text 10. Maharaj Prithu thus engaged completely in devotional service, executing the rules and regulations strictly according to the principles 24 hours daily. Thus his love and devotion unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, developed and became unflinching and fixed. Purport. The word Bhagavat Dharmina indicates that the religious process practiced by Maharaj Prithu was beyond all pretensions. As stated in the beginning of Srimad-Bhagavatam, Dharma projita kaitavotra, Srimad-Bhagavatam 1.1.2. Religious principles, which are simply pretentious, are actually nothing but cheating. Bhagavat Dharmina is described by Viragavacharya as Nimriti Dharmena, which indicates that it cannot be contaminated by material aspiration. As described by Srila Rupa Goswami, Anyabilashita sunyam gyanakarmadi anavritam anukulyena krishnanu shilanam bhaktirutama. When one is not inspired by material desires and is not contaminated by the process of fruitive activity and empiric speculation, he fully engages in the favorable service of the Lord. That is called Bhagavat Dharma, or pure devotional service. In this verse, the word Brahmani does not refer to the impersonal Brahman. Impersonal Brahman is a subordinate feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and since impersonal Brahman worshippers desire to merge into the Brahman effulgence, they cannot be considered followers of Bhagavat Dharma. After being baffled in his material enjoyment, the impersonalist may desire to merge into the existence of the Lord, but a pure devotee of the Lord has no such desire. Therefore, a pure devotee is really Bhagavat Dharmi. It is clear from this verse that Maharaj Prithu was never a worshipper of the impersonal Brahman, but was at all times a pure devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bhagavati Brahmani refers to one who is engaged in devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A devotee's knowledge of the impersonal Brahman is automatically revealed, and he is not interested in merging into the impersonal Brahman. Maharaj Prithu's activities in devotional service enabled him to become fixed and steady in the discharge of devotional activities without having to take recourse to karma, jnana, or yoga. Text 11. By regularly discharging devotional service, Pṛthu Mahārāja became transcendental in mind, and therefore could constantly think of the lotus feet of the Lord. Because of this, he became completely detached and attained perfect knowledge by which he could transcend all doubt. Thus, he was freed from the clutches of false ego and the material conception of life. Purport. In the Narada Pancharatra, devotional service to the Lord is likened unto a queen. When a queen gives an audience, many maidservants follow her. The maidservants of devotional service are material opulence, liberation, and mystic powers. The karmis are very much attached to material enjoyment. The Jnanis are very anxious to become freed from material clutches, and the yogis are very fond of attaining the 8 kinds of mystic perfection. From the Narada Pancharatra, we understand that if one attains a stage of pure devotional service, he also attains all the opulences derived from fruitive activities, empiric philosophical speculation, and mystic yoga practice. Srila Bilbamangala Thakur therefore prayed in his Krishna Karnamrita, quote, "My dear Lord, if I have unflinching devotion to you, you become manifest before me personally, and the results of fruitive activity and empiric philosophical speculation, namely religion, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation, become like personal attendants and remain standing before me as if awaiting my order." End quote. The idea here is that the Jnanis, by culture of Brahma Vidya, spiritual knowledge, struggle very hard to get out of the clutches of material nature, but a devotee, by dint of his advancement in devotional service, automatically becomes detached from his material body. When the devotee's spiritual body begins to manifest, he actually enters into his activities in transcendental life. At present, we have contacted a material body, material mind, and material intelligence. But when we become free from these material conditions, our spiritual body, spiritual mind, and spiritual intelligence become manifest. In that transcendental state, a devotee attains all the benefits of karma, jnana, and yoga. Although he never engages in fruitive activities or empiric speculation to attain mystic powers, automatically mystic powers appear in his service. A devotee does not want any kind of material opulence, but such opulence appears before him automatically. He does not have to endeavor for it. Because of his devotional service, he automatically becomes Brahmabhuta. As stated before, this is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Mamchyo babicharina bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatitaitan brahmabhuyaya kalpate. Quote, "One who is engaged in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman." Bhagavad Gita 14:26. Because of his regular discharge of devotional service, a devotee attains the transcendental stage of life. Since his mind is transcendentally situated, he cannot think of anything but the lotus feet of the Lord. This is the meaning of the word samsmarana anupurtya. By constantly thinking of the lotus feet of the Lord, the devotee immediately becomes situated in Suddhasattva. Shuddhasattva refers to that platform which is above the modes of material nature, including the mode of goodness. In the material world, the mode of goodness is considered to be representative of the highest perfection, but one has to transcend this mode and come to the stage of Suddhasattva, or pure goodness, where the 3 qualities of material nature cannot act. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives the following example. If one has strong digestive power, after eating, he automatically lights a fire within his stomach to digest everything and does not need to take medicine to aid his digestion. Similarly, the fire of devotional service is so strong that a devotee does not need to act separately to attain perfect knowledge or detachment from material attractions. A jnani may become detached from material attractions by prolonged discussions on subjects of knowledge and may in this way finally come to the Brahmabhuta stage, but a devotee does not have to undergo so much trouble. By virtue of his devotional service, he attains the Brahmabhuta stage without a doubt. The yogis and jnanis are always doubtful about their constitutional position, therefore they mistakenly think of becoming one with the Supreme. However, a devotee's relationship with the Supreme becomes manifest beyond all doubt, and he immediately understands that his position is that of eternal servant of the Lord. The jnanis and yogis think of attaining liberation without rendering devotional service, but actually this is not possible because their intelligence is not as pure as that of a pure devotee. In other words, the jnanis and yogis cannot become factually liberated unless they become elevated to the position of devotees. Ahurya krichena parampadam tata padantyado nadrita yusmad angraya. Srimad-Bhagavatam 10.2.32. The jnanis and yogis may rise to the highest position, Brahman realization, but because of their lack of devotion to the lotus feet of the Lord, they again fall down into material nature. Therefore, jnana and yoga should not be accepted as the full, real process for liberation. By discharging devotional service, Maharaja Prithu automatically transcended all these positions. Since Maharaja Prithu was a Shaktivesh incarnation of the Supreme Lord, he did not have to act in any way to attain liberation. He came from the spiritual world, or spiritual sky, in order to execute the will of the Supreme Lord on earth. Consequently, he was to return home back to Godhead without having to execute jnana, karma, or yoga. Although Pṛthu Mahārāja was eternally a pure devotee of the Lord, he nonetheless adopted the process of devotional service in order to teach the people in general the proper process for executing the duties of life and ultimately returning home back to Godhead. Text 12. When he became completely freed from the bodily conception of life, Pṛthu Mahārāja realized Lord Krishna sitting in everyone's heart as the Paramatma. Being thus able to get instructions from him, he gave up all other practices of yoga and jnana. He was not even interested in the perfection of yoga and the jnana systems, for he all thoroughly realized that devotional service to Krishna is the ultimate goal of life, and that unless jnanis and yogis become attracted to Krishna Katha, narrations about Krishna, their illusions concerning existence can never be dispelled. Purport. As long as one is too much absorbed in the bodily conception of life, he becomes interested in many different processes of self-realization, such as the mystic yoga system or the system utilizing the speculative empiric methods. However, when one understands that the ultimate goal of life is to approach Krishna, he realizes Krishna within everyone's heart and therefore helps everyone who is interested in Krishna consciousness. Actually, the perfection of life depends on one's inclination to hear about Krishna. It is therefore mentioned in this verse, Yavad gadagraja katasu ratim na kuryot. Unless one becomes interested in Krishna, in his pastimes and activities, there is no question of liberation by means of yoga practice or speculative knowledge. Having attained to the stage of devotion, Maharaja Prithu became uninterested in the practices of jnana and yoga and abandoned them. This is the stage of pure devotional life as described by Rupa Goswami, Anyabhilashita sunyam jnana karmadi anavitam alakunina krishnanu shilanam bhaktirutama. Real jnana means understanding that the living entity is the eternal servant of the Lord. This knowledge is attained after many, many births, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Bhavanam janmanamante jnanamamam prapadyante. Bhagavad Gita 7:19. In the Paramahansa stage of life, one fully realizes Krishna as everything. Vasudeva sarvamiti sa mahatma sadurlabha. When one fully understands that Krishna is everything and that Krishna consciousness is the highest perfection of life, he becomes a Paramahansa, or Mahatma. Such a Mahatma, or Paramahansa, is very rare to find. A Paramahansa, or pure devotee, is not attracted by Hatha Yoga or speculative knowledge. He is simply interested in the unalloyed devotional service of the Lord. Sometimes, one who is formally addicted to these processes tries to perform devotional service and the jnana and yoga practice at the same time. But as soon as one comes to the unalloyed stage of devotional service, he is able to give up all other methods of self-realization. In other words, when one firmly realizes Krishna as the supreme goal, he is no longer attracted by mystic yoga practice or the speculative empirical methods of knowledge. Text 13. In due course of time, Maharaja Prithu was able to fix his mind firmly upon the lotus feet of Krishna, and thus, completely situated on the Brahma-Bhuta platform, he gave up the material body. Purport. According to a Bengali proverb, whatever spiritual progress one makes in life will be tested at the time of death. In Bhagavad Gita it is also confirmed, Yam yam vapi smaram bhavam tajyanti avanti kalevaram tam tam evaiti konteya sada tat bhava bhavitaha. Bhagavad Gita 8:6. Those who are practicing Krishna consciousness know that their examination will be held at the time of death. If one can remember Krishna at death, he is immediately transferred to Goloka Vrindavan, or Krishna Loka, and thus his life becomes successful. Pṛthu Mahārāja, by the grace of Krishna, could understand that the end of his life was near, and thus he became very jubilant and proceeded to completely give up his body on the Brahmabhuta stage by practicing the yogic process. It is thoroughly described in the following verses how one can voluntarily give up this body and return home, back to Godhead. The yogic process practiced by Pṛthu Mahārāja at the time of death accelerates the giving up of this body while one is in sound health, physically and mentally. Every devotee desires to give up the body while it is sound, physically and mentally. This desire was also expressed by King Kulakshekar in his Mukunda Mala Stotra. Krishna Tvadiya Papa Pankaja Pangjarantam Adyaiva Me Vishatu Manasa Raja Hamsa Prana Pranayana Samaye Kalpa Vatapati Kanta Varodana Vidho Smaranam Kutaste. King Kulakshekar wanted to give up his body while in a healthy state, and thus he prayed to Krishna to let him die immediately while he was in good health and while his mind was sound. When a man dies, he is generally overpowered by mucus and bile, and thus he chokes. Since it is very difficult to vibrate any sound while choking, it is simply by Krishna's grace that one can chant Hare Krishna at the time of death. However, by situating oneself in the Muktasana position, a yogi can immediately give up his body and go to whatever planet he desires. A perfect yogi can give up his body whenever he desires through the practice of yoga. Text 14. When Maharaj Prithu practiced the particular yogic sitting posture, he blocked the doors of his anus with his ankles, pressed his left and right calves, and gradually raised his life air upwards, passing it on to the circle of his navel, up to his heart and throat, and finally pushed it upward to the central position between his two eyebrows. Purport. The sitting posture described herein is called Muktasana. In the yogic process, after following the strict regulative principles controlling sleeping, eating, and mating, one is allowed to practice the different sitting postures. The ultimate aim of yoga is to enable one to give up this body according to his own free will. One who has attained the ultimate summit of yoga practice can live in the body as long as he likes, or, as long as he is not completely perfect, leave the body to go anywhere within or outside the universe. Some yogis leave their bodies and go to the higher planetary systems and enjoy the material facilities therein. However, intelligent yogis do not waste their time within this material world at all. They do not care for the material facilities in the higher planetary systems, but are interested in going directly to the spiritual sky, back home, back to Godhead. From the description in this verse, it appears that Maharaj Prithu had no desire to promote himself to the higher planetary systems. He wanted to return home immediately, back to Godhead. Although Maharaj Prithu stopped all practice of mystic yoga after realizing Krishna consciousness, he nevertheless took advantage of his previous practice and immediately placed himself on the Brahmabhuta platform in order to accelerate his return to Godhead. The aim of this particular system of asana, which is known as the sitting posture for liberation, or Muktasana, is to attain success in Kundalini Swadhisthana chakra, then to the Manipuri chakra, then the Anahata chakra, the Vishuddha chakra, and finally to the Anja chakra. When the yogi reaches the Anja chakra, between the two eyebrows, he is able to penetrate the Brahmarandra, or the hole in his skull, and go to any planet he desires up to the spiritual kingdom of Vaikuntha, or Krishna Loka. The conclusion is that one has to come to the Brahmabhuta stage for going back to Godhead. However, those who are in Krishna consciousness, who are practicing bhakti yoga, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, can return to Godhead even without practicing the Muktasana process. The purpose of Muktasana practice is to come to the Brahmabhuta stage, for without being on the Brahmabhuta stage, one cannot be promoted to the spiritual sky. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Mam Chiyo Vyapacharine Bhakti Yogena Sevate Sagonan Samatityaitan Brahmabhuyaya Kalpate. Bhagavad Gita 14:26. The Bhakti Yogi, practicing Bhakti Yoga, is always situated on the Brahmabhuta stage, Brahmabhuyaya Kalpate. If a devotee is able to continue on the Brahmabhuta platform, he enters the spiritual sky automatically after death and returns to Godhead. Consequently, a devotee need not feel sorry for having not have practiced the Kundalini chakra or penetrating the 6 chakras one after another. As far as Maharaj Prithu was concerned, he had already practiced this process, and since he did not want to wait for the time of death, when his death would naturally occur, he took advantage of the Sat chakra penetration process and thus gave up the body according to his own free will and immediately entered the spiritual sky. Text 15. In this way, Pṛthu Mahārāja gradually raised his air of life up to the hole in his skull, whereupon he lost all desire for material existence. Gradually he merged his air of life with the totality of air, his body with the totality of earth, and the fire within his body with the totality of fire. Purport. When the spiritual spark, which is described as 1/10,000th part of the tip of the hair, is forced into material existence, that spark is covered by gross and subtle material elements. The material body is composed of 5 gross elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, and 3 subtle elements: mind, intelligence, and ego. When one attains liberation, he is freed from these material coverings. Indeed, success in yoga involves getting free from these material coverings and entering into spiritual existence. Lord Buddha's teachings of nirvana are based on this principle. Lord Buddha instructed his followers to give up these material coverings by means of meditation and yoga. Lord Buddha did not give any information about the soul, but if one follows his instructions strictly, he will ultimately become free from the material coverings and attain nirvana. When a living entity gives up the material coverings, he remains a spirit soul. This spirit soul must enter into the spiritual sky to merge into the Brahman effulgence. Unfortunately, unless the living entity has information of the spiritual world and the Vaikunthas, there is a 99.9% chance of his falling down again into material existence. There is, however, a small chance of his being promoted to the spiritual planet from the Brahman effulgence, or the Brahmajyoti. This Brahmajyoti is considered by impersonalists to be without variety, and the Buddhists consider it to be void. In either case, whether one accepts the spiritual sky as being without variety or void, there is none of the spiritual bliss which is enjoyed in the spiritual planets Vaikuntha Loka or Krishna Loka. In the absence of varieties of enjoyment, the spirit soul gradually feels an attraction to enjoy a life of bliss. And not having any information of Krishna Loka or Vaikuntha Loka, he naturally falls down to material activities in order to enjoy material varieties. Text 16. In this way, according to the different positions of the various parts of the body, Pṛthu Mahārāja merged his bodily air with the air of the sky, his bodily liquids, such as blood and various secretions, with the totality of water, and he merged earth with water, then water with fire, fire with air, air with sky, and so on. Purport. In this verse, 2 words are very important. Yat stana vibhagasha. In Srimad-Bhagavatam, 2nd Canto, Chapter 5, Lord Brahma clearly explained to Narada how the creation took place, and he explained one step after another the proper divisions of the senses, the controller of the senses, the objects of the senses, and the material elements. And he also explained how they are created one after another. The air from the sky, the fire from the air, the water from the fire from the earth from the water, etc. It is important to know thoroughly the process of creation as it applies to this cosmic manifestation. Similarly, this body is also created according to the same process by the Supreme Lord. The personality of Godhead, after entering the universe, creates the cosmic manifestations one after another. Similarly, the living entity, after entering a womb of a mother, also collects his subtle and gross bodies, taking ingredients from the totality of air, sky, fire, water, and earth. The words yatashtanam vibhagasa indicate that one should know the process of creation and should meditate upon the creative process inversely, and thus become free from material contamination. Text 17. He amalgamated the mind with the senses and the senses with the sense objects, according to their respective positions, and he also amalgamated the material ego with the total material energy, Mahatattva. Purport. In respect to the ego, the total material energy is sundered in two parts, one agitated by the mode of ignorance and the other agitated by the mode of passion and goodness. Due to agitation by the mode of ignorance, the five gross elements are created. Due to agitation by the mode of passion, the mind is created, and due to agitation by the mode of goodness, false egoism or identification with matter is created. The mind is projected by a particular type of demigod. Sometimes the mind, mana, is also understood to have a controlling deity or demigod. In this way, the total mind, namely the material mind controlled by material demigods, was amalgamated with the senses. The senses, in turn, were amalgamated with the sense objects. The sense objects are forms, tastes, smells, sounds, etc. Sound is the ultimate source of the sense objects. The mind was attracted by the senses, and the senses by the sense objects, and all of them were ultimately amalgamated in the sky. The creation is so arranged that cause and effect follow one after the other. The merging process involves amalgamating the effect with the original cause. Since the ultimate cause in the material world is the Mahatattva, everything was gradually wound up and amalgamated with the Mahatattva. This may be compared to Sunyavadi or voidism, and that is the process for cleansing the real spiritual mind or consciousness. When the mind is completely washed of all material contamination, the pure consciousness acts. The sound vibration from the spiritual sky can automatically cleanse all material contaminations, as confirmed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitadarpana Marjanam. We need only take the advice of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and chant the Hare Krishna mantra to cleanse the mind of all material contamination, and this may be considered the summary of this difficult verse. As soon as the whole material contamination is washed away by this process of chanting, all desires and reactions to material activities become immediately vanquished, and real-life, peaceful existence begins. In this age of Kali, it is very difficult to adopt the yogic process mentioned in this verse. Unless one is very expert in such yoga, the best course is to adopt the ways and means of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. Thus one can gloriously become freed from all material contamination by the simple process of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Just as life in this material world has its beginning in the material sound, similarly, a spiritual life has its beginning in this spiritual sound vibration. Text 18. Pṛthu Mahārāja then offered the total designation of the living entity unto the supreme controller of illusory energy. Being released from all the designations by which the living entity became entrapped, he became free by knowledge and renunciation and by the spiritual force of his devotional service. In this way, being situated in his original constitutional position of Krishna consciousness, he gave up this body as a Prabhu, or controller of the senses. Purport. As stated in the Vedas, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the source of material energy. Consequently, he is sometimes called Maya, or the Supreme Person who can create his pastimes through his potency, known as the material energy. The jiva, or the individual living entity, becomes entrapped by the material energy by the supreme will of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Bhagavad Gita, we understand, Ishvara sarvabhutanam hriday sharjuna tistati, brahmanyam sarvabhutani yantra rudrani mayaya. Quote, the Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities, who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 18:61. Ishvara, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is situated within the heart of all conditioned souls, and by his supreme will, the living entity or individual soul gets the facility to lord it over material nature in various types of bodies, which are known as yantra, or the moving vehicle offered by the total material energy, Maya. Although the individual living entity, Jiva, and the Lord are both situated within the material energy, the Lord is directing the movements of the Jiva soul by offering him different types of bodies through the material energy, and thus the living entity is wandering throughout the universes in various forms of body and becomes implicated in different situations, partaking of the reactions of fruitive activities. When Pṛthu Mahārāja became spiritually powerful by the enhancement of his spiritual knowledge, jnana and renunciation of material desires, he became a Prabhu, or master of his senses, sometimes called Goswami or Swami. This means that he was no longer controlled by the influence of material energy. When one is strong enough to give up the influence of material energy, he is called Prabhu. In this verse, the word Sarupashta is also very significant. The real identity of the individual soul lies in understanding the attaining the knowledge that he is eternally a servant of Krishna. This understanding is called Sarupopalabdhi. By culturing devotional service, the devotee gradually comes to understand his actual relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This understanding of one's pure spiritual position is called Sarvapopalabdhi, and when one attains that stage, he can understand how he is related to the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a servant or friend, or as a parent or conjugal lover. This stage of understanding is called Sarupashta. Pṛthu Mahārāja realized this Sarup completely, and it will be clear in the later chapters that he personally left this world or his body by riding on a chariot sent from Vaikuntha. In this verse, the word Prabhu is also significant. As stated before, when one is completely self-realized and acts according to that position, he can be called Prabhu. The spiritual master is addressed as Prabhupada because he is a completely self-realized soul. The word pad means position, and Prabhupada indicates that he is given the position of Prabhu, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for he acts on behalf of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Unless one is a Prabhu, or master of the senses, he cannot act as spiritual master. He is authorized by the Supreme Prabhu, or Lord Krishna. In his verses praising the spiritual master, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes, Sakshat darit vena samashta shastri uktastata bhavyata eva sabdi. Quote, the spiritual master is honored as much as the Supreme Lord, because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. End quote. Thus, Pṛthu Mahārāja can also be called Prabhupada, or, as described herein, Prabhu. Another question may be raised in this connection. Since Pṛthu Mahārāja was a powerful incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shakti Vaishavatar, why did he have to execute the regulative principles in order to become a Prabhu? Because he appeared on this earth as an ideal king, and because it is the duty of the king to instruct the citizens in the execution of devotional service, he followed all the regulative principles of devotional service in order to teach others. Similarly, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, although Krishna himself, taught us how to approach Krishna as a devotee. It is said, Arpani Achari Bhakti Shikhainu Sharire. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed others in the process of devotional service by setting the example himself through his own personal actions. Similarly, Pṛthu Mahārāja, although a Shaktivation avatar incarnation, still behaved as a devotee in order to achieve the position of Prabhu. Furthermore, Surupasta means complete liberation. As it is said, Hitvanyata rupam sarupena ashratiti. When a living entity abandons the activities of Maya and attains a position from which he can execute devotional service, his state is called Surupasta, or complete liberation. Text 19. The queen, the wife of Pṛthu Mahārāja, whose name was Archie, followed her husband into the forest. Since she was a queen, her body was very delicate. Although she did not deserve to lie on the ground in the forest, still she voluntarily touched her lotus feet to the ground. Purport. Because Pṛthu Mahārāja's wife was the queen and also a daughter of the king, she never experienced walking on the ground, because queens used to never come out of the palace. They certainly never went to the forests and tolerated all the difficulties of living in the wilderness. In Vedic civilization, there are hundreds of similar examples of such renunciation on the part of queens and dedication to the husband. The goddess of fortune, Mother Sita, followed her husband Ramchandra when he lived in the forest. Lord Ramchandra went to the forest in compliance to the order of his father Maharaja Dasarath, but Mother Sita was not so ordered. Nonetheless, she voluntarily accepted the path of her husband. Similarly, Gandhari, the wife of King Dhritarashtra, also followed her husband into the forest. Being the wives of great personalities like Prithu, Lord Ramchandra and Dhritarashtra, these were ideal chaste women. Such queens also instructed the general people by showing them how to become a chaste wife and follow the husband in every stage of life. When the husband is king, she sits beside him as the queen, and when he goes to the forest, she also follows, despite having to tolerate all kinds of difficulties in living in the forest. Therefore it is said here, Attard Arta, that although she did not want to touch her feet to the ground, she nonetheless accepted all difficulties when she went to the forest with her husband. Text 20. Although she was not accustomed to such difficulties, Queen Archie followed her husband in the regulative principles of living in the forest like great sages. She lay down on the ground and ate only fruits, flowers, and leaves, and because she was not fit for these activities, she became frail and thin. Yet because of the pleasure she derived in serving her husband, she did not feel any difficulties. Purport. The words Bharturvata Dharma Nishtaya indicate that a woman's duty or religious principle is to serve her husband in all conditions. In Vedic civilization, a man is taught from the beginning of his life to become brahmachari, then an ideal grahasta, then brahmaprastha, then sannyasi, and the wife is taught just to follow the husband strictly in all conditions of life. After the period of brahmacharya, a man accepts a householder's life, and a woman is also taught by her parents to be a chaste wife. Thus, when a boy and girl are united, both are trained for a life dedicated to a higher purpose. The boy is trained to execute his duty in accordance with the higher purpose of life, and the girl is trained to follow him. The chaste wife's duty is to keep her husband pleased in householder life in all respects. And when the husband retires from family life, she is to go to the forest and adopt the life of Vanaprast, or Vanavasi. At that time, the wife is to follow her husband and take care of him, just as she took care of him in householder life. But when the husband takes to the renounced order of life, namely sannyas, the wife is to return home and become a saintly woman, setting an example for her children and daughters-in-law and showing them how to live a life of austerity. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took sannyas, his wife, Vishnupriya Devi, although only 16 years old, also took the vow of austerity due to her husband's leaving home. She chanted her beads, and after finishing one round, she collected 1 grain of rice. In this way, as many rounds as she chanted, she would receive the same number of rice grains and then cook them, and so take prasad. This is called austerity. Even today in India, widows or women whose husbands have taken sannyas follow the principles of austerity even though they live with their children. Pṛthu Mahārāja's wife, Archie, was steadily determined to execute the duty of a wife, and while her husband was in the forest, she followed him in eating only fruits and leaves and lying down on the ground. Since a woman's body is considerably more delicate than a man's, Queen Archie became very frail and thin. Parikashita. When one engages in austerities, his body generally becomes lean and thin. Becoming fat is not a very good qualification for spiritual life, because a person who is engaged in spiritual life must reduce the comforts of the body, namely eating, sleeping, and mating, to a minimum. Although Queen Archie became very thin from living in the forest according to regulative principles, she was not unhappy because she was enjoying the honor of serving her great husband. Text 21. When Queen Archie saw that her husband, who had been so merciful to her and the earth, no longer showed symptoms of life, she lamented for a little while, and then built a fiery pyre on the top of a hill and placed the body of her husband on it. Purport. After seeing all the life symptoms of her husband stop, the queen lamented for a while. The word kinchit means, quote, for a little while, end quote. The queen was completely aware that her husband was not dead, although the symptoms of life, action, intelligence, and sense perception had ceased. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Dehinosmin yata dehe kumaram yuvanam chara tata dehataram paptir dirastataram muyati. Quote, as the embodied soul continually passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. The self-realized soul is not bewildered by such a change. End quote. Bhagavad Gita 2:13. When a living entity transfers from one body to another, a process generally known as death, a sane man does not lament, for he knows that the living entity is not dead, but is simply transferred from one body to another. The queen should not have been afraid of being alone in the forest with the body of her husband, but since she was a great wife of a great personality, she lamented for a little while, but immediately understood that she had many duties to perform. Thus, instead of wasting her time in lamentation, she immediately prepared a fiery pyre on the top of a hill, and then placed the body of her husband on it to be burned. Maharaj Prithu is described here as Daitya, for he was not only the king of the earth, but he treated the earth as his protected child. Similarly, he protected his wife also. It is the duty of the king to give protection to everyone, especially to the earth or land which he ruled, as well as to the citizens and his family members. Since Pṛthu Mahārāja was a perfect king, he gave protection to everyone, and therefore he is described here as Astayita. Text 22. After this, the queen executed the necessary funerary functions and offered oblations of water. After bathing in the river, she offered obeisances to various demigods situated in the sky in the different planetary systems. She then circumambulated the fire, and while thinking of the lotus feet of her husband, entered its flames. Purport. The entrance of a chaste wife into the flames of the pyre of her dead husband is known as sahagamana. This means that it is customary for the wife to die with her husband. This system of sahagamana has been practiced in Vedic civilization from time immemorial. Even after the British period in India, this practice was rigidly observed, but soon it degraded to the point that even when the wife was not strong enough to enter the fire of her dead husband, the relatives would force her to enter. Thus, this practice had to be stopped, but even today there are still some solitary cases where a wife will voluntarily enter the fire and die with her husband. Even after 1940, we personally knew of a chaste wife who died in this way. Text 23. After observing this brave act performed by the chaste wife, Archi, the wife of the great king Prithu, many thousands of the wives of the demigods, along with their husbands, offered prayers to the queen, for they were very much satisfied. Text 24. At that time, the demigods were situated on the top of Mandara hill, and all the wives began to shower flowers on the funeral pyre, and began to talk amongst themselves as follows. Text 25. The wives of the demigods said, "All glories to Queen Archi. We can see that this queen of the great King Prithu, the emperor of all the kings of the world, has served her husband with mind, speech, and body, exactly as the goddess of fortune serves the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yagesha, or Vishnu." Purport. In this verse, the words Yagesham Shir Vadur Eva indicate that Queen Archi served her husband just as the goddess of fortune serves the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. We can observe that even in this history of this world, when Lord Krishna, the Supreme Vishnu, was ruling over Dwarka, Queen Rukmini, who is the chief of all Krishna's queens, used to serve Lord Krishna personally, in spite of having many hundreds of maidservants to assist her. Similarly, the goddess of fortune in the Vaikuntha planets also serves Narayan personally, although there are many thousands of devotees prepared to serve the Lord. This practice is also followed by the wives of the demigods, and in days past, the wives of the men also followed this same principle. In Vedic civilization, the husband and wife were not separated by such man-made laws as divorce. We should understand the necessity for maintaining family life in human society, and should thus abolish the artificial law known as divorce. The husband and wife should live in Krishna consciousness and follow the footsteps of Lakshmi Narayan or Krishna Rukmini. In this way, peace and harmony can be possible within this world. Text 26. The wives of the demigods continued, "Just see how this chaste lady, Archi, by dint of her inconceivable pious activities, is still following her husband upwards, as far as we can see." Purport. Both Pṛthu Mahārāja's airplane and the airplane carrying Queen Archi were passing out of the vision of the ladies of the higher planetary systems. These ladies were simply astonished to see how Pṛthu Mahārāja and his wife achieved such an exalted position. Although they were the wives of the denizens of the higher planetary system, and Pṛthu Mahārāja was an inhabitant of an inferior planetary system, the Earth, the king, along with his wife, passed beyond the realms of the demigods and went upward to Vaikuntha Loka. The word urdhvam, upwards, is significant here, for the ladies were from the higher planetary systems, which include the moon, sun, and Venus, up to Brahmaloka, or the highest planet. Beyond Brahmaloka is the spiritual sky, and in that spiritual sky there are innumerable Vaikuntha Lokas. Thus the word urdhvam indicates that the Vaikuntha planets are beyond or above these material planets, and it was to these Vaikuntha planets that Pṛthu Mahārāja and his wife were going. This also indicates that when Pṛthu Mahārāja and his wife Archi abandoned their material bodies in the material fire, they immediately developed their spiritual bodies and entered into spiritual airplanes which could penetrate the material elements and reach the spiritual sky. Since they were carried by two separate airplanes, it may be concluded that even after being burnt by the funeral pyre, they remained separate individual persons. In other words, they never lost their identity or became void, as imagined by the impersonalists. The ladies in the higher planetary systems were capable of seeing both downwards and upwards. When they looked down, they could see that the body of Maharaj Prithu was being burnt, and that his wife, Archi, was entering into the fire, and when they looked upward, they could see how they were being carried into airplanes to the Vaikuntha Lokas. All of this is possible simply by durvibhavyena karmana, inconceivable activity. Pṛthu Mahārāja was a pure devotee, and his wife, Queen Archi, simply followed her husband. Thus they can both be considered pure devotees, and thus they are capable of performing inconceivable activities. Such activities are not possible for ordinary men. Indeed, ordinary man cannot even take to the devotional service of the Lord, nor can ordinary women maintain such vows of chastity and follow their husbands in all respects. A woman does not need to attain high qualifications, but if she simply follows in the footsteps of her husband, who must be a devotee, then both husband and wife attain liberation and are promoted to the Vaikuntha Lokas. This is evinced by the inconceivable activities of Maharaj Prithu and his wife. Text 27. In this material world, every human being has a short span of life, but those who are engaged in devotional service go back home, back to Godhead, for they are actually on the path of liberation. For such persons, there is nothing which is not available. Purport. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Ashukam lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam. Bhagavad Gita 9:33. The Lord here declares that this material world is full of miseries, ashukam, and at the same time is very flickering, anityam. Therefore, one's only duty is to engage himself in devotional service. This is the best end to which human life can be put. Those devotees who are constantly engaged in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord achieve not only all material benefits, but also all spiritual benefits. For at the end of life, they go back home, back to Godhead. Their destination is described in this verse as Bhagavat Padam. The word Padam means abode, and Bhagavat means the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, the destination of the devotees is the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this verse, the word Naishkarmyam, which means transcendental knowledge, is also significant. Unless one comes to the platform of transcendental knowledge and offers devotional service to the Lord, he is not perfect. Generally, the processes of Jnana, Yoga, and Karma are executed life after life before one gets a chance to render pure devotional service to the Lord. This chance is given by the grace of a pure devotee, and it is in this way only that one can actually attain liberation. In the context of this narration, the wives of the demigods repented because, although they had the opportunity of birth in a higher planetary system, a lifetime spanning many millions of years and all material comforts, they were not as fortunate as Maharaj Prithu and his wife, who were actually surpassing them. In other words, Pṛthu Mahārāja and his wife scorned promotion to the higher planetary systems and even to Brahmaloka because the position which they were attaining was incomparable. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord affirms, Abrahma bhuvana loka punaravartinorjuna, quote, from the highest planet in the material world to the lowest, all are places of misery, wherein repeated birth and death take place, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 8:16. In other words, even if one goes to the highest planet, Brahmaloka, he has to return to the miseries of birth and death. In the 9th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna also asserts, Tetam bhuktva svarkalokam vishalam, Krishne punye marti lokam vishanti, quote, when they have thus enjoyed heavenly sense pleasure, they return to this mortal planet again, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 9:21. Thus, after exhausting the results of pious activities, one has to come again to the lower planetary systems and begin a new chapter of pious activities. It is therefore said in the Srimad-Bhagavatam, Naishkarmyam api achutya bhava varjitam, quote, the path of liberation is not at all secure unless one attains the devotional service of the Lord. Srimad-Bhagavatam 1.5.12. Even if one is promoted to the impersonal Brahmajyoti, he runs every chance of falling down into this material world. If it is possible to fall from the Brahmajyoti, which is beyond the higher planetary systems in this material world, then what can be said of ordinary yogis and karmis that can only be elevated to higher material planets? Thus, the wives of the denizens of the higher planetary systems did not very much appreciate the results of karma, jnana, and yoga. Text 28. Any person who engages himself within this material world in performing activities that necessitate a great struggle, and who, after obtaining a human form of life, which is a chance to attain liberation from miseries, undertakes the difficult tasks of fruitive activities, must be considered to be cheated and envious of his own self. Purport. In the material world, people are engaged in different activities simply to achieve a little success in sense gratification. The karmis are engaged in performing very difficult activities, and thus they open gigantic factories, build huge cities, make big scientific discoveries, etc. In other words, they are engaged in performing very costly sacrifices in order to be promoted to the higher planetary systems. Similarly, yogis are engaged in achieving a similar goal by accepting the tedious practices of mystic yoga. Jnanis are engaged in philosophical speculation in order to gain release from the clutches of material nature. In these ways, everyone is engaged in performing very difficult tasks simply for the gratification of the senses. All of these are considered to be engaged in sense gratificatory activities, or vishaya, because they all demand some facility for material existence. Actually, the results of such activities are temporary, as Krishna himself proclaims in Bhagavad Gita. Antavat tu phalam tesham, quote, the fruits of those who worship the demigods are limited and temporary, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 7:23. Thus, the fruits of the activities of the yogis, karmis, and jnanis are ephemeral. Moreover, Krishna says, Tad bhavanti apa medasam. They are simply meant for men of small intelligence, end quote. Bhagavad Gita 7:23. The word nishaya denotes sense gratification. The karmis flatly state that they want sense gratification. The yogis also want sense gratification, but they want it to a higher degree. It is their desire to show some miraculous results through their practice of yoga. Thus, they strive very hard to achieve success in becoming smaller than the smallest and greater than the greatest, or in creating a planet like the Earth, or as scientists by inventing so many wonderful machines. Similarly, the jnanis are also engaged in sense gratification, for they are simply interested in becoming one with the Supreme. Thus, the aim of all these activities is sense gratification to a higher or lower degree. The bhaktas, however, are not interested in sense gratificatory practices. They are simply satisfied to get an opportunity to serve the Lord. Although they are satisfied in any condition, there is nothing they cannot obtain because they are purely engaged in the service of the Lord. The wives of the demigods condemn the performers of sense gratificatory activities as vanchita, cheated. Those so engaged are actually killing themselves, atmaha, as stated in Srimad-Bhagavatam. Nrideham adyam surlabam sadurlabam, plavam sukalpam guru karnadaram, mayanu kulena nobasva tarenitam, pumam bhavabidim nataret Sa'atmaha. Srimad-Bhagavatam 11:20-17. When one wants to cross a large ocean, he requires a strong boat. It is said that this human form of life is a good boat by which one can cross the ocean of nescience. In the human form of life, one can obtain the guidance of a good navigator, the spiritual master. He also gets a favorable wind by the mercy of Krishna, and that wind is the instructions of Krishna. The human body is the boat, the instructions of Lord Krishna are the favorable winds, and the spiritual master is the navigator. The spiritual master knows well how to adjust the sails and catch the winds favorably and steer the boat to its destination. If, however, one does not take advantage of this opportunity, he wastes the human form of life. Wasting time and life in this way is the same as committing suicide. The word lavda pavagyam is significant in this verse because, according to Jiva Goswami, apavagyam, or the path of liberation, does not refer to merging into the impersonal Brahman, but to Salokyadi Siddhi, which means attaining the very planet where the Supreme Personality of Godhead resides. There are 5 kinds of liberation, and one is called Sayuja Mukti, or merging into the existence of the Supreme or the impersonal Brahman effulgence. However, since there is a chance of one's falling down again into the material sky from the Brahman effulgence, Srila Jiva Goswami advises that in this human form of life, one's only aim should be to go back to home, back to Godhead. The words sa vanchita indicate that once a person has obtained the human form of life, he is actually cheated if he does not make preparations to go back home, back to Godhead. The position of all non-devotees who are not interested in going back to Godhead is very much lamentable, for the human form of life is meant for executing devotional service and nothing else. Text 29. The great sage Maitreya continued speaking. My dear Vidura, when the wives of the denizens of heaven were thus talking amongst themselves, Queen Archi reached the planet which her husband, Maharaj Prithu, the topmost self-realized soul, had attained. Purport. According to Vedic scriptures, a woman who dies with her husband or enters into the fire in which her husband is burning also enters the same planet her husband attains. In this material world, there is a planet known as Patiloka, just as there is a planet known as Prithviloka. But in this verse, the word Patiloka does not refer to any planet within this material universe, for she actually entered the planet which her husband had attained. In the material world also, when a woman dies with her husband, she again unites with him in the next birth. Similarly, Maharaj Prithu and Queen Archi united in the Vaikuntha planets. In the Vaikuntha planets, there are husbands and wives, but there is no question of their giving birth to children, nor having sex life. In the Vaikuntha planets, both husbands and wives are extraordinarily beautiful, and they are attracted to one another, but they do not enjoy sex life. Indeed, they consider sex not to be very relishable because both husband and wife are always absorbed in Krishna consciousness and in glorifying and chanting the glories of the Lord. According to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, also, a husband and wife can turn the home into a place as good as Vaikuntha, even while in this material world. Being absorbed in Krishna consciousness, even in this world, husband and wife can live in Vaikuntha simply by installing a deity of the Lord within the home and serving the deity according to the directions of the Shastras. In this way, they will never feel the sex urge. This is the test of advancement in devotional service. One who is advanced in devotional service is never attracted by sex life. And as soon as one becomes detached from sex life and proportionately attached to the service of the Lord, he actually experiences living in the Vaikuntha planets. In the ultimate issue, there is actually no material world, but when one forgets the service of the Lord and engages himself in the service of the senses, he is said to be living in the material world. Text 30. Maitreya continued. The greatest of all devotees, Maharaj Prithu, was very powerful, and his character was liberal, magnificent, and magnanimous. Thus I have described him to you as far as possible. Purport. In this verse, the word Bhagavatama is very significant, for the word Bhagavat is used specially to refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as the word Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is derived from the word Bhagavat. Sometimes, however, we see that the word Bhagavan is used for great personalities like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Narada Muni. This is the case with Maharaj Prithu, who is described here as the best of the Bhagavans, or the best of the Lords. A person can be so addressed only if he's a great personality who exhibits extraordinary and uncommon features and who attains the greatest goal after his disappearance, or who knows the difference between knowledge and ignorance. In other words, the word Bhagavan should not be used for ordinary persons. Text 31. Any person who describes the great characteristics of King Prithu with faith and determination, whether he reads or hears of them himself or helps others to hear them, is certain to attain the very planet which Maharaja Prithu attained. In other words, such a person also returns home to the Vaikuntha planets, back to Godhead. Purport. In the execution of devotional service, Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu is especially stressed. This means that bhakti, or devotional service, begins by hearing and chanting about Vishnu. When we speak of Vishnu, we also refer to that which relates to Vishnu. In the Shiva Purana, Lord Shiva recommends Vishnu worship to be the topmost worship, and better than Vishnu worship is worship of the Vaishnava, or anything that is related to Vishnu. The fact is explained herein that hearing and chanting about a Vaishnavas is as good as hearing and chanting about Vishnu. For Maitreya has explained that anyone who hears about Pṛthu Mahārāja with attention also attains the planet which Maharaj Pṛthu attained. There is no duality between Vishnu and the Vaishnava, and this is called Advaya Gyan. The Vaishnava is as important as Vishnu, and therefore Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur wrote in his Guru Vastakam, Shakshad Vitvena Samashta Shasti Uktastata Bhavyata Ebasabdi Kintu Prabodhya Priya Evatasya Vande Garosi Charanadavindam. Quote, the spiritual master is honored as much as the Supreme Lord because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and is followed by all authorities. Therefore I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, who is a bona fide representative of Sri Hari. End quote. The Supreme Vaishnav is the spiritual master, and he is non-different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is said that sometimes Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to chant the names of the gopis. Some of the Lord's students tried to advise him to chant the name of Krishna instead, but upon hearing this, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very angry with his students. The controversy on this subject reached such a point that after this incident, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu decided to take sannyas because he was not taken very seriously in his Grihastha ashram. The point is that since Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chanted the names of the gopis, worship of the gopis, or the devotees of the Lord, is as good as devotional service rendered directly to the Lord. It is also stated by the Lord himself that devotional service to his devotees is better than service offered directly to him. Sometimes the Sahajya class of devotees are only interested in Krishna's personal pastimes, to the exclusion of the activities of the devotees. This type of devotee is not on a very high level. One who sees the devotee and the Lord on the same level has further progressed. Text 32. If one hears of the characteristics of Pṛthu Mahārāja and is a Brahmana, he becomes perfectly qualified with Brahminical powers. If he is a Kshatriya, and he becomes the king of the world. If he is a Vaishya, he becomes a master of other Vaishyas and many animals. And if he is a Shudra, he becomes the topmost devotee. Purport. In Srimad-Bhagavatam, it is recommended that one should become a devotee regardless of one's condition, whether one is without desire, akama, or with desire, sakama, or whether one desires liberation, mokshakama. He is advised to worship the Supreme Lord and execute devotional service unto him. By so doing, one attains all perfection in any field of life. The process of devotional service, especially hearing and chanting, is so powerful that it can bring a person to the perfectional stage. In this verse, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are mentioned, but here it should be understood that the reference is to the Brahmana who is born in a Brahminical family, the Kshatriya who is born in a Kshatriya family, the Vaishya who is born in a Vaishya family, and the Shudra in a Shudra family. But whether one is a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra, he can attain perfection simply by hearing and chanting. To take birth in the family of Brahmanas is not the ultimate finishing touch. one must have the power of a Brahmana, which is called Brahmatejas. Similarly, taking birth in a royal family is not all in all. One must possess the power to rule the world. Similarly, taking birth as a Vaishya is not all. One must possess hundreds or thousands of animals, specifically cows, and rule over other Vaishyas as Nanda Maharaj did in Vrindavan. Nanda Maharaj was a Vaishya who possessed 900,000 cows and ruled over many cowherd men and boys. A person who is born in a Shudra family can become greater than a Brahmana simply by accepting devotional service and giving oral reception to the pastimes of the Lord and his devotees. Text 33. It doesn't matter whether one is a man or a woman. Anyone who, with great respect, hears this narration of Maharaj Prithu will become the father of many children if he is without children, and he will become the richest of men if he is without money. Purport. Materialistic persons who are very fond of money and great families worship different demigods to attain their desires, especially Goddess Durga, Lord Shiva, and Lord Brahma. Such materialistic persons are called Shri Aishvarya Prajesava. Shri means beauty, Aishvarya means riches, Praja means children, and Ipshava means desiring. As described in the second canto of Srimad-Bhagavatam, one has to worship various demigods for different types of benedictions. However, here it is indicated that simply by hearing of the life and character of Maharaj Prithu, one can have both riches and children in enormous quantities. One simply has to read and understand the history, the life, and activities of Pṛthu Mahārāja. It is advised that one read them at least 3 times. Those who are materially afflicted will so benefit by hearing of the Supreme Lord and his devotees that they need not go to any demigod. The word suprajatmaha, surrounded by many children, is very significant in this verse. For one may have many children, but may not have any qualified children. Here, however, it is stated suprajatmatama, that all the children thus attained would be qualified in education, wealth, beauty, and strength, everything complete. Text 34. Also, one who hears this narration 3 times will become very reputable if he is not recognized in society, and he will become a great scholar if he is illiterate. In other words, hearing of the narrations of Pṛthu Mahārāja is so auspicious that it drives away all bad luck. Purport. In the material world, everyone wants some profit, some adoration, and some reputation. By associating in different ways with the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his devotee, one can very easily become opulent in every respect. Even if one is not known or recognized by society, he becomes very famous and important if he takes to devotional service and preaching. As far as education is concerned, one can become organized in society as a great learned scholar simply by hearing Srimad-Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, wherein the pastimes of the Lord and his devotees are described. This material world is full of dangers at every step, but a devotee has no fear because devotional service is so auspicious that it automatically counteracts all kinds of bad luck. Since hearing about Pṛthu Mahārāja is one of the items of devotional service, Shravanam, naturally hearing about him brings all good fortune. Text 35. By hearing the narration of Pṛthu Mahārāja, one can become great, increase the duration of life, gain promotion to the heavenly planets, and counteract the contamination of this age of Kali. In addition, one can promote the causes of religion, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. Therefore, from all sides, it is advisable for a materialistic person who is interested in such things to read and hear the narrations of the life and character of Pṛthu Mahārāja. Purport. By reading and hearing the narrations of the life and character of Pṛthu Mahārāja, one naturally becomes a devotee, and as soon as one becomes a devotee, his material desires automatically become fulfilled. Therefore, it is recommended in Srimad-Bhagavatam, akama sarvakamo va mokshakama udaradi tivrena bhakti yogena yajeta purusham param. Srimad-Bhagavatam 2.3.10. It is recommended that if a person wants to return home back to Godhead, or if he wants to become a pure devotee, akama, or wants material prosperity, sakama or sarvakama, or wants to merge into the existence of the Supreme Brahman effulgence, mokshakama, he is recommended to take to the path of devotional service and hear and chant of Lord Vishnu or his devotee. This is the sum and substance of all Vedic literatures. Virascha savar aham vedya. Bhagavad Gita 15:15. The purpose of Vedic knowledge is to understand Krishna and his devotees. Whenever we speak of Krishna, we refer to his devotees also, for he is not alone. He is never nirvishesha or sunya, without variety or zero. Krishna is full of variety, and as soon as Krishna is present, there cannot be any question of void. Text 36. If a king who is desirous of attaining victory and ruling power chants the narration of Pṛthu Mahārāja 3 times before going forth on his chariot, all subordinate kings will automatically render all kinds of taxes unto him, as they rendered them unto Maharaj Prithu, simply upon his order. Purport. Since a Kshatriya king naturally desires to rule the world, he wishes to make all other kings subordinate to him. This was also the position many years ago when Pṛthu Mahārāja was ruling over the earth. At that time, he was the only emperor on this planet. Even 5,000 years ago, Maharaj Yudhisthira and Maharaj Parikshit were the sole emperors of this planet. Sometimes the subordinate kings rebelled, and it was necessary for the emperor to go and chastise them. This process of chanting the narrations of the life and character of Pṛthu Mahārāja is recommended for conquering kings if they want to fulfill their desire to rule the world. Text 37. A pure devotee who is executing the different processes of devotional service may be situated in the transcendental position, being completely absorbed in Krishna consciousness, but even he, while discharging devotional service, must read, hear, and induce others to hear about the character and life of Pṛthu Mahārāja. Purport. There is a type of neophyte devotee who is very anxious to hear about the pastimes of the Lord, especially the Rasa-lila chapters in Srimad-Bhagavatam. Such a devotee should know by this instruction that the pastimes of Pṛthu Mahārāja are non-different from the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As an ideal king, Pṛthu Mahārāja exhibited all talents in showing how to rule the citizens, how to educate them, how to develop the state economically, how to fight enemies, how to perform great sacrifices, jagas, etc. Thus, it is recommended for the sahajya, or the neophyte devotee, to hear, chant, and get others to hear about the activities of Pṛthu Mahārāja, even though one may think himself to be in the transcendental position of advanced devotional service. Text 38. The great sage Maitreya continued, My dear Vidura, as far as possible spoken the narrations about Pṛthu Mahārāja which enrich one's devotional attitude. Whoever takes advantage of these benefits also goes back home, back to Godhead, like Maharaj Prithu. Purport. The word Sravayet, mentioned in the previous verse, indicates that one should not only read for himself, but should also induce others to read and hear. That is called preaching. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommended this practice. Yare deka tare kaha Krishna upadesh. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 7.128. Whomever you meet, simply talk with him about the instructions given by Krishna, or tell him of narrations about Krishna. End quote. Pṛthu Mahārāja's history of devotional service is as potent as narrations about the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One should not make distinctions between the pastimes of the Lord and the activities of Pṛthu Mahārāja, and whenever it is possible, a devotee should attempt to induce others to hear about Pṛthu Mahārāja. One should not only read his pastimes for one's own benefit, but should induce others to read and hear about them also. In this way, everyone can be benefited. Text 39. Whoever with great reverence and adoration, regularly reads, chants, and describes the history of Maharaj Prithu's activities will certainly increase unflinching faith and attraction for the lotus feet of the Lord. The Lord's lotus feet are the boat by which one can cross the ocean of nescience. Purport. The word Bhava Sindhu Pade is significant in this verse. The lotus feet of the Lord are known as Mahatpadam, which means that the total source of material existence rests on the lotus feet of the Lord. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 10.8, Aham Sarvasya Pavava, everything is emanating from him. This cosmic manifestation, which is compared to an ocean of nescience, is also resting on the lotus feet of the Lord. As such, this great ocean of nescience is minimized by a person who is a pure devotee. One who has taken shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord need not cross over the ocean because he has already crossed it by virtue of his position at the Lord's lotus feet. By hearing and chanting the glories of the Lord or the Lord's devotee, one can become firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord. This position can also be achieved very easily by narrating the history of the life of Pṛthu Mahārāja regularly every day. The word Vimukta Sangha is also significant in this connection. Because we associate with the three qualities of material nature, our position in this material world is full of dangers. But when we engage in the devotional service of the Lord by the process of Shravanam and Kirtanam, we immediately become Vimukta Sangha, or liberated. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports of the 4th Canto, 23rd chapter of the Srimad-Bhagavatam, entitled Maharaj Prithu's Going Back Home.